Chapter 35. I cracked open one of my eyes, risking a glance around the clearing once I believed the spear cultivator had left. Fiery pain lanced outwards from my chest. His final spear strike was aimed at my heart, but I'd subtly shifted my body at the last moment, and it pierced my lung instead. I wasn't sure if he noticed, but that wasn't all I'd done to trick him. In the final moments before my supposed death, I had figured out how to break through. Chi-gathering cultivators never possessed any blood essence, which I'd always found strange. That meant something happened during the breakthrough from body tempering to one-star Chi-gathering that removed the blood essence, or transformed it. What I'd done after his spear pierced my chest was exactly that. I'd begun my first attempt to break through to the Chi-gathering realm. That first step was to gather my blood essence into a single point. I guessed that point would usually be the spirit roots, but I gathered it all into my lungs instead. The same pair of lungs that had been refined through my fivefold medicine forge physique. The spear thrust, empowered with the flaming chi, had done less damage than I thought. The heat cauterized the wound instantly. It was still a devastating technique, clearly intended to deliver killing blows. Fire chi still lingered in the wound, burning away at my flesh. Without my blood essence, my regeneration and ability to fight the chi were almost non-existent. The natural regeneration of a body tempering practitioner was far from enough to deal with a 4-star Chi-gathering cultivator strike, even if said practitioner was 11-star. Though the wound would soon kill me, I wasn't worried. I had known this would happen from the beginning and factored it into my strategy. As the great Sun Tzu said, all warfare is based on deception. Defeating the spear cultivator wasn't possible, but making him believe he'd won was as easy as turning my hand. I coughed blood as the fire chi continued to worm through my chest. My time was limited, and even though I believed I had discovered a path forward, there was still a chance of failure. Without witnessing a breakthrough myself, I couldn't be sure, but I guessed that the usual method involved gathering one's blood essence into the spirit roots and using it to imprint onto the spiritual energy of the world, thus forming the Danten in the first drop of chi. Then again, I could be making this all up. Either way, it didn't change what I planned to do. I had this physique, so I was going to make use of it and cheat my way past the bottleneck. Spirit roots were for misguided fools anyway. I didn't need them to break through to the next realm. My refined lungs produced faint trickles of that potent medicinal energy as I breathed. When I'd eaten the healing pills, it had been far more effective, but unfortunately, I had no spirit herbs to hand, so I would make do. This process was very similar to how the spirit roots should aid in the breakthrough. My path was that of a healer, so it made more sense to try this unprecedented method than to blindly follow in other cultivators' footsteps. I slowly fed blood essence into my lungs. Every breath hurt, but I persevered. Slow and steady wins the race. Embody the tortoise, not the tiger. The next step was forming my Danten. This part stumped me a little. Usually, one's spirit roots would merge with the spiritual energy in this step. I had a little insight into this stage. Zhao Dan had once witnessed one of his cousins breaking through to Chi-gathering, and the girl had explained a little to him when he was a child. Those memories would help here. From what I understood, the Danten already existed in the metaphysical plane, but to break through, one needed to provide an anchor in the physical body that would let chi flow through the Danten and the meridians. It was all rather complex. I'd likened it to feeling like a medical student again, and that held true here. While I tended to veer towards the scientific, trial and error over reckless experimentation, I decided to trust my instincts for once. Rather than trying to force a method that might not work, I would let my body and the spiritual energy of the world guide me. I continued to feed my blood essence through my lungs, but nothing was emerging yet. I wasn't worried. It felt right. Next came the riskiest part of the process. I'd already put my life on the line when I took the spear strike, but this moment would mean life or death. Advancing to Chi-gathering meant taking the first step toward immortality, or dying as a mortal. I raised my hand in front of my face and let my eyes wander over my fingers. These hands had saved so many lives. They had taken some too, but every one of those was a hollow memory. My path was to heal, to bring protection and rejuvenation. I wanted to bring healing and peace to the Celestial Jade Empire, but to attempt that without power was the foolish dream of an idiot. To enforce peace, one needed to wield the sharpest blade. War had taught me that. A few short months in this world proved it once more. This was a world where the strong ruled over the weak. If the weak lived in peace, it was only because the strong deemed it so. To show this world that the path of healing was not a foolish one, I would first have to trample on those who stood in my way, even if the one in my way was the heavens themselves. I closed my eyes and thrust my hand into my stomach. I clenched my teeth as I broke the skin, reaching for my shattered spirit roots. The heavens had crippled me in exchange for its gifts, but it hadn't even done that properly. I was going to finish the job. I grasped my spirit roots. It was a strange sensation. The actual physical part of the spirit roots felt sort of slimy. Not quite how organs usually felt. I would know after hundreds of surgeries. At the same time as I grabbed them, an icy shock hit my body. It was as though the world itself was telling me not to do this. So, I did the sensible thing and squeezed as hard as I could. My spirit roots truly shattered once and for all. If my hypothesis were correct, this would provide a connection and allow me to absorb the spiritual energy of the world to form my Danten. At first, everything progressed smoothly. A new kind of energy trickled out from the empty hole in my stomach that the spirit roots had occupied. It was fierce yet stable, pulsing with more power than I had ever seen. This energy was even more potent than the chi I'd seen in other cultivators. Perfect. I took a deep breath, exhaling and allowing medicinal energy to trickle from my lungs towards my hollow Danten. However, the moment that energy made contact with the strange energy in my core, everything went wrong. It was like a nuclear bomb went off inside my body, chaotic energies running rampant throughout. I tried to stay focused and maintain my consciousness, but I barely understood what was happening. Shit. Where had I gone wrong? Had I miscalculated? This wasn't supposed to happen. I suppose this was the price I had to pay for my hubris. Going against the will of the heavens rarely ended well unless you were the protagonist. I most certainly wasn't. Even while my body disintegrated from the inside, my flesh burning in the chaotic storm of chi and blood, I managed to force a small spark of the combined energy toward my Danten. I forced it into the rough shape of a sphere, and then hurried to push the rest of my blood essence through my lungs. If there was one thing that might save me now, it was that potent medicinal energy. However, the rampaging energy was too much for me to handle. I'd reached my limit. As I passed out, I tried to guide the healing energy around my body, but it was futile. I'd failed to break through. Far above the lower realms, an ancient being stirred from slumber. The simple act of sitting up sent ripples across the endless realm it was in. Millions of lives extinguished in an instant, only to be replaced by new life that writhed and twisted, growing from seeds and infants to towering trees and ancient sages in a breath's time. The entity opened its eyes, revealing endless abyssal orbs that seemed to hold entire universes and the secrets of creation within. Vibrant green mist swirled around its body as its gaze pierced through endless worlds.
So, an inheritor has awoken. How long has it been since the last? How many eras have passed while I slept? Let me see if they are worthy.
It mused, its voice deep and rumbling. The mere sound waves from a few sentences caused nearby planets to explode and stars to extinguish. Yet when it breathed out, new ones were born in their place. Every simple action of this entity contained the mysteries of life and death, of creation and destruction. It found its gaze going far deeper than it expected.
A surprise indeed. For this one's inheritance to end up in one of the lower realms is almost insulting.
It sighed.
Though I suppose I am long past such childish attachments as origin and birth. How many prodigies and nobles have died throughout the endless eras, while I have persisted? Oh? What's this? A new path, at least to this tiny realm. Using the fivefold medicine forged physique in this manner, how crude.
It muttered, while watching the foolish actions of a particular mortal. What happened next seemed to surprise even the ancient entity. This being had lived almost as long as creation itself, seeing the infinite possibilities of life and death across thousands of universes and realms. To surprise it took incredible effort. Yet this mortal had managed to do just that.
Releasing his innate vital chi. What a fool. However, I commend the attempt. Since you managed to wake me from my nap, I shall help you. But just this once. We do share a physique, after all.
The entity raised a single finger, and a tiny piece of the swirling green mist split off from the cloud, passing through endless realms towards the lower realm it was watching. Afterwards, the entity lowered itself down once more.
Whether or not you can break free from your broken realm remains to be seen.
It mused aloud.
However, that struggle is yours alone. If you can't even overcome some greedy ants from a middle realm harvesting your realm's opportunities, then you aren't worthy of this one's attention. An interesting era approaches. Perhaps this next nap will be my last before the prophesized time.
Having said that, it returned to sleep. With every rise and fall of its chest, billions of lives ran their course, and endless plants were born and died. Each breath was a cycle of myriad life containing infinite energy of creation and destruction. I coughed and snapped awake, wondering how I was still alive. I didn't know what the hell had just happened. The last thing I remembered was breaking my spirit roots and unleashing chaos inside my body. Turning my gaze inwards, I found no evidence of the explosion except a few chipped bones and torn muscles, which were rapidly healing. The first thing I checked was where I'd broken my spirit roots. Instead of the empty hole I expected to find, there was some kind of void. I prodded it with my mind but received nothing. That was worrying and mysterious, but it was better than being dead. What I saw next shocked me. Somehow my Danton had formed while I was knocked out, with the empty void in its center. However, it was empty. I coughed, and a little bit of blood sprayed out. The wound in my chest was still there, the fire chi burning away at my lungs. I was confused, but grateful. I felt a faint sense of resonance with the empty void in my Danton, but left it alone for now. Best not to mess with things I didn't understand. That hadn't gone so well last time. Inspecting my body, I came up with a quick checklist of things to do. I was in a strange state of existence right now. No longer in the body-tempering realm, but not quite a chi-gathering cultivator yet. Because I didn't possess a single drop of chi. It was time to finish when I'd started. I also needed to figure out if I could reattach my severed arm. Some of my theories had missed the mark, but trusting in my physique was not a mistake. I continued to refine my blood essence, and soon it was all used up. After the massive quantity of blood essence was used, a single stream of vibrant green medicinal energy remained, similar to chi, but missing something essential. I guided it towards my Danton, where hopefully I could absorb some spiritual energy from my surroundings and finish the last step. However, the moment the energy entered my Danton, I felt a pull I couldn't resist. I tried to maintain control, but it was like a tug-of-war between Shan Wu and an ant. The result was inevitable. My energy slipped from my grasp and was greedily devoured by the strange void. I panicked. That was the only energy I had. All the blood essence I'd carefully gathered from my healing technique up to 11-star body tempering was contained in that strand of energy. Was this the end of my path? Another cruel trick by the heavens? Keep me alive but make me mortal once more? However, as I was complaining, a loud thump like a heartbeat echoed through my body. A million new sensations assaulted me, and I keeled over in shock. The breath of the trees, the mycelium talking beneath the soil, the whispers of the air, and the dazzling caress of the sun throughout. I was seeing the world in a new light. Most of all, I felt the endless, infinite energy that was present in everything, the spiritual energy of the world that now rushed towards my Danton. The void hungrily absorbed spiritual energy for a few seconds, until the entire forest clearing was drained. Then, a short moment later, A single drop of verdant green energy was squeezed from the void, splashing against the bottom of my Danten. A smile crossed my face as I double-checked just to make sure, but there was no mistake. That was a drop of chi. Not ordinary chi either, but chi containing potent medicinal and other mysterious qualities. I couldn't even figure most of it out myself. Whatever that strange void had done had boosted the potency of my medicinal energy by a ridiculous amount. However, it was too early to get complacent. There was still one more step to complete before I could claim to have achieved the chi gathering realm. Simply having a Danten with a drop of chi splashing around wasn't enough. What allowed cultivators in the chi gathering realm to use their chi to perform techniques and arts was the meridians that let it flow. To stabilize my breakthrough and reach 1-star chi gathering, I needed to open the first of 8 meridians. I closed my eyes and tried to feel within my body, searching for the meridian. At first, I had little success, but I soon found it. It felt like a knot blocking the flow of chi from my Danten. First, I simply took the drop of chi and smashed it against the knot, but that had no effect. I facepalmed as I realized my error. I was no brute. My path was not that of a warrior, but a healer. One should not judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree. Taking hold of the chi once more, I tried to shape it, but it was difficult. After dozens of tries, my control improved, and I was able to find an appropriate form. I settled on a short, blade-like shape, a scalpel. Taking the scalpel of chi, I thrust it into the knot and then slashed. It carved through the blockage like paper, the chi exploding apart and rushing to fill the meridian. There were many smaller knots and bumps inside, impurities. However, my medicinal chi burnt them away. It was almost like corrosion. The toxic properties of my blood essence seemed to remain even after going through a metamorphosis. Once I had cleared the entire meridian, my chi rushed through, forming a complete cycle that it flowed through a few more times under my guidance. Every revolution seemed to absorb more spiritual energy from my surroundings, but there wasn't much left, so I stopped after a while. Without realizing, the wound in my chest had healed. In fact, every part of my body felt better than ever. My muscles had become quite large during the body tempering realm, but after the breakthrough they had condensed. Furthermore, there was no need to attach my severed arm back to my shoulder. Breaking through into the chi gathering realm had caused my body to undergo a final refinement, which had regrown the limb. I desperately wished I had paid more attention during the process, but the last place my concentration went was on my body. I had wanted to understand everything about chi and the formation of my Danten instead. I would need a mirror or some water to see the full extent of the changes, but so far I liked what I saw. My skin was smooth and unblemished, seeming to sparkle in the sunlight. Next, I went around the clearing, making sure to heal all the injured disciples before tying them to a nearby tree. Supposedly, an elder of the Cloudy Falls sect was on the way, and I didn't want to be here when they arrived. My original goal was accomplished. I had reached 1-star chi gathering. There were many parts about which I was confused, and the mysteries I needed to unravel had only multiplied, becoming more enigmatic. On the other hand, I had solidified my path. The largest bottleneck was overcome, my broken spirit roots. The only thing standing in the way of my advance now was my own lack of comprehension and resources. I'd planned to return to Three River City at this point, but that would be giving up on the opportunity of a lifetime. My gaze turned towards Jagged Sword Peak. At the top was a potent spirit spring. Within that pond, the 10 Ascensions Lily was going to bloom, a treasure whose every petal allowed a cultivator to advance 1 star in the chi gathering realm. I'd been naive when I first transmigrated here, trying to avoid all bloodshed in the hopes of living a peaceful life. I wasn't going to search for fights, but I did need to become more powerful if I wanted those around me to have the freedom to enjoy a peaceful existence. My mind was set, and I left the clearing behind. For some reason, I felt like a colossal weight had been lifted from my shoulders, and my steps were light as I made my way towards the peak. I was now a cultivator in truth, prepared for whatever heaven and earth could throw my way. I was excited to see what was waiting at the peak. Chapter 36. Wang Ren's glaive flashed like lightning, his movements as fluid as a river as he clashed with 2 disciples of the Soaring Sword sect at once. His body was covered in cuts, but he was holding his own despite the unfavorable odds. The same couldn't be said for all his allies, as the brutal battle ran its course at the summit of Jagged Sword Peak. 3 groups of cultivators were fighting each other at the same time, all for a chance at claiming the 10 Ascensions Lily. Wang Ren expected a measure of betrayal during this outing from the sect. Even among fellow disciples, competition was fierce. They wouldn't even hesitate to stab their fellow martial brothers and sisters in the back for a chance to break through a single star, let alone for a treasure as valuable as the 10 Ascensions Lily. A single petal could allow a chi-gathering cultivator to advance by 1 star, and the entire flower supposedly bloomed with 5 petals. If one claimed the entire lily for themselves, they would soar through the chi-gathering realm in a single swoop. Such a thing was almost unheard of in the Celestial Jade Empire. Typically, cultivators struggled for dozens of years to reach the peak of the chi-gathering realm, with many never achieving it at all. What had shocked him was the utter disregard for their fellow disciples' lives that the leaders of the expedition had shown. Wang Ren was only valued for his strength and talent, but Sun Deng had literally thrown the weakest in their group, a 1-star inner disciple without any backing, in the path of a sword slash directed at him. Right now, he couldn't even consider trying to claim the 10 Ascensions Lily. He continued to guide his chi through complex flows, employing the drifting cloud steps while his glaive danced around him like a whirlwind. His weapon was well suited to this style of fighting, 2 hands manipulating the heavy polearm as he deflected and parried the sword strikes of his opponents. A few broke through here and there, leaving shallow cuts on his skin. Fighting with his focus split on 2 enemies and 2 techniques at the same time was draining. He knew he wouldn't last forever, which meant he had to take a risk. The 10 Ascensions Lily hadn't shown any sign of blooming yet. He'd wanted to save his strength for the real battle, where the elites present would clash to claim the treasure. He sighed. Perhaps he had been a little arrogant. He was still only a 2-star cultivator after all, while many of those present were 4 or 5-star chi-gathering cultivators. Nonetheless, he would persevere. He would try to claim at least 1 petal for himself. If that failed, he could just resort to assisting Sun Deng and pray the bastard shared. Turning his focus back to the battle, he suddenly stopped moving. The 2 sword cultivators were caught by surprise, but their movements were fluid and they didn't stumble. In fact, they didn't delay at all as they resumed their joint attack. Wang Ren had a breath's worth of time before their blades reached his body. That was plenty. His chi flowed like a raging river, rushing back to fill his dantian as he stopped using drifting cloud steps and swinging his glaive. What came next required little thought. The shattering earth, carving heaven heavy glaive was imprinted in his muscles and meridians. The chi flows and movements were second nature after intensive training. Elder Bong was a ruthless master who was hard on his disciple, but Wang Ren did not resent him. Not only had his training allowed his cultivation and martial prowess to soar, but Elder Bong was even harsher on himself than others. It was hard to hate a man so dedicated to his path. Wang Ren still hadn't mastered the first technique of his master's glaive arts. That meant every time he used shattering earth, carving heaven heavy glaive, it damaged his body. He could accept that trade-off. Better to be injured than dead. Right before the first sword reached him, Wang Ren let out a chi-infused war cry that shook the earth and stopped the 2 cultivators in their tracks for a brief moment. That instant of hesitation was when he struck. Chi condensed on the end of his glaive as he swung it down with enough force to break boulders. He wasn't quite at the level of shattering earth just yet, but it was enough to defeat those at a similar cultivation. The first sword cultivator recovered from his shout and raised his blade to block. The glaive smashed it aside like dry reeds and carved the man in half from shoulder to waist. But it didn't stop there. The strike had plenty of momentum left. Wang Ren was impassive to the destruction he wrought as his swing continued. The second disciple had more time to react, and she actually shifted the course of his blow to the left. Her actions allowed her to avoid death, but he still delivered a deep wound from her thigh to her calf. Crimson blood dripped to the floor in rivers, and she glared in defiance.
"How dare you kill Junior Brother! Bastard! Prepare to witness the might of my whirling sword dance!"
she cried, tossing a pill into her mouth and rushing at Wang Ren. The cut on her leg slowly closed as she ran, but her movements were a little unsteady. He was breathing heavily, the taste of blood in his mouth. A few of his smaller spirit veins had burst while the flow of his chi was still erratic.
It appears I may need to rely on Sun Deng after all.
He sighed inwardly. Similar scenes were playing out around the Spirit Spring, with disciples of the 2 sects split into hastily created factions and killing indiscriminately. For the most part, the disciples of the Soaring Sword sect did not fight each other, focusing on killing those from the Cloudy Falls sect. The same could not be said for the latter group. The Cloudy Falls sect's disciples were in chaos, Different groups competing for the 10 Ascensions Lily were fighting off the sword cultivators, but also slaughtering each other in the treasure-hunting frenzy. It was impossible to tell which group would emerge on top. All of them were led by middle-stage chi-gathering cultivators, 4- or 5-star elites of their respective sects. Blood sprayed everywhere, plenty of it splashing into the once pristine spirit pond. What none of the cultivators present noticed, however, was how the streams of blood subtly flowed towards the sealed lily pad in the center of the pond. I raced up the mountain paths, unhindered by any obstacles. I thought I was fast at 11-star body tempering, but breaking through to the chi-gathering realm had increased my speed exponentially. Boulders and twisting roots proved no obstacle at all, my steps light as I kicked against the ground. I pushed my body further, trying to reach my goal as fast as possible. The reason I was in such a rush was the same reason as before. I was coated in stinky black gunk. The foul-smelling impurities had once more been expelled from my body after my breakthrough, and my urgent need for a bath had only increased. The spirit pond at the summit of Jagged Sword Peak was calling to me. The blessed waters would finally bring an end to this cursed existence of filth. I was a little surprised at how easy the journey was. I'd expected to see a few awakened beasts at least, or perhaps some other cultivators. But instead, it was just me and the quiet whispers of the wind as it meandered through the mountains. A sense of unease crept into my mind, but I suddenly realized why it would be so empty. Everyone here was probably fighting over the 10 Ascensions Lily. Perhaps even the awakened beasts would try to claim it? Could beasts even use natural treasures? They probably could. Otherwise, human cultivators would have a crazy advantage over them. Though, beasts were a lot sturdier and could cultivate simply through consuming beast cores than just staying alive for a long time. The heavens were fair to all, except geniuses and prodigies, who seemed to get ridiculous advantages over ordinary cultivators, and mortals, who lived a miserable existence due to their weakness and the constant threat of violence. You might not wake up one morning because a passing cultivator was in a bad mood and decided to take their frustrations out on your village. Or if you were a young woman, perhaps they took a liking to your appearance and stole you away to be in their harem. I shuddered at the thought. I thought back to Earth. It was emotionally demanding enough to be entangled with one woman, so why would you seek out more? Rant about horny cultivators over, I continued onward. After a while, strange noises came from above. Screams and shouts, the clashing of blades and the roars of beasts. More than the sound, I felt a pull deep inside, urging me towards the summit. For the first time, I felt the effects of my oath beyond my physique or broken spirit roots. There were people to be healed, and perhaps if I played my cards right, a treasure to claim. With renewed vigor, I leapt up the mountainside. The sounds of battle grew louder with every passing moment, and I soon detected the rampaging chi. I saw the explosion of color before I felt its effects, all kinds of chi present. There was a narrow pathway between two boulders, and I squeezed myself through as I reached the top of the mountain. The clash of swords and the scent of blood in the air was overpowering, but it couldn't overcome the foul stench of impurities that had clung to me all this time. What I saw when I emerged from the narrow pathway reminded me of my previous life. The hell on earth that was war. I'd experienced the brutality of cultivators firsthand, but this was the first time I was seeing a large-scale battle in this world. It was truly horrifying, the casual ease with which they slaughtered one another. I couldn't blame the beasts. They were simply following their instincts and acting as nature demanded. However, the humans were another matter. More than the corpses strewn everywhere and the dizzying array of techniques on display, my gaze was drawn to a sparkling pond in the center of the rocky bowl. The waters were polluted with blood, the liquid seemingly alive as it rushed towards a solitary lily pad in the middle of the spirit pond. The flower itself was still hidden, but it seemed to swell with every passing moment. I lamented the awful behavior of these cultivators. How dare they? I'd struggled and fought, all in the hopes of reaching this hallowed ground and claiming my true prize. Yet now that I was here, I found the promised bath unusable. I clenched my fist, restraining my fury. I would not resort to violence over this, no matter how unforgivable it was. Amongst the endless clashes, I spotted a familiar face. It was the same fire cultivator who'd almost killed me once before. I should try my best to avoid him, unless I wanted to reach an early grave. Instead of worrying about the state of my hygiene or treasures, I decided to do what I'd originally come to the mountains for: While many of the bodies on the ground were devoid of life, there were plenty of badly injured cultivators and beasts who had yet to draw their last breath, hovering between life and death. I was curious about whether my techniques would still work now that I no longer had any blood essence. Then again, the original used chi, so it should be fine. In fact, my breakthrough had unlocked a world of possibilities. The toxic properties of my blood essence remained in my chi, giving me ideas for new cures and deadly techniques alike. Too much medicine was poison, while poison could also be used to cure. Such was the way of the world. There was more insight to be gained from that simple concept, but comprehension escapes me. I would need more time, and perhaps some secluded cultivation. I'd been thrown from one event to the next ever since my arrival in this world, without any time to rest. As I made my way through the chi-gathering realm, I would need to consider the Tao. For me, it might be easier than most. I already knew the path I wished to tread. It was just a case of discovering where I would stop along the way. First, returning to the basics. I descended into the rocky basin as stealthily as I could manage. Which was to say, I was quite conspicuous. Nonetheless, I managed to reach my first patient without being spotted by a nearby cultivator. They were all too focused on killing each other to notice my arrival. I knelt beside the female sword cultivator, her blade lying useless on the ground beside her. I couldn't tell which was more bloodstained, her blue robes or the sword. Clearly, she hadn't gone down without a fight. This was a perfect candidate to test my healing technique with chi for the first time. Without my help, she would soon succumb to her wounds, so I was sure she wouldn't complain about being healed, even if it was a bumpy ride. That was assuming something went wrong, of course. I felt the chi in my dantian, still just a single drop, but brimming with more power than all my blood essence combined. Truly a qualitative difference. No wonder all these cultivators were obsessed with advancing on their path. Becoming drunk on one's power was easy. Restraint took a strong will. My chi was not as excitable as my blood essence had been. Where before I barely had to guide the technique, now I had to focus my intent. The chi swirled in my dantian before rushing through my first meridian. I guided it towards my outstretched fingers and towards the unconscious woman. I still remembered Wang Ren using the chi healing technique, the image of his chi flowing through his hands and sealing the disciple's severed arm with ease imprinted in my memory. Another benefit of the breakthrough was a noticeable increase in my mind's processing speed and memory recall, which worked wonders here. Frowning, I realized I'd forgotten one crucial aspect. Wang Ren had made a hand seal when he cast the technique, but I'd never needed to, due to my blood essence's eagerness to work with me. However, it seemed to not be an issue. Despite being less erratic, my chi was medicinal in nature, and, combined with my intent to heal the female disciple, it smoothly entered her body. The first thing I noticed was how much smoother the process was. With blood essence, the spark seemed blind and needed to travel through my patient's body to discover the injuries, even when I could see their condition from the outside. Chi was better in every way. Perhaps it was the intent behind the technique, but the drop of chi flowed like a raging river as it traveled from one wound to the next. The female disciple had been covered in cuts, with one of her hands severed entirely. In a few seconds, almost all the external wounds had vanished. A stream of green chi swirled around her chest, joined by the woman's own chi in a potent whirlpool. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my temple and winced, but I managed to maintain skin contact. The pain dissipated, but a lingering ache clung to my skull. My gaze darted around, but there was no one looking my way, and no enemies nearby who might have struck from the shadows. Perhaps I had overexerted myself in my excitement? Thankfully, my technique had almost run its course. The disciple coughed and then began breathing regularly once more. A strand of chi raced into my arm, a few remnants of foreign chi still clinging on. Before she could wake up and attack me, I moved on. While walking towards the next injured cultivator, I inspected my chi as it returned to my dantian. Something strange occurred as the drop of chi passed out of my first meridian and into my dantian. The single drop of chi splashed against the bottom, but all the lingering remnants of the woman's chi were sucked into the void in my dantian. A few seconds later, a second drop of green chi dripped from the empty void and splashed against the first. A wave of relaxation spread through my body, and the headache was washed away. I circulated both drops through my meridian and smiled. My cultivation may have improved, but some things never change. Before I could reach my second patient, I was forced to stop to dodge a three-pronged dagger that flashed in front of my eyes. When it crashed into the rocks, a small explosion occurred, sending sharp shards in all directions. I threw up my arms to guard my face and spread my senses outwards. A smart decision that paid off immediately as I felt something to my left. A graceful step later, I found myself face to face with a scowling woman wearing the red robes of a Cloudy Falls sect inner disciple. "Any chance we could talk this out, fellow cultivator?" I offered, plastering a friendly smile on my face. Her reply was to raise 2 daggers identical to the one that had nearly exploded my head. Chapter 37. I danced around the corpses and bodies of barely breathing cultivators as I tried to evade her rapid strikes. The female disciple was as fast as the wind, and every time I dodged one slash, I found another arcing towards me. My meager knowledge of Earth's martial arts had allowed me to contend with practitioners in the body-tempering realm, but I found myself severely outmatched by this woman. She was 2-star from what I could tell, only a single minor realm between us, but her techniques were a step above my own. Which wasn't difficult, given that I had no combat techniques whatsoever. The previous Zhao Dan had only obtained one opportunity to select a technique from the sect library, and he'd chosen a defensive one. However, his hastily scrawled notes on it were far from enough for me to utilize it properly. Thus, I was at a disadvantage only made worse when I stumbled, and one of her daggers carved 3 crimson valleys in my side. The side of her mouth curled upwards, and she pressed harder, the speed of her attacks increasing even further. The next slash was so fast I heard the whoosh of wind as she went for the kill. I managed to step out of the way just in time, but the next strike was already at my neck. I felt the cold grip of death closing around my throat. But right before her strike landed, I felt the earth rumble, and the female disciple threw herself to the side. All I saw was a flash of silver as the glaive descended. The ground where my opponent had stood an instant before was shattered, an ornate glaive buried in the stone. Looking up, I cracked a smile as I saw the face of my savior.
"Junior Brother Zhou, what a coincidence this is,"
said Wang Ren before I could speak. "Ha! A coincidence, he says. I came to the mountains for a bit of training and to seek enlightenment, but ended up getting tangled in this bloodthirsty chase for a potent treasure," I replied, standing up and clasping his arm. "It's great to see you well, Senior Brother Wang. I hope those arrogant young masters and geniuses in the inner sect haven't been too much to handle."
"Ha! What geniuses? Everyone is a genius somewhere, but most are just noisy chickens and pigs when the time for action arrives. The heavens are equal in their judgment," he said with mirth. "I am surprised to see you here. I am shocked but pleased to see your cultivation has progressed so rapidly."
Perhaps the sect was simply the wrong environment required to advance my path. I have experienced much since my expulsion, and it has led to some meager insights, I replied, glancing over his shoulder as the female disciple's sword shot towards his neck. However, before I could even warn him, the ground beneath his feet cracked as Wang Ren stomped his feet. The shudder knocked the girl off balance, and her blade swung wide. His glaive was carving through the air like a diving hawk the next moment. His opponent managed to escape the brunt of the strike, but screamed as the edge of the blade caught her wrist. Blood sprayed the earth as her hand was severed, falling against the ground. Wang Ren was merciless, already striking a second time before she'd comprehended her fate. His glaive buried itself in her heart, and her arms dropped to her side. With a grunt, he flicked her body from his weapon and deftly removed the blood in a single graceful movement. A cough caught in my throat. This was the first time I'd seen Wang Ren fight with his life on the line, and it was a far cry from the kind senior brother I knew from my memories and the first day I awoke in this world. Then again, even the gentlest of cultivators was still that, a cultivator, one who would seek to advance by any means necessary. That was something I still hadn't fully grasped. To me, the 10 Ascensions Lily was merely a bonus on my journey to the mountains, but to everyone else here, it represented far more. The opportunity to advance in leaps and bounds represented status, power, and a longer life. Coming from a world where everyone was equal in death and still not even 50 years old, I couldn't wrap my head around it yet. Maybe my perspective would shift when I lived beyond a century, though I would have to get there first. With how often I was finding my life threatened in recent days, that was not a guarantee. "You know, it would help me a lot if you could try to leave them alive," I said as Wang Ren returned to my side.
"Oh? Why are you showing care towards these intruders of the Soaring Sword sect?" Wang Ren asked, raising a brow. "I know being expelled had to bite deep, But surely you haven't betrayed your former home so fast.
Nothing of the sort. I dismissed his accusation with a wave. My cultivation method is a little unique. I'm not quite sure of the specifics, but I mostly condense chi through healing others.
That is strange. I have never heard of such a method. Is this some strange art you picked up during your time in the world below?
Something like that. I suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation of dread. My breath hitched in my lungs, and my heart felt as though it was being grasped by icy tendrils of darkness. A cold sensation brushed against my neck, followed by a sharp clang of steel. Less than a breath's time had passed, and I wasn't quite sure what had happened. But I now found myself staring at a pair of obsidian eyes with a gaze reminiscent of a snake's. "Wang Ren, you dare impede this sovereign's blade?" he snarled, gaze turning towards my former senior brother. A sword was pressed against my neck, a single drop of blood running down the blade from where it had ever so slightly broken my skin. I would have lost my head if not for the ornate glaive currently pushing against it. Wang Ren had saved my life. But as I glanced down and saw the bright red robes of my would-be assassin, I couldn't help but furrow my brow in confusion. This entire situation continued to grow more confusing. Furthermore, I saw sweat glistening on Wang Ren's brow and heard his heavy breaths as he continued resisting the force of the sword. Even now, the man was still attempting to kill me. And as a 5-star chi-gathering cultivator, I would be utterly unable to stop him.
Senior brother's son, forgive my actions. I mean no disrespect. This cultivator is an acquaintance of mine, a former member of our Cloudy Falls sect. I cannot stand by and watch you take his life.
He wheezed through a clenched jaw. "Former disciple, you say?" he said, appraising me anew. "Do you mean that former disciple? Junior brother Wang, you really should keep better company if you intend to continue advancing through the ranks of the sect. Talentless trash who couldn't survive in the outer sect are not worthy of your attention." I felt like now wouldn't be the best time to point out that since leaving, my rate of cultivation far surpassed most disciples in the Cloudy Falls sect. Or, for that matter, the entire Celestial Jade Empire. Luckily, ever-reliable senior brother Wang was there to ensure I didn't lose face. Or my head.
Rumors are just that. You of all people should know better than to believe the ramblings of the masses, senior brother's son. If all stories spread through the sect are to be believed, you only obtained your position through nepotism.
Wang Ren had to hold up a hand to forestall the other man's complaint.
I do not say this to insult you. I have experienced your skill with the sword and the force of your techniques myself. I know that you deserve your position in the inner sect, regardless of your master's status. I simply mean to say that you shouldn't believe everything you hear.
The man narrowed his eyes, staring at Wang Ren as though he were deciding whether to kill him on the spot or embrace him for his praise. In the end, he removed his sword from my neck and flicked the drop of blood from the tip. Your choices are your own to make, as are your mistakes. This is the last time you will block my blade, unless you wish to enter the 6 paths anew, junior brother Wang. He flicked his sleeves as he turned back to the battle and pointed a finger at me without looking back. You, make yourself useful. Wang Ren cannot save you twice. Perhaps if you contribute enough here, a portion of the rewards will find their way to your pockets. Wang Ren chuckled and turned back to me, raising his huge glaive with a single hand as though it were a child's toy.
Well, it seems as though Sun Dang won't kill you for now. Unfortunately, we are fighting against not just the Soaring Sword sect, but other disciples of the Cloudy Falls sect. A vicious battle, but such is the way of heaven and earth. Beasts die for food, men die for wealth, he said, with an expression reminiscent of a wise elder. I suppose this time the beasts are dying for wealth too, he added with a laugh. That look doesn't suit you, I remarked. Stick to swinging that big thing around. He scoffed. Give me some face here. I'm supposed to be the senior brother. As you say, senior brother Wang, lead the way. I was a bit frustrated that my efforts had been thwarted. Nothing was stopping me from continuing to heal the wounded, but I doubted this Sun Dang fellow would consider it a meritorious contribution. Reconsidering my hasty approach to situations was definitely in order. If I'd returned to Three River City instead of allowing my greed to lure me here, I wouldn't be in this situation. Then again, if I hadn't come to the summit of Jagged Sword Peak, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to make such gains in my cultivation.
If I managed to survive this bloody battlefield reminiscent of hell, my cultivation could soar beyond a mere one-star chi gathering. Again, I worried about unstable foundations and rushing through the realms, but thus far it hadn't seemed to cause any issues. However, the body tempering realm was the lowest of them all, involving no spiritual energy, chi, or even much enlightenment. I knew each step ahead of me now would be more difficult than the last. I looked out over the carnage. It was as though heaven and earth had been upturned, leaving cultivators and beasts slaughtering one another. How many of them would genuinely have a chance to claim the 10 Ascensions Lily? It didn't matter in the end. What determined the outcome was whether they believed they had a chance or not. While I was here, I would try to ensure that these foolish battle maniacs wouldn't die a dog's death. Wang Ren was confident as he returned to the melee, his glaive whirling around his body in fluid arcs as he charged at the nearest person in the robes of the Soaring Sword sect. I followed him, wondering how I could even begin to assist in a battle of this caliber. I ended up not needing to do much. Like the unfortunate female disciple who had been attacking me, he dispatched this next opponent with ease. He'd always been talented, but the memories of him I had didn't quite match the indomitable warrior I saw before me. He was like Guan Yu, carving his way through the battlefield. Every now and then, I would stop and kneel beside an injured victim, whether cultivator or beast. My chi didn't discriminate. All under the heavens were worthy of healing. What happened after that was their business, in most cases anyway. Some people did not deserve a scrap of kindness. I was absent-mindedly circulating my chi while watching Wang Ren's back, when it suddenly struck me. My chi had faint toxic properties, absorbed during the body tempering realm. My only combat technique until now had been the rather sadistic cancer touch, which I felt should be saved as a last resort and not unleashed wantonly on whoever I fought. Poison was still viewed in a rather negative light, but as I knew, it was just another form of medicine. Two sides of the same coin. It was only a hypothesis, but I felt that I was on the right path. There was a sense of resonance from within, urging me forward. I gathered my chi, of which I now had 4 droplets, swirling it around my meridian and back to my Danton. Focusing on its medicinal energies, I tried to shift it towards corruption rather than restoration. At first, it was futile. Nothing happened, and I even coughed blood when my practice was interrupted by a sudden heavy impact to the chest. Looking up, I realized I'd been struck by a stone monkey. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it was laughing while pointing its tail at me. Vicious bastard! The awakened beast was far larger than any of the stone monkeys I'd fought on the way up the mountain, and from the feel of its chi, I'd put it somewhere in the 2-star chi gathering. I had barely reached 1-star chi gathering, so the monkey was about 2 realms stronger than I. That wasn't a huge gap, but it was enough to put me in danger. Wang Ren was currently occupied clashing blades with a skilled sword cultivator who refused to go down as easily as his sect mates had. Today, this mountain range was earning its name. It had become a mountain of blades atop seas of fire as blood streamed into the once pristine pond. While the monkey was stronger than I had the knowledge gained from dozens of battles against its kin. I felt I had a solid grasp of its strengths and weaknesses. To quote the great Sun Tzu, "If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles." I was still working on the whole know myself part, but I certainly knew about these monkeys. When its tail shivered, I knew what was coming. My movements were like floating clouds as I avoided the stone spikes, but they were far faster than I'd expected. The last of the 3 spikes scratched against my cheek, drawing blood. The wound burnt faintly, the first sting of battle. This annoying beast had interrupted me right on the verge of an epiphany, but perhaps I could learn through action instead. One teaching I'd retained from Zhao Dan's memories had been administered on the first day he joined the sect. The sect leader himself had made an appearance. The only time Zhao Dan had ever seen him in person was that day, and offered the new disciples sage words of wisdom. Cultivation is the eternal refining of one's vessel towards immortality. Through the spiritual energy of the world, we achieve physical purity. Through meditation, we may glean insights into the Tao. But it is only in the crucible of struggle that one's comprehension may become tangible progress. The language was a little flowery, but the core message behind his words was that you couldn't reach the pinnacle of cultivation just by sitting around and meditating. It was like medicine in a way. I studied for 7 years at university, but I wasn't allowed to practice as a doctor until I'd done a few years shadowing senior doctors on the job. All this was a long way of saying that instead of trying to figure things out without context, I needed a suitable opponent to test my theories on. I ducked under another round of stone spikes, but the awakened monkey beast was far from done. I was forced to throw my arms up to guard against a heavy punch. My whole body shook from the impact, and I was pushed backwards. My arms ached, and I found myself more than willing to use the monkey as a test subject for my first attempt at a chi poison. Chapter 38. I was forced to resort to regular martial arts as the battle between the awakened monkey beast and me unfolded. My attempts to manipulate my chi were unsuccessful. Whatever toxic properties existed before adamantly refused to emerge. That didn't mean I was losing the battle. Chi was a potent energy, and my every strike was devastating under its influence. Despite that, the monkey beast continued to pound me with a relentless barrage of blows. Apart from being a spike launcher, its tail was able to smash into me from awkward angles. Fighting with one less limb than your opponent was quite the disadvantage, and I soon found myself covered in cuts and bruises. I tried everything while exchanging blows with the awakened monkey beast. Urging my chi to change had little effect. Physically trying to squeeze the venom from it as I infused my strikes with it only threw me off balance. After dozens of failed attempts, I was losing hope that my idea held merit. Perhaps the toxins my blood essence devoured had been lost during my breakthrough. With how effectively my physique seemed to refine materials into medicinal energy, I wouldn't be surprised, but it would be a disappointment. I winced as the monkey's sharp tail pierced all the way through my forearm, sending hot lances of pain down the limb. I tried to pull back, but it suddenly grabbed hold of my arm, locking us in place. I felt a shiver run down its tail and into my arm. Knowing what was coming, I panicked as I stared into the stone spike about to get blasted through my head. At that moment, as I walked the line between life and death, inspiration struck me like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. The way my blood essence had gained toxic properties during the body tempering realm was by devouring the essence of the spirit snake, and during my submersion in the toxic sludge pool. Devouring. I didn't know all the secrets behind my body or my cultivation, and I wasn't going to pretend a single moment of inspiration had changed that, but I felt as though I was onto something momentous. For now, just a glimpse of understanding was enough. My chi needed to devour. I couldn't just force it to shift without an impetus. The shiver ran down the monkey's tail, fast approaching where it was embedded in my forearm. At the same moment, it fired a stone spike directly at my head, and I flooded it with chi. It had my arm in a vice grip, and I couldn't escape the spike. Instead, I kicked against its legs and managed to nudge my shoulder upwards to absorb the strike. The razor point of the spike buried itself deep in my flesh, searing pain radiating from the entry wound. The monkey beast screeched in satisfaction, placing a hardened foot in my stomach as it disengaged. I doubled over and coughed blood, vision blurring. However, I couldn't stop a radiant smile from forming on my face. I'd done it. 4 droplets of chi raced along the monkey's tail. Inside my dantian, they were usually a bright green color that reminded me of pharmacy signs or prairie grass. That had changed as I created a new technique in the moment, shifting to a darker, more malevolent green. The kind of green that a really cliché bottle of poison might be in a cartoon. If all I'd accomplished was altering the color of my chi, it would be a disappointing failure. Trading the integrity of my shoulder for that would be a shitty deal. Truth be told, I wouldn't know exactly what I'd done until the technique ran its course, but I was watching with rapt attention as the monkey started screeching in pain and confusion. Dark green veins appeared on its tail, and the flesh towards the tip began to rot as necrosis took hold. I let out a deep sigh of exasperation. I wanted to be a healer, but so far, I only seemed able to create disturbingly violent techniques. Well, there was my surgically efficient healing technique, but it lacked creativity. And I'd sort of copied it from the existing chi healing technique. The only real difference was how it helped me cultivate, which, for all I knew, might have more to do with my physique than the technique itself. I stood there observing the monkey screech in confusion and hop around as the poison chi weaved its way towards the base of its spine. By now, half of its tail had rotted and crumbled away. Considering the difference in cultivation between the awakened beast and me, I was pleased with the potency. Unfortunately, I had been preoccupied with the giant stone spike blasting into my shoulder to notice how I'd pulled off the transformation. Trial and error seemed to be necessary. A huge pulse of chi was expelled out of the monkey's tail, and the poison was eradicated. Less than a second later, I realized I'd made a grave miscalculation. My chi hadn't returned, my Danton now dry and parched like a desert. I'd grown so used to techniques which restored my blood essence and often increased it that subconsciously I'd integrated that into my combat style. Now that I'd used a technique that consumed chi with no equivalent reward, I'd thrown myself into the net. A loud screech broke me from my thoughts as the monkey threw itself at me, now even more enraged. Its strikes were weaker than before, which was perhaps the only reason it didn't squash me like an ant instantly. I assumed that was due to it using most of its chi to expel the poison. Nonetheless, I was still suffering under the heavy strikes of a 3-star awakened beast. My bones groaned under the force. It was overpowering me. It was times like this that I wished I cultivated a normal method. Maybe then I could breathe to restore my... I'm an idiot. Zhao Dan's notes had a passage about absorbing ambient spiritual energy through breathing. He'd never needed to use that knowledge, though, given that he got stuck at 4-star body tempering. I wanted to try it out, but it was difficult to enter a focused state akin to meditation while being beaten bloody by a rampaging awakened beast. Then again, did I need to follow the Cloudy Falls sect methods exactly? My refined lungs produced energy when I breathed, but at a very low rate. Far too low to restore my chi, unfortunately. What I needed were some medicinal materials to refine into energy. My gaze darted around the basin, only to land on the bloody spirit pond. Risky. Jumping into a pond of liquid spiritual energy would devastate my body. As a lowly 1-star, my vessel didn't have the capacity to handle that much raw energy. Then again, the only other alternative was a painful death at the hands of an angry monkey beast. If I were a gambling man, I knew where I'd put my spirit stones. I timed a dodge to the monkey's next punch, not avoiding it fully, but letting it clip me on the side of the chest. That gave me extra momentum as I rolled backwards and gracefully stood up in a single fluid movement. The agility granted me by breaking through to the chi-gathering realm was put to full use as I proceeded to dart across the battlefield, dodging corpses, flying weapons, and the erratic misfire of spiritual techniques. I looked at the few badly injured but still breathing cultivators on the ground. If I hadn't used all my chi in a single moment, I could have tried healing them quickly to replenish my reserves. Hindsight is omniscient, after all. The rice had been cooked, and now I had to eat my fill. I reached the edge of the spirit pond, at which point I felt a few powerful auras slam into me as the 4- and 5-star cultivators across the basin took notice of my actions. Unfortunately for them, it was too late to stop me. I threw myself over the edge, soaring through the air for a brief moment before I slammed into the ice-cold spiritual water. Immediately, I felt the sting as 1,000 tendrils of spiritual energy attempted to burrow into my body through my skin. It was agonizing, even though my skin resisted. Perhaps there were some advantages to reaching 11-star body tempering. That didn't last long. Soon, the first strand of energy pierced my skin and dug into my flesh like a sentient needle of ice. I clenched my jaw through the pain. I gasped as my head broke the surface, and I wiped a mixture of blood and spirit water from my eyes. Before my reckless leap, the battlefield had been disjointed and chaotic. Now, I watched as disciples of opposing sects and awakened beasts who'd been slaughtering each other moments before rushed towards the spirit pond with a singular purpose. All of them were glaring at me with undisguised hatred and anger. They thought I was trying to get the jump on them and steal the 10 Ascensions Lily while everyone was distracted. I'd only wanted to save myself from the damn spirit monkey. I heard a screech followed by a splash. Looking down, I saw the monkey in question had thrown itself into the pond and was swimming towards me rapidly. Its technique was horrid, but it was gaining ground. Water? Fast. I followed suit, swimming towards the center of the pond to escape. About 5 seconds later, a wave of herbal energy washed over me. Powerful currents swirled to life, and thick streams of blood slicked over my skin as I fought against the pull. Surfacing briefly, I saw that the flower bud on top of the lily pad was unfurling faster and faster as it absorbed more blood. My mouth was suddenly filled with water as I was yanked back into the spirit pond. Bubbles erupted from my mouth as I cursed in pain. My ankle had been crushed by the unrelenting grip of the stone monkey, the awakened beast unwilling to let me escape once more. The brief loss of control also allowed the endless tendrils of spiritual energy trying to pierce my skin to make rapid progress. Icy burns took hold all over my body as the potent natural treasure began to devour my flesh. I coughed blood as a heavy fist smashed into my stomach. My vision was dark, but I couldn't tell if it came from being underwater or because my consciousness was genuinely fading. The monkey's grip loosened and then vanished entirely as a pillar of flame erupted nearby, catching the tip of its right arm and leg in the explosive technique. I wondered how a pillar of fire could burn underwater. Cultivator bullshit, no doubt. Actually, that had a lot of merit. This was spiritual water after all, so it was sort of like throwing water on an oil fire. The flames spread like a nasty virus, and the monkey was forced to release me as it scrambled to put them out. I only had one good leg, but I swam like a fish from a shark as I raced towards the center of the pond. I doubted I could steal the 10 Ascensions Lily with so many powerful cultivators and beasts surrounding me, but what other choice did I have? Glancing back to see the monkey, I noticed it had managed to put out the flames. Its right limbs were both crippled in the process, but it wasted no time in racing after me. Its other limbs flailed in the water, and somehow it was gaining on me. The benefit of its higher cultivation, or the fact that beasts had more muscles, perhaps. I'd come this far, so there was only one way out. I would claim the 10 Ascensions Lily as it bloomed or die trying. The most likely outcome was my death at the hands of Zhao Dan or one of the other powerful disciples present. However, there was a sliver of hope that burnt within me. A tiny chance I might succeed. Unfortunately, the rampaging monkey didn't share my hope. I felt a heavy hand grasp my calf and pull me away from my goal when I was almost touching the edge of the lily pad. Spiritual energy burnt my flesh as the beast dragged me back. I felt something splash inside my dantian and chuckled inwardly. The heavens were cruel indeed. I'd recovered a single drop of chi due to the sheer quantity of spiritual energy in my body, exactly as I'd hoped when I leapt into the spirit pond. Unfortunately, it came a moment too late. I stared into the monkey beast's bloodshot eyes as it raised its fist sluggishly, the water slowing its movements. Even so, it still had the strength to end my life in a few blows. Or maybe just one. I felt like giving up. Giving the beast the satisfaction of vengeance. Consider it reparations for all the other monkey beasts I'd beaten within an inch of death during my visit to the Jagged Sword Mountains. Honestly, I'd been doing more of the punching and less of the healing than I'd intended. This world forced me onto a path I wasn't sure I liked. Even so, it felt right in more ways than one. I knew I was just being pessimistic as the shadow of death hung over me once more. Maybe I shouldn't have tried to stubbornly stick to healing. Oh. I had a reckless idea. But when one is on the line between life and death, any idea was worth exploring. Maybe a bit of healing would be enough of a shock to the monkey that it would let me slip away. I needed only a few seconds to reach the 10 Ascensions Lily, assuming none of the other cultivators killed me first. I turned my focus inwards, gathering the single drop of chi that splashed around in my dantian. I knew my healing technique still functioned in the chi-gathering realm, even more effectively than it had before, albeit with fewer gains in cultivation. The monkey had a firm grip on my leg, so I tried something I hadn't done before. Rather than use my hand, I figured if all I needed was skin contact to perform the technique, it should work just as well through any part of my body. Luckily, my hypothesis proved correct when the drop of chi seamlessly flowed into the monkey's wrist. At the last moment before I activated the technique, I had another minuscule flash of inspiration, remembering how I'd performed the poison chi technique. I really needed proper names for these techniques. It was getting hard to remember them all. My chi seemed disposed to devouring other forms of energy, so why not infuse that intent into my healing technique as well? If it aimed to devour afflictions rather than simply cure them, it might be even more potent. The effect was explosive. The drop of healing chi was lethargic at first, meandering down the monkey's arm. However, the moment it reached the first wound, it swirled and increased in speed, the wound closing at a visible rate as the chi split into two and continued into the rest of the body. Despite the healing being rather beneficial to the awakened beast, it was blinded by rage and acted without thinking. I saw a wave of chi explode from where I assumed its core was, the same method it had used to expel my poison. Apparently, even awakened beasts were still just that, beasts. The sliver of intent I'd infused into my technique at the last moment showed its worth, as the pulse of chi smashed into my swirling medicinal chi. However, instead of my chi being extinguished, it was like throwing more fuel on the fire. The pulse of chi crashed into my own, and the swirling green chi seemed to dance around it, growing in size and speed as the two energies clashed like raging waves and roaring thunder. My initial plan had been to unleash the healing technique and immediately make a break for the Lotus, sacrificing the chi and any potential gains to ensure my survival. But I found myself entranced by the mysterious technique I'd given birth to, even going so far as to grab hold of the monkey's arms while it was struck by confusion. Suddenly I felt woozy, my vision blurring for a breath's time as a mystical sensation took hold of my mind. Flower petals danced in the corners of my eyes, and I heard the tinkling of wind chimes in my ears. I broke free from the illusion a moment later, noticing that the monkey's eyes were still glazed over. My healing technique had yet to run its course. There was only one thing that could have caused such a phenomenon. Without surfacing, I would have no way to know for sure, but if I wasn't right about this, then the heavens had turned upside down. The 10 Ascensions lily had bloomed. My mind was torn between two enticing options. Watching my healing technique to completion would grant me more insight into how it worked, and perhaps allow me to increase my comprehension of my own physique and path. However, that might mean giving up the opportunity to claim the 10 Ascensions lily for myself. The part of my brain that loved the learning process wanted me to stay, not waste the precious drop of chi and discover the outcome of my technique. However, I had to be rational. The lily wouldn't quite allow me to ascend to the heavens in a single leap, but it would go a long way towards improving my cultivation. I also suspected that the potent herbal treasure would possibly benefit my physique as well, perhaps allowing me to further refine my stomach. I was curious to see how my abilities progressed if I accomplished the full refinement of a second organ. All this deliberation happened in a single moment as I was torn by indecision. In the end, the choice was stolen from me by the monkey beast. It was already wild with fury before the illusion of the lily, but not suicidal. So I was shocked when I felt a rampaging storm of chi from within the monkey's core. I had no basis for my suspicions, but with my chi inside its body, I felt what was coming. The beast had decided to detonate its core, taking us both down in an act of suicidal desperation. I wasn't sure my healing technique was potent enough to overcome that. With only one choice left to me, I kicked the monkey's wrist hard enough to free my calf for just enough time to swim away. I struggled through the viscous water, pulling myself towards the 10 Ascensions lily. Somehow, I reached the edge of the lily pad at the same time as I breached the surface. I felt a dozen gazes and even more presences lock onto me at the same time. The pressure was suffocating. Even knowing it could spell my early death, for a second time, I had no other choice. The 10 Ascensions lily was breathtaking, purplish pink in color with every petal sparkling like starlight. Even a single whiff of its scent soothed my body, and I felt a primal hunger from within. The void in my Danton urged me to claim this natural treasure for myself. Right before I could reach the lily, I felt a blistering wave of heat slam into my back from beneath the pond. The monkey had detonated its core, and I felt my consciousness slipping as the skin on my back was burnt away. Consuming the lily whole was reckless. The energies contained within a single petal allowed chi-gathering cultivators to ascend a single star in one go, but the entire flower at once could just as easily burst one's Danton. But I had no other choice. I felt cultivators and beasts around the basin launch spiritual techniques, weapons, and curses at me as the explosion began to incinerate my flesh. I grasped hold of the 10 Ascensions lily, plucking it from the lily pad in a single fluid motion. My vision went dark as I tossed it into my mouth and swallowed it whole. Chapter 39. The mystical herbal energies exploded outwards as soon as the 10 Ascensions lily entered my body. I realized immediately that I wouldn't be able to handle the sheer quantity of energy. It was like feeding a whole cow to a kid and expecting them not to burst. Even so, there was no other choice. I was uniquely suited to this task, and hoped that my fivefold medicine forge physique might help me to survive this ordeal, and perhaps come out the other side with some substantial gains. I'd be happy to simply survive. My consciousness faded in and out. I only remember flashes. Searing heat of the explosion melted my flesh and blood, only for it to be immediately restored by the boundless medicinal energy. My lungs flooded with power, medicinal chi expelled with every choked breath. I felt as though I was consuming more energy than I'd done all the way until this point with every second, but the 10 Ascensions lily showed no signs of diminishing. I passed out again, waking up to find a sword buried in my stomach. I heard the clash of steel and felt the tremors in the world as spiritual techniques were unleashed one after the other. The roar of beasts and the shouts of cultivators were like an orchestra of asuras playing out in hell as I struggled. The constant pain of the spiritual water trying to burrow into my flesh was another agony, but of all the pains, it was the least of my concern. I felt a familiar feeling. The void within my Danton awakened, and for the first time, I felt the energy of the 10 Ascensions lily take a noticeable dive as it was absorbed by the void. A single petal withered away, the remainder of its herbal energy being absorbed by my lungs. As I exhaled, the energy was infused into my stomach, and I took control, directing the refining process for the first layer of the fivefold medicine forge physique. And then another burst of herbal energy exploded from the lily, knocking me out once more. Sun Deng had been one of the many middle-stage chi-gathering cultivators to sense the blooming of the 10 Ascensions lily. He'd been one of the first to notice Wang Ren's acquaintance right beside it. A 1-star, clawing to rise above his station by stealing the treasure out from under their noses. He could respect the ambition, but would not allow the bastard to achieve his goals. He was joined by many others as he launched a series of techniques at the flailing cultivator, but all were disrupted by a sudden explosion from under the surface of the spirit pond, the detonation of a beast's core. He was forced to watch as the explosion consumed everything in its path. Spiritual techniques, weapons, and even the arrogant 1-star cultivator weren't safe from the detonation. A conflicting mess of emotions threatened to consume him. His rage at having the opportunity of a lifetime stolen from his grasp clashed with the satisfaction of seeing the whelp fail in his attempted theft. Wang Ren would be upset, but he was only a genius. They were as common as the clouds. Finding another talented disciple to draw to his side wouldn't be difficult. Natural treasures such as the 10 Ascensions lily were sturdy. It was possible the detonation of the beast's core hadn't destroyed it entirely, but it was too risky to check now. Besides, there were still gains to be made on a battlefield. The Soaring Sword sect had sent plenty of elites to try and steal the Cloudy Falls sect's opportunity, and Sun Deng had no qualms about relieving them of their treasures. It might be a good opportunity to remove a few obstacles in his own sect if the chance arose. For now, though, he would cooperate with anyone wearing the red robes that marked the inner disciples of his sect. As the explosion cleared, he stood up and wiped the ash and sweat from his brow. He frowned when he looked towards the spirit pond, seeing that the 10 Ascensions lily was nowhere to be found. He hoped it had only sunk into the depths of the spirit pond, but he knew that was a naive hope. His gaze turned to the disciple who'd approached him on the left. "That 1-star tried to steal my lily," he said, with an icy edge to his tone that made Wang Ren pause. "Your junior brother, was it?" Wang Ren had burns down one side of his body. Nasty, seeping blisters and charred skin somehow made him look more heroic than before. They would soon heal, the vitality of a cultivator as potent as it was. But for now, he had the ferocious presence of a cornered tiger.
"It was my fault, senior brother's son. I failed to protect him, and it seems his desperation led to a rather foolish decision,"
he replied, watching the man's gaze for a hint of his true feelings.
"Nonetheless, we can still make some meager gains by claiming the treasures of these bastard sword cultivators."
"Among other things, I am a sword cultivator, Wang Ren," Sun Deng snapped, turning a cold glare on the man that made his spine tingle. "However, I was thinking the very same thing. The heavens always provide a path to enlightenment, even when they slam another door in your face. You are not forgiven, but I will spare you for now." Wang Ren felt like punching the older disciple in the face almost every time they spoke. He was self-important to a fault. But, then again, he couldn't blame him for his upbringing. Being the prized descendant of one of the sect's more influential elders instilled a measure of pride that meant he valued face and strength above all else. At least he was a useful way of climbing the ladder of the Cloudy Falls sect.
"I will endeavor to regain your favor, senior brother's son, starting with their heads,"
he replied, pointing his glaive at a pair of cultivators in blue robes who were clashing with a wounded awakened beast. Sun Deng didn't answer as the man rushed off to begin fighting once more. He looked towards the spirit pond as he felt the fluctuations of the ambient spiritual energy. A breakthrough. "It is not you who needs to seek my forgiveness, Wang Ren. If I can't have the 10 Ascensions lily, no one can," he sneered. When they had been waiting for the 10 Ascensions lily to bloom, there had been a standoff between the strongest cultivators present. Held back by the other elites, they couldn't make a move on the natural treasure without preparation. None of them dared to act first, lest they find the others joining hands to strike them down. One couldn't reap the harvest they'd sown if they weren't alive to do so. Now, however, with the lily gone, the only reward left to claim was the glory of killing their rivals and claiming their treasures. Instead of having to be wary of a dozen opponents, each of the elites now focused on the enemies nearest to them. Sun Deng's eyes finished taking in the entirety of the rocky basin and landed on a small outcropping nearby, where another inner disciple of the Cloudy Falls sect stood tall, his robes fluttering in the wind. Huo Zhexiang leaned lazily on his spear as he locked eyes with Sun Deng, both men narrowing their eyes as a flicker of hatred bubbled up and was squashed in an instant. Their rivalry was as old as their time in the sect, but now was not the moment to settle it. Neither wanted to be the first to break the staring contest, their gazes simultaneously falling to a point beneath them. A 6-star gorilla beast was beating its chest after turning a disciple into a bloody pulp. The woman's mangled remains trampled underfoot as it roared and rushed towards another terrified disciple. The beasts of the Jagged Sword Mountains were going all out. They, too, had been after the 10 Ascensions Lily. Without a goal to unify them, the most powerful awakened beasts were going on a bloody rampage. A 6-star beast was a troubling opponent. Sun Deng wanted nothing more than to slice Huo Zhexiang's throat, but if they didn't cooperate, the beast would tear them apart. Sun Deng drew his sword as he darted down the sloped rocks, Huo Zhexiang twirling his spear theatrically as he did the same, flames dancing around him like miniature stars. The two men attacked in unison, chi empowering blade and spear as they engaged the savage beast in battle. A heavy object crashing into me broke me from unconsciousness, but my focus was instantly drawn inwards. The faint metallic scent of blood mixed with the burn of the spiritual water, but I ignored it in favor of the chaos unfolding inside my body. Since it had greedily devoured a portion of the 10 Ascensions Lily's energy, it had been dormant, as far as I could tell anyway, given I'd been unconscious. 8 drops of vibrant chi splashed around in my Danton, uncontrolled and running rampant. I'd heard cultivation described as pursuing inner purity, but I had to wonder whether that particular fellow had actually cultivated himself. This was nothing of the sort. My body seemed to have managed not to implode under the assault of the lily's seemingly endless abundance of spiritual energy, but it was not benefiting me. Like a beautiful garden required a guiding hand, so too would I need to take control of the situation to make any gains. It was hard to ignore my surroundings when a dead body had fallen on my head, but leaving the spirit pond now wouldn't be safe. Any of the elite cultivators could reap my life with the ease of a farmer harvesting cabbages. First, I guided one stream of spiritual energy from the lily towards my lungs. I tried to ensure a constant flow at the limit of what my lungs could convert to medicinal energy. I briefly wondered what the difference between that energy from my lungs and my chi was, but there was little time for distraction. There was every chance I would discover such a thing naturally as I progressed, so I wasn't dismayed by my current lack of knowledge. Once I had stabilized that flow, my body felt more intact. The combination of spiritual water burrowing in from the outside and the rampant energies of the lily inside had been tearing my body apart like a pack of starving hyenas. But now, the medicinal energies kept the damage at bay. It didn't prevent it entirely, but it would delay it long enough for me to focus on what came next. I gathered the 8 droplets of chi in my Danton, forcing them into my control. It took me a few tries, but eventually I had a singular stream of chi that swirled around my Danton like a kite dancing in the wind. It was a strange feeling. I felt so powerless and weak compared to those around me, but every single drop of chi in my Danton had enough power to eradicate a mortal in moments. The scale of power in this world was skewed to a ridiculous degree. I took the time to remind myself that my accomplishments were worthy of admiration, even though I had a long way to go before I would have the luxury to feel safe. I circulated the stream of chi through my first meridian, my body humming with power as I did. The concept of the meridian still intrigued me. Eastern medicine on Earth had similar concepts, but here it was far more tangible. The typical path of progression through the chi-gathering realm required one to open 8 meridians. The quantity of chi required to do this was standardized, which surprised me, given the huge variation in methods and techniques used by the various cultivators and sects. However, outliers were commonplace too. Mostly, it was the talented cultivators with unusual methods who deviated from the standard path, sailing past bottlenecks that other cultivators would struggle with for decades in a matter of months or even weeks. From Zhao Dan's notes, I knew that the second meridian could usually be opened once a cultivator had gathered 9 droplets of chi. A pleasant flowery scent wafted out from the void in my Danton. Not a second later, a 9th drop of chi splashed out from the empty abyss into the base of my dantian. As the stream of chi finished circulating my meridian, I guided it to gather the new droplet. It joined the stream seamlessly, and I probed my second meridian with my mind, feeling the blockage for weakness. It felt like the first, like a drainpipe clogged with leaves and dirt for decades. I knew the most efficient method for opening it already, having experimented the first time around. That didn't mean I couldn't try to optimize it further, but I had a better starting point than before. Imposing my will on 9 drops of chi was more strenuous than doing the same with a single droplet, but I soon transformed the fluid stream of chi into the shape of a surgical scalpel. I almost began cutting away the blockage immediately, but something held me back. With my new perspective, I already saw improvements I could make to the process. With 1 drop of chi, I'd been limited, but with 9 at my disposal, my method could be refined further. It was the same with any surgery. The first time you performed it was nerve-wracking, while each additional iteration was smoother and more efficient. 3 drops of chi formed the handle of the scalpel, ensuring it was stable and easy to control. 4 droplets seamlessly fused into a razor-sharp blade, able to slice through any blockage and clear the second meridian with ease. The final 2 droplets, I attempted to infuse with a devouring toxic intent and coated the blade, hoping my idea would work. They turned a darker shade of green and clung to the blade, making me satisfied with my work. All that came next was to break through. I guided the scalpel towards the clogged meridian and, in a single fluid motion, sliced through the opening. The impurities offered little resistance to my chi, falling apart and then being expelled out of my dantian. My experiment worked well, and the devouring chi coating the blade burnt away large swaths of impurities at a time. That single stroke opened almost 1/3 of the meridian in one go. A few seconds later, I had unblocked the entire thing, except for a few stubborn clumps that refused to budge. I let the scalpel, having done its job, fall apart. Before the 9 drops of chi could escape my grasp, I reformed the flowing stream. A 10th droplet fell from the dark void. Quickly scooping it up, I merged it together as I circulated my chi through the second meridian. The remaining impurities burnt away under the onslaught, and I soon completed a full circulation. Next, I cycled the chi through both the first and second meridians before returning it to my dantian. A wave of rejuvenating energy washed over my body, healing my injuries and purging the spiritual water from under my skin. It lasted a short moment, but that brief respite was like rain falling from the heavens while stranded in a desert. More drops of chi began falling from the void as I continued to absorb and refine the energies of the 10 Ascensions Lily. After my breakthrough, the intensity had increased, but so did the rate at which I could absorb the spiritual energy contained in the treasure. I felt more objects striking my body from outside, but it was mostly corpses and falling weapons. Nothing to worry about yet. The drops coalesced in my dantian, and I gathered them up as they splashed against it. 12 drops, then 13, 15, 20. All this time, I hadn't neglected to continue refining my stomach, and I suddenly felt a metallic clang alongside a rising heat. The 10 Ascensions Lily suddenly released another burst of its alluring aroma, then tried to escape my stomach. However, my stomach suddenly flared with heat, and green chains burst forth to seal the lily. I marveled at the development, but it wasn't over yet. Under the pressure and heat, the energies of the lily were being absorbed even faster, and the second petal withered before my eyes. Truly, it lived up to the name of Fivefold Medicine Forge physique. Even potent natural treasures such as this were unable to escape. With this increased speed, I had to focus more intently. The amount of energy surging in my dantian grew, and even the void seemed indignant at the development of my physique, suddenly devouring more energy as the third petal withered. The number of droplets coalescing in my dantian was now a torrential downpour. The 27th droplet appeared, and I immediately went to work as my dantian swelled, smashing through another bottleneck as I broke through to 3-star chi gathering. The third meridian was open, and after a few circulations of chi, I felt far more powerful, like I could decide the life and death of anyone below peak body tempering with a wave of my hand. Still, though, it wasn't enough. After the stomach, the third step of the first layer of my physique was to refine the liver. I suspected that it would give me some kind of ability to resist or more efficiently absorb toxins, but I couldn't be sure. I split the spiritual energy from the lily between refining my liver and continuing to gather chi, multiple forms of energy clashing and winding through my body. However, like a skilled conductor, I was orchestrating most of this controlled chaos. Chi was condensing so fast that a mortal mind would lose track, but my thoughts had gained more clarity with each breakthrough. It was as though I had been trudging through mist and darkness all my life and only now entered the sun. With the speed of my thoughts, I had no issues keeping track. Once I had gathered 54 drops of Chi, I wasted no time in clearing the 4th meridian, my body brimming with power as I entered middle stage Chi gathering by breaking through to the 4th star. There were still 2 petals left on the 10 Ascensions Lily. Each petal represented another breakthrough, putting me at 6-star Chi gathering. I had no reason to stop, as there was no threat to my life. The chaos of the battle had hopefully drawn attention away from me, but with my consecutive breakthroughs, I wasn't sure how long they would last. I continued refining the energy as the 4th petal withered away. I waited for 81 droplets to condense so that I could open the 5th meridian, but as the 80th splashed into what was now a small lake of Chi, a tingle ran down my spine as my senses exploded with danger. My eyes snapped open, but the lily was restrained by my refined stomach and it didn't break free of my control. My gaze darted around until it landed on a rapidly approaching awakened beast, a huge 5-star beast. Unfortunately, this one didn't seem as friendly as the last bear I'd encountered. I clenched my fist. Absorbing the rest of the energies would have to wait, but with the lily restrained for now, that wasn't a problem. Besides, I'd just broken through 3 consecutive times, and I was now a 4-star Chi-gathering cultivator. I was eager to test my new strength, and this beast gave me a perfect opportunity. I had been contemplating my path while meditating at the bottom of the pond and had come to a realization. Healing was about taking control of other people's fate. You had their life and death in your hands while guiding them back to health. Thus, as a man who had decided to step on the path of healing, how could I allow others to decide my fate? I'd been forced into the schemes of others all this time, but I refused to continue in this manner. While I was still far from the peak of this world, I at least had the strength to contend with those gathered here. The water vibrated, and I dodged to the left as a blade of ice shot past my cheek. Above me, a female disciple of the Soaring Sword sect had entered the pond and was also racing towards me, her sword glowing with frost as she prepared to use her technique once more. Clenching my fists, I stood up in the thick water. It offered less resistance to me now. Where there was carnage, there was opportunity to heal. In my case, that meant gains to be made. I couldn't help but shiver in anticipation of the coming battle, as the awakened beast and the female disciple rushed towards me. Chapter 40. I had plenty of techniques to deal with the female sword cultivator and the 5-star awakened bear beast at my disposal. That wasn't mentioning regular combat, which had been raised to a whole new level after my consecutive breakthroughs. I let out a chuckle, the bubbles rising slowly through the viscous spiritual water. I'd run to the Jagged Sword Mountains in search of inspiration to bring me to the Chi-gathering realm. And, well, I'd certainly gone above and beyond. Though that was proving to be nothing special when it came to this second life of mine. Perhaps I was favored by the heavens? No, that was a dangerous line of thought. Either way, I'd had enough of being disrespected and disregarded for my lack of strength. I was a healer, and I no longer cared what others thought of my techniques. The bear beast swam fast, which was no surprise. It would reach me first. I already had experience fighting against bears, so I knew a few weaknesses of this furry giant. I'd encountered my first bear while it was poisoned, and it had been sluggish and blinded by pain. It just so happened that I had a poison technique I needed to test. The bear swiped at me with its huge, razor-sharp claws, but I found its movements rather slow, and its strikes easy to avoid. My perception of energy flows had improved with my breakthroughs, and I could see where its chi gathered and intensified. That knowledge told me when it would strike, making dodging as simple as waving a hand. With dozens of chi droplets at my disposal, I no longer had to be so stingy with my techniques, able to spare plenty to test the poison technique again. The key seemed to be my intent and the unique attributes of my chi from my physique. I was still figuring out what exactly that unique attribute was, but trial and error was the best way to refine any technique. I weaved around the bear's claws, the beast growing frustrated as I continued to evade. It roared, revealing yellow fangs and spewing a torrent of bubbles outward, impairing visibility. That only served to hinder the beast itself, as I had no problem sensing its chi through the torrent. I jabbed my fist into its thick fur, my strike shifting its massive bulk as a stream of chi was injected into its body, shifting from vibrant green to dark, toxic green as it traveled. I pressed the full weight of my mind onto the chi as it left my body, willing it to devour and spread. The effect was immediate. The bear clawed at the wound, swiping its claws erratically. I was already gone, preparing to defend against the female sword cultivator. She had been using her ice blades sporadically, launching them towards us while we battled. Most missed, but a few hit the bear, which ended up helping me. Now, though, she had reached me in truth, and I was put on the back foot. Even with a cultivator's strength and durable body, it was difficult to fight an opponent with a suitably sharp blade. The disciples of the Soaring Sword sect were renowned for their skill and the quality of their blades. Her ice technique froze the ground and even the spiritual water itself, creating dangerous obstacles as I avoided her truly lethal slashes and thrusts. We fell into a steady rhythm, neither of us making progress. She couldn't cut me, but I was also hesitant to strike the first blow. In the end, the bear broke the stalemate with a savage roar. Its jaws snapped shut on the sword while it slashed at me with its claws in a vicious attack. Its internal chi flows were disrupted. My poison chi was rapidly spreading from the entry wound, and its fur and flesh were black and rotten on its stomach. Even against a beast 1 star above me, the technique was potent. For a brief moment, the sword cultivator struggled against the bear's iron jaws as they squeezed the blade of the sword. Unlike the bear, the sword cultivator was only in 4-star chi gathering, the same small realm as I now was. Her sword was a martial-grade treasure, but against the powerful awakened beast it was like a china teapot. It shattered into dozens of shards, and all the shards of ice in the water melted. It appeared her technique was connected with her blade, giving me a perfect opportunity to strike. I didn't need poison to finish her off. The stone bottom of the pond cracked as I kicked against it, a burst of speed carrying me through the water towards her. I delivered 3 rapid strikes in succession, hitting her in the stomach, chest, and head. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head as she was knocked out. The bear roared, turning its rage back to me as I stole its prey. However, I hadn't struggled to avoid its strikes before, and it was even slower while affected by my poison. I delivered another dose and began to incapacitate its limbs one by one. Since completing my breakthroughs, less time had passed than it took to burn a stick of incense, but 2 enemies had already fallen at my hands. I'd carefully ensured they were not dead, only knocked out. Cultivators advocated for pulling trouble out at the roots, eradicating 9 generations and ensuring no one lived to seek vengeance. That would have been the smarter decision, but it was impossible to suppress one's true nature. I was a healer, but also an ambitious man. Killing someone would stop me from practicing my healing techniques and advancing my cultivation. Taking a few risks was a necessity to achieving greatness. The battlefield was chaotic, so even if they eventually woke up, they couldn't attack me again without facing the other cultivators and beasts first. I kicked off the ground again, swimming towards the surface. It was time to make my grand debut as a middle-stage chi-gathering cultivator. My strength was exponentially greater than before, and I underestimated how forceful my kick would be. A great torrent of water burst forth as I breached the surface of the spirit pond and soared into the air. Unfortunately, I couldn't fly yet, nor had I learnt the drifting cloud steps to master-level accomplishment, allowing me to drift on the air currents for a brief moment. If only the former Zhao Dan had been more diligent about copying the sect's techniques into his personal notes. Putting aside my ambitions of striding through the skies like those lofty masters, I cast my gaze around the rocky basin. The battlefield was soaked in blood, the heavy scent of blood and steel slamming into me like a hammer moments after I surfaced. Strangely, it was less chaotic than before, with the different factions clearer cut than they had been when I arrived at the summit. There were now just 3. The Soaring Sword sect had always moved as one cohesive unit, but they were now diminished. Previously, the Cloudy Falls sect had been split into many warring factions. Now, however, they were acting with a singular purpose. They slaughtered beasts and struck down their blue-robed rivals with ruthless efficiency. As the hellish conflict unfolded, I found myself transfixed. A few presences pushed down on me as I emerged, but they felt far less oppressive than they had prior to my breakthroughs. Watching the disregard for life on display, I was disappointed. I understood their motivation, having experienced the power of the 10 Ascensions Lily myself. That didn't mean I agreed with their methods. I felt as though I'd become more decisive since coming to this world, but also more vicious. I had no problem with fighting. It was a great way to settle differences and compete. However, needless death was another matter. If I wanted to change this world, I needed power. I knew this, but I'd never had the kind of power or influence required to make a difference. Until now. Granted, there were a few 5-star cultivators and even a 6-star I could sense, but I had the advantage in my potent techniques. My confidence was absolute. There were also 2 petals worth of the 10 Ascensions Lily's energy I had yet to refine. My chi reserves constantly increased while I fought and observed. The Soaring Sword sect's defeat seemed inevitable, while the beasts were no longer coordinated and were gradually being slaughtered or forced to retreat. I spotted the flaming spear wielder among the red-robed figures, my eyes narrowing as he carved through beasts and cultivators with ease. I was only human. Letting go of grudges wasn't easy. I decided to assist the disciples of my former sect. I had a few allies among them, at least, whereas I had no friends in the Soaring Sword sect and had already put myself at odds with the local beast population. Beating half of them to the edge of death wasn't the finest way of forging a positive relationship. A sudden gust of wind brushed my cheek. I was still falling through the air towards the edge of the pond, unable to adjust my position. 3 sharp blades of chi carved apart the air in their wake as they raced towards me. An unassuming man in loose-fitting blue robes walked through the battlefield as though he were on an evening stroll through a field of flowers. His blade lazily floated back into his scabbard, and his face was relaxed. He seemed truly uncaring of the carnage unfolding around him. A red-robed disciple stepped into his path, their clothes bloody and torn. They brandished a spear and yelled something incoherent as they thrust it at the peaceful man. I threw my hand up to guard my face and chest as the 3 blades of chi sliced into my skin. My tough skin offered little resistance as the sharp chi carved deep wounds along both my forearms and my right side. As I dropped my arms and landed heavily on the ground, I looked up and saw the man still walking forward, with the spear wielder nowhere to be seen. No, that was wrong. A single drop of blood was splashed onto his cheek like a falling teardrop, and a fresh corpse sliced in 2 at his feet. He had reaped a life like wheat in an instant, even as his sword technique carved my defenses apart like tofu. A 6-star chi-gathering cultivator, likely approaching 7-star. This otherwise regular fellow was the strongest cultivator present, a deadly threat who had decided to make me his target. That was perfect. Taking on an opponent 2 small realms above me was the fastest way to establish my dominance of the battlefield and test my newfound strength. I exhaled, releasing a breath that rose in a cloud of steam as the spiritual water evaporated from my body. Mysterious green energy was released from my lungs in a cloud, filling me up with energy as the 3 wounds left by his sword technique healed in a single breath. The man's unbothered expression finally broke as he raised a single eyebrow. "Impressive," he drawled, as though the very act of speaking was too exhausting. He suddenly frowned. "I was supposed to claim the lily. Die." I blinked and he disappeared. All that remained in his place were a few falling flower petals. Wind blew against the side of my head, and I leapt away. He'd missed. Or so I thought, until I felt hot moisture dripping down my neck and soaking my collar. Reaching up a hand, I touched my ear, only to find half of it missing. He stood a few meters away from me, his sword still in the scabbard and his face expressionless. I took a deep breath, the wound healing as I exhaled once more. Not fully. I was far from being able to regrow flesh in moments, but enough to stem the bleeding. He sniffed and vanished. I tensed, drowning out all my senses except hearing and touch. A breeze, the scent of flowers. I twitched, bending backwards. Cold air buffeted my face as I opened my eyes to see his sword passing over my head. His eyes widened, and I saw a flower petal falling from the tip of his sword. He stepped backwards, and I saw his body blurring, but I was already on the move. My fist planted itself square in his jaw, his neck snapping to the side with a satisfying crack. I saw him cough up blood as his body disappeared. He reappeared a few meters away, stumbling and spitting blood. I didn't want to give up the advantage, so I began closing the distance. When he saw that, he instantly reacted, stomping on his blood and smearing it across the rocky ground in a fluid motion. He drew his sword from its scabbard while I increased my speed and began twisting and writhing on the spot. Just before I reached him, I kicked against the ground and my leg exploded outwards like lightning. It smashed into his chest, but the impact felt strange, soft. My strike continued onward, but not a moment later, his body exploded into a cloud of petals. Every petal was like a tiny blade slicing into my skin. I winced as dozens of burning wounds appeared across my body. Every petal left behind a drop of sticky orange sap, which began seeping into my blood. He attacked again before I had a chance to examine the sap, slashing across my chest in a wide swing filled with openings. As his sword descended, I moved to strike the flat of the blade to parry, but found my joints locking up. The steel parted my tough skin like tofu, blood spurting in a crimson fountain in its wake. I staggered on the spot, my movement clunky as my ligaments and joints ignored my mind's command. He wasn't done yet. Even as I gasped for breath, my right lung partially severed. His hand twisted slowly, and his sword swirled back towards me. I raised a hand, but it felt as though I was dragging it through honey, failing to stop his blade as it lazily sliced my neck. Streams of blood poured down, joining the waterfall of life escaping my body. Even then, he gazed upon me with utter disregard. He stepped towards me and his sword curved around a third time. His movements looked sluggish while being paradoxically fast, flashing through the air like lightning. He thrust the ornate blade into my heart, delivering the final judgment. At once, all my blood started flowing upwards, crimson streams dancing along the blade's edge. My heartbeat slowed to a crawl, and a powerful scent of orchids crawled under my skin, my vision blurring. This was unfair. The difference in cultivation was one thing, but his ridiculous technique was another. Against another 6-star cultivator, I might have had a chance of victory, but this was an awful matchup. I grew dizzy with the scent of orchids and iron, my mouth filled with blood. My heart thumped weakly, a final protest against the blade lodged inside it. This kept happening. Against the spirit snake, before my breakthrough to 1-star chi gathering at the end of the fire cultivator's spear. And at my new peak, the most powerful I've ever been, I'd still lost. It stung. And that wasn't just the sap in my wounds, though most of it had been burnt away by my chi by now. I'd lost too much blood to move my limbs, despite the joints no longer being jammed. Another heady burst of flowers struck me, threatening to tip me over the edge. I was dancing the line between life and death, my performance fast approaching its end. I frowned, the small movement sending bursts of pain down my neck. This fresh scent was different from the man's technique. It was familiar. The scent of lilies.
Chapter 41.
In the end, trash is still trash, even if it obtains the favor of the heavens. Meeting your end by my sword is your fate, but fear not. Your blood shall feed my blade, and I will carry your veil as I ascend to immortality, as I do with every soul she reaps.
The man murmured, stroking the blade as my blood continued to stream down its edge. I saw true passion in his gaze, his previously dead eyes sparkling to life as he spoke about his sword. Creepy. Bad timing, too. Why was he telling me this now? I'd rather die in peace. An overpowering floral aroma struck me like a gentle hammer. Unlike the dizzying scent of the sword cultivator's techniques, this scent was familiar. Lilies. I wasn't sure what it meant aside from the obvious. I was still refining the energies of the 10 Ascensions lily, but a breakthrough wouldn't save me now. My vision went black. I snapped my eyes open, forcing myself to stay conscious. As soon as I let myself slip under, it was truly the end. The 5th petal of the 10 Ascensions lily withered, the spiritual energy all gobbled up by the abyssal void in my Danton. It had stopped producing chi a while ago, but I hadn't noticed it while fighting for my life. I still didn't know what it was, the mysterious hole in my spiritual cord that had appeared when I passed out during my breakthrough. All I knew was that it sometimes stole my cultivation resources and paid me back in chi. For all I knew, it was a hidden aspect of my 5-fold medicine forge physique. In the end, my speculations wouldn't change my fate.
You are close, insignificant one. It was a gift from me, your predecessor. Your reckless actions led me to intervene as you woke me from my slumber. Those who desire my favor number in the trillions. Be grateful you were graced by my presence.
An ancient, heavy will spoke directly into my mind. I wondered if I was going insane as I died, but it continued, shaking my very soul with each word.
You released your innate vital chi, a lethal action taken without proper precautions. It is the essence of life, brought into existence at birth. Every drop represents your very lifespan vanishing. For you, though, inheritor of the fivefold medicine forge physique, it represents a unique opportunity.
Time was frozen as this incomprehensible existence imposed its thoughts upon my being. I was frozen in the instant before death, staring into the crazed eyes of my lethargic murderer. "What are you?" I thought to myself, but it seemed to hear my question.
Perhaps you may find out one day, if you can crawl high enough. A frog in a well cannot see anything except the sky. First, climb Mount Tai before you try to gaze upon what lies beyond. For now, I have corrected your mistake. It will be the only gift you receive from this exalted one. If you cannot even break free from that pathetic, crippled realm, then you are not worthy of further attention."
Time resumed, the streams of blood meandering along the steel blade. The strange sword cultivator looked into my eyes and furrowed his brow. The void in my dantian collapsed, leaving behind a stream of golden chi far denser than anything I'd ever felt. The stream exploded into mist, countless tiny droplets infusing every inch of my body. My wounds healed instantly under the influence of the golden chi, but that wasn't all it did. About a third of the chi was directed to my heart, infusing the bleeding muscle with life. Pierced through by the insidious flower sword, it hadn't beat for a few seconds. However, that changed the moment the potent golden chi appeared. My heart absorbed the energy like a man dying of thirst in a desert, the withered organ regaining a lustrous sheen. A metallic thump echoed across the basin, like a giant pounding on a steel drum. I recognized the sound, even if it was a variation on the last two. My heart had been fully refined according to the fivefold medicine forge physique, the process accelerated by the mysterious golden chi. A feeling of indignation welled up inside, and I was confused as to the source until I looked down at the sword that still pierced my heart. Two thoughts crossed my mind simultaneously as I moved to act. The sword cultivator noticed something was off and had already begun to withdraw his blade, but it was too late to escape my grasp. My body was healed, my chi circulating as I purged the fifth meridian of impurities. I had broken through to 5-star chi gathering without much effort. I had paid in suffering instead, a price worth paying. I gripped his sword by the blade, not caring about the sharp edge digging into my skin. Thankfully, the expelled impurities were eradicated by the golden chi that suffused my body. The source of my indignation was this bastard trying to steal my blood to fuel his sword. It was an insult to the heavens, an insult to me, which, in my opinion, was the graver offense. With my touch and the influence of the golden chi, which seemed unbound by worldly restrictions, my blood began to flow in reverse. Now I drank from the blade. I saw a dark chi gathered in the hilt of his sword, the screams of dozens of tormented souls unable to have their final rest. A sinister technique, even by the standards of this world. He'd claimed it was my bad fortune to encounter him, but today I would teach this man an important lesson. There are heavens beyond the heavens. With a twist of fate, destiny had reversed, and now I was in control of this moment. I had reclaimed my blood, tearing the sword from my heart as my body became whole and unblemished once more, brimming with power. As the last drops of blood left his sword, I scowled. "I've been called the demonic cultivator for my techniques, but this weapon is truly evil," I admonished him, eliciting a frown and narrowed eyes from the cultivator. "She is simply acting as is her nature, imparted by the man who forged her. To carry the blood of the defeated on my path is to give them face even in death. You dare impugn this sovereign's honor," he cried, voice crescendoing as he spewed his nonsense. I didn't respond. There was no reasoning with someone who either didn't understand the truth of his weapon's power or knew and was blind to the implications. Instead, I began doing what I did best, healing. The souls trapped inside his sword were beyond my medical skills, but that didn't mean there was nothing I could do to help. To be forged into a sword, metal must undergo a myriad of processes that warp it from its natural form. This evil sword was even more twisted than other blades. I wasn't sure what had trapped the souls within, despite being able to feel their desperate pleas for help. Nonetheless, I had confirmed my application of the poison technique on the awakened bear beast earlier, and now had another opportunity to put it to use. Poison, when applied correctly, could be used to treat all manner of afflictions. I was no saint. I could not return the sword to its natural state, nor could I bring a soul back from the dead, or at least whatever unnatural state they were trapped in. What I could do was release them and return the sword to the earth. Balance restored, the natural order healed. Poisonous chi surged from my fingertips and grasped the blade. Under the corrosive nature of my technique, the once magnificent sword returned to dust. As the ornate flowery hilt crumpled, I felt the gratitude of the released souls as they were returned to the six paths. I clenched my fist, the cut on my palm already healed. All this had felt like an eternity, but only a moment had passed. I inhaled sharply, my gaze descending on the hapless villain. What was a sword cultivator without a sword? He discovered that they were nothing as my fists unleashed my fury upon him, bursts of toxic chi surging through his flesh with each strike. I preferred to leave my opponents with a single breath remaining, thus leaving them a path to salvation through healing. For this man, the only treatment I could devise was a swift death. The old me, the me who had yet to experience this world, would have let him live, perhaps. I was merciful, but only to a point. I knew now that to reach the peak and bring true enlightenment, I needed enough strength to give weight to my philosophy. Might made right in the Celestial Jade Empire. The only language cultivators like this understood was their own, and I was growing more proficient by the day. He coughed up blood as I held him by the neck. His head rolled to the side, and I tossed away his corpse, like trash. There was nothing to be gained. I felt another wave of chi spread through my body as the remnant energies of the 10 Ascensions Lily were fully refined. The fifth petal hadn't allowed me to break through another small realm to 6-star chi gathering, but I was already satisfied with my current cultivation. It would be enough to deal with the rest of these violent children. I surmised this 6-star sword cultivator was one of the strongest people present. With his death, I noticed a few of the elite cultivators of the Soaring Sword sect despair, their battles growing desperate and hurried. Mistakes were made, and in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, every blue-robed disciple lay dead or incapacitated.
Junior brother, your cultivation!
Wang Ren exclaimed, scratching his blood-soaked chin as he approached. His glaive was equally baptized. I could see he had fought well. The man's strength spoke for itself. His technique was fearsome, and I doubted anyone at 2-star chi gathering was his match. Perhaps he could even handle a 3-star. I was fortunate to obtain the 10 Ascensions Lily for myself, I replied with a wry smile. More than anyone else, Wang Ren knew how meteoric the rise of my cultivation was. From a mere 4-star body tempering practitioner, I had ascended an entire realm since leaving the Cloudy Falls sect. If one counted the extra 10 and 11-star small realms and my current cultivation, then it was even greater than that.
Fortunate indeed. Truly the heavens are smiling on you, Zhao Dan. I am not sure I understand how one can accomplish such a rate of cultivation, but it makes me happy to see you thrive.
I see you thrive as well, Senior Brother Wang. Your glaive technique is formidable, even more so than it was when we last met. If not for this treasure, I would still be looking up to you like a tiger cub does its father.
Nonsense. You overpraise me for my meager accomplishments. You must tell me what you have been up to since leaving the sect. I am intrigued. First, though, let us deal with these beasts, he said, planting his feet on the ground before swinging his heavy glaive overhead. A strange beast struck him. It looked like the bastard child of a wolf and a lizard, with scales and fangs in all the wrong places. A 3-star awakened beast, and yet he cleaved it in half with a single slice. Looking at Wang Ren's bulging arms, I couldn't help but joke. You certainly didn't slack off in the body tempering realm, Senior Brother. He raised an eyebrow as he looked towards me. Unlike you, I didn't rush through it in a matter of months, he retorted.
Clearing out the beasts was only a matter of time. Once the Soaring Sword sect had fallen, all the Cloudy Falls sect disciples gathered at the summit worked together to slaughter or drive the beasts back into the mountain range. Now, the only people who remained in the rocky basin were red-robed inner disciples of the Cloudy Falls sect and me. With no enemies to unify them, they had already begun arguing amongst themselves as long-standing rivalries flared. I had many bones to pick. especially with the spear cultivator whose name I had yet to discover. I asked Wang Ren to finally put a name to his sneering face. Wang Ren's gaze flickered to the haughty man, eyes narrowing as he caught sight of the flaming spear.
That is Huo Zhexiang, one of the inner disciples closest to becoming a core disciple,
he replied.
He's also an arrogant bastard and the heir of some powerful cultivator clan.
That made a lot of sense given his behavior until now. All that spouting about demons and evil was just him compensating for his failures after the elders poured all their spirit stones into his training. Or something like that anyway. All I cared about was getting a little satisfying revenge. Killing him felt too far, but he had killed me, or would have if not for my breakthrough. He believed I was dead, which meant the intent was there. Although with an elder of the Cloudy Falls sect supposedly on the way, I would have to be careful about my actions. Until that point, however, I was free to do as I pleased. At 5-Star Chi Gathering, I was among the strongest there. Most of the other disciples were injured after the harrowing battle, whereas I'd received a second wind through the release of my innate vital chi healing me. I followed Wang Ren until we joined the disciple leading his group, where 3 large groups were having a standoff. Sun Dang was leading the group we joined, gazing down on the others like an emperor looks upon a common criminal. He heard our approach and turned to face us. I saw his fingers twitch upon seeing my face, but he didn't act. "You survived, Junior. Impressive," he said, his tone indicating he felt otherwise. "Is Junior the correct form of address still, Sun Dang?" I replied with a smirk. "We are both 5-star cultivators now, after all." He exhaled heavily, cocking his head to one side. "I suppose not, Zhao Dan. An impressive journey. From a 4-star body-tempering trash to a middle-stage chi-gathering cultivator in a matter of months. Who else could boast such a speed of progression? I imagine there are those who would accuse you of cultivating unorthodox methods," he replied, eyes sweeping over the crowd. I saw many small conversations break out in hushed whispers, weaker cultivators throwing wary glances my way. I ignored them all and strode forward, joining Sun Dang at the front of his group. "Let us put aside our differences for now, Sun Dang. Let me ask you a question. What is your relationship with Huo Zhexiang?" I gazed at the spear cultivator himself as I spoke, the man noticing my stare and meeting it in kind. His eyes widened and his jaw fell open as he recognized my face. I smiled and waved. His eyes lit up with rage, and he turned to the person next to him, waving his arms as he shouted something I couldn't hear. Which was strange, because my hearing had improved a lot with 4 breakthroughs. Perhaps he had some kind of talisman that guarded against eavesdropping. Knowing he was the young master of some clan, it made sense that he had plenty of extravagant treasures on hand. "We have our differences. Differences I would happily settle here and now before the elder arrives," Sun Dang intoned slowly, sounding out my reaction. "If that is what you were suggesting, of course." I turned to him with a frown on my face. "What? You would kill a disciple of your own sect in front of all these witnesses? Of course, I would never suggest something so villainous," I exclaimed, internally chuckling as his face paled and he stepped back. Sun Dang coughed. "Of course, I was only testing fellow cultivator Zhou to see his true intentions. Forgive me," he said sheepishly behind his hand. I burst out laughing, wheezing and pointing at him. "You're too easy, dude. This is why you need to care less about face. Let loose. You know what the best way to blow off some steam is?" I asked as my ribs began to hurt, and I had to stop teasing him. "This is not the time for trickery, Zhao Dan. We have limited time. Will you move on Huo Zhexiang or not?" he demanded, gripping the hilt of his sword. "So impatient," I tutted. "Regardless, I'll tell you. The best way to blow off steam is to slap the face off an annoying bastard. Lucky for us, we have one right there." Chapter 42. I'd lied. The true best way to relax and de-stress was a hot bath with a gorgeous woman by your side. But, as I'd so painfully discovered, there were no baths out here, especially not the steaming hot variety. I would settle for a small dose of petty revenge followed by a long stint of healing the wounded. Personal satisfaction and improved cultivation would be a well-deserved reward for my efforts. Leaving Xiaokui alone with the village head was a hasty decision. I didn't regret it, but I did need to check up on them. The few silver coins I'd left wouldn't last much longer. Sun Dang interrupted my idle thoughts, appearing beside me as we both appraised our shared enemy. Huo Zhexiang was arguing with another cultivator in his group, while the twin leaders of the third group watched the unfolding action with interest. "Do you know those two women?" I asked, nodding my head towards the startlingly similar female disciples. I guessed twins, but it could also be coincidence. Xin Shui and Lei Chunhua. They are the top inner disciples on Gentle Lake Peak, both candidates to become core disciples under Elder Ling Lailing. The reason for their appearance is the Gentle Lake Peak's unique method of cultivation, refining purity scripture, Sun Deng explained. Wang Ren interrupted.
Most disciples of the Gentle Lake Peak are stunning beauties, the object of desire for all male disciples in the Cloudy Falls sect. Which among us hasn't dreamt about seeing your sister Lei? He asked, smiling as he looked around the group. Many of the male disciples were red in the cheeks, while plenty of the women scowled at Wang Ren. I appraised him with fresh eyes. Had he always been so bold? That's very interesting. Their beauty is akin to the first drop of dew rolling from a lily as the sun rises, I replied, earning a few nods of appreciation. However, none of that information is useful. Will they intervene if we attack Huo Zhexiang? Unlikely. Not only is he arrogant and domineering, but he constantly tries to seduce the female disciples. They'll be more likely to help us kill him, Sun Deng snorted. For once, the world didn't seem to be throwing a pile of dragon shit my way. This was one grudge I could settle before returning to Three River City. There, with my newfound cultivation, I could return to the palace and settle the grievances I had there, for both mine and Xiaokui's sake. I looked forward to a clean slate, though I suspected I would need to leave the city and the influence of the Cloudy Falls sect, depending on what unfolded here on the Jagged Sword Peak. However, nothing would stop me. I was a healer, but I was not a saint. I tried not to be violent when I didn't need to. Maybe a doctor working in safer conditions would have had different views, but my life had always been lived on the edge. I came to these mountains to seek enlightenment so that I could protect those around me, but all I found was the callous cruelty of a cold spear and the indifference of cultivators. Sometimes, healing the world began with a beating. Even the body followed this principle. Devouring damaged and rotten cells was the first step in defeating an infection. Don't kill him, I said as I cycled my chi through 5 meridians, each completed cycle filling my body with an overwhelming sense of power. Sun Deng raised an eyebrow at my remark. I thought the goal was to kill him before the Elder arrived. We have plenty of time, and I need to practice my healing techniques. Don't ruin this, I replied, cracking the stone ground as I kicked away from the group. I leapt forward, arriving in front of Huo Zhexiang before he realized we were on the move. However, he reacted fast, his spear whirling around as flames erupted at the tip. He jumped to the side and thrust his spear at my neck, but I had no need to defend. Sun Dang appeared in a gust of wind, his sword expertly parrying the spear to the side. Huo Zhexiang frowned. You would work with this demonic scum, Sun Dang? I always knew you were a despicable bastard, but this is a new low, he sneered, his confidence unshaken even though he was battling against the odds. Zhexiang, you would doubt the judgment of the elders? Either you're more of a fool than everyone believes, or you're more arrogant than a damned dragon, Sun Dang retorted without pause. I was tired of all this talking. The only thing cultivators seemed to love more than slaughtering each other was the sound of their own voices. My leg flashed, a sharp kick aimed at his knee, but a swift slash from Sun Dang's sword blocked off his path of retreat. He grunted in annoyance as the pressure continued to increase. I erupted into a flurry of punches and kicks, ducking and weaving as his flaming spear danced through the air like a phoenix. Sun Dang interspersed the clash with precise thrusts and cuts of his sword. As a surgeon, I could appreciate the surgical precision of his attacks, but now was not the time for admiration. I was forced away from the clash as another cultivator joined the battle. It was the guy who'd been whispering with Huo Zhexiang earlier. He was only 3-star chi gathering, but I couldn't ignore his heavy sword strikes. I couldn't avoid every single one. His sharp blade carved gashes along my arms and legs as we traded blows. Eventually, I delivered a swift, whirling kick to his chin, his head whipping to the side with a sharp crack. Exhaling,
A wave of medicinal energy flowed from my lungs toward the wounds in my skin. Since breaking through to the chi-gathering realm, my healing techniques had been far more potent on my own wounds. I'd noticed it before, but could confirm it now. Every time I healed myself, the renewed flesh was a little tougher than before. In body tempering, I'd achieved 2 extra small realms. So was the chi-gathering realm going to be an endless cycle of self-improvement instead? There was no time to ponder such things. Without my assistance, Sun Dang was at a standstill in the fight against Huo Zhexiang. The overpowering techniques of the spear user made a perfect defense against Sun Dang's elegant sword style. I leapt back into the fray, pushing back Huo Zhexiang once more. He was on the back foot, his spear suited to defend against 2 enemies at once, but not fast enough to block all the strikes headed his way. More of my punches and kicks connected, with a few of Sun Dang's slashes also drawing blood. When it seemed as though we were about to finally break his guard, I sensed his chi erupting from his dantian and leapt away, grabbing Sun Dang's arm. However, I couldn't get away in time. Sun Dang was hit worst as a storm of flames radiated outward from Huo Zhexiang. I smelled the burning flesh before I saw it, the acrid stench of meat assaulting my improved senses. I weathered the fire, my body and dantian working overtime to sustain itself. However, my chi was draining rapidly. An attack of this scale had to be a final technique. I doubted Huo Zhexiang could use any techniques after this, let alone unleash another one on this scale. Unfortunately, I wasn't sure whether my healing could outlast the burning maelstrom, while retreat would mean leaving Sun Dang to suffer alone. We were only allies of circumstance, but I wasn't the type of pig bastard to leave him suffering while saving my own skin. Surprisingly, I was taking a little less damage from the flames with each passing moment. I still had to clench my jaw through the agony. Burning alive was not a fun experience, but it was growing more bearable with each breath. I had a sudden spark of inspiration. This was fire born from chi, not natural flames, which meant that when reduced to its base, it was just energy. My physique refined energy into healing. What I was about to do was extremely risky, but would have an enormous payoff if it worked, not only for the immediate battle, but for future techniques and my path. I exhaled, letting the cold wave of medicinal energy restore my flesh. It tingled, and I hesitated for a breath. Knowing if my theory was wrong, I was about to experience an entirely new level of agonizing torture. Preparing myself, I took a deep breath, letting the violent flames race down my throat into my stomach. If not for my stomach being refined, I might not have risked this. It didn't seem to have the same function as my lungs, but I was betting it would be similar. The fire chi went wild as soon as it entered my body. My tongue melted, my throat ablaze as the chi seared away my flesh. However, as the breath came to completion, a portion of the fire chi was absorbed into my lungs. Instead of burning away the flesh, it was devoured. I exhaled, an action that should be natural, sending waves of devastating pain through my chest. Along with the pain came the most potent stream of healing energy I'd created, rejuvenating every burnt cell in its wake. Once my flesh was restored, the fire chi attacked again with renewed vigor. However, it was far less effective. It still burnt through my flesh, but it took about twice the time as before. What happened next surprised me. The remaining fire chi in my body suddenly all moved in a single direction, sinking into my stomach as though it was being drawn into a black hole. My stomach sucked in the flames, and I watched as it drew a stream of chi from my dantian. The swirling mess reminded me of my healing technique, the fire chi blending with my own as it was mixed inside my stomach. The stream of chi sped up as the 2 types of chi merged, the line between the flames and my own chi blurring. Soon, a single strand of chi was all that remained, a gentle orange that reminded me of the sky at sunset. Instead of being forced outwards into my body, the new strand of chi became inert within my stomach. I realized it would not move without me exerting my will. I couldn't know what the effect of this new chi would be, however, without having experienced it before. My body continued to burn under the onslaught of the firestorm, so I repeated the process a few times until I had 5 strands of this strange new chi stored in my stomach, and my flesh no longer burnt. The chi firestorm began to withdraw as Huo Zhexiang was drained of energy. I raced forward, finding Sun Dang kneeling on the ground. I barely recognized him. Every inch of his skin was blackened and charred like meat that had been left on the grill too long. His chi was faint, barely a pulse. I placed a hand on his shoulder and he didn't even react. His skin cracked at my touch, a few flakes peeling away and crumbling to the ground. The fact that he was still alive was a testament to his immense willpower and the fortitude of his physique. I was a healer first. Before claiming vengeance on Huo Zhexiang, I would ensure Sun Deng would not die or be forced to live as a burnt cripple. What I was about to do was risky, but I had a gut feeling it was going to be more effective than any of my previous healing techniques. Plucking 2 strands of the strange new qi from my stomach, I guided them into Sun Deng's body while clamping down with my intent. The steps were identical to any other use of the qi healing technique, but every single component was unique to me and my physique. The final outcome was a mystery, but the instant the orange qi entered his body, I watched it explode with vitality. The charred flesh on his shoulder cracked and fell away, revealing pristine skin like jade. This spread like a wave across his body as the 2 strands of orange qi exploded into a mist of rejuvenating energy. His scarred eyes opened as he inhaled sharply, coughing black blood. He leapt to his feet and then staggered. I caught him and chuckled. "Take it easy, Sun Deng. That firestorm technique was potent. You were on death's door." He stared at me wide-eyed. "You healed me? How? No technique exists to heal such wounds, unless you're—" he exclaimed, suddenly going quiet towards the end. "Are you a nascent hidden soul sage?" "Ha!" I snorted, doubling over at his outburst. What a ridiculous accusation. Though, given how lacking this world's healing techniques were, I wasn't too surprised at his line of thought. Not quite. I have a unique physique suited for healing. My techniques are derived from that, and they are far more potent than the regular qi healing technique or any healing pills. He nodded, seemingly satisfied with my explanation, but he still threw me suspicious glances every now and then. The whirlwind of qi within his body came to an end, and I watched as the strands of orange qi reformed. However, they seemed to have lost the unique effect that had been created in my stomach, returning to the vibrant green of my regular qi. Additionally, the quantity of qi had doubled, 4 strands rushing into my dantian as I gasped at the cold sensation. I wasn't sure if that was unique to the qi refined in my stomach, or if I could expect similar gains through every application of my healing technique in the qi gathering realm. Before discovering the answer to that question, I had to finish the battle. I walked forward to where Huo Zhexiang stood. He was panting, the flow of his qi erratic and weak after unleashing the devastating storm of fire qi. His spear still burnt brightly, and he leveled it at me as he noticed my approach. He couldn't stop the shock from showing on his face, eyes wide and mouth open.
"How are you still alive?"
he exclaimed.
"I was right. You truly are a demon."
I slapped him, the sound reverberating across the basin as the gathered cultivators watched. Everyone else had rushed away from his technique, though I spotted a few unfortunate souls who had been caught in the blast, burnt and bloody on the rocky ground. "Enough!" He stumbled backwards, clutching his face.
"You dare?"
I rushed forward, sweeping his legs from underneath him as I delivered a chop to the back of his neck. He fell to his knees, unable to move. Some weaknesses still remained even in a cultivator's body, it seemed. "Stop blabbering. Your ass must be jealous of the shit that comes out of your mouth. Calling me a demon while your own fellow disciples tread the line between life and death after burning in your technique," I snarled. At first, this had been for personal satisfaction, to pay him back for trying to kill me during my breakthrough. I'd planned to leave him beaten for his master to drag back to the Cloudy Falls sect. That was letting him off lightly. For a moment I stood in silence, watching the flow of his qi. His body was like a furnace, his dantian the bellows blowing the fiery energy around his meridians. Qi could be used to heal, reversing the damage left by a weapon. A surgeon's scalpel could carve out a tumor, but it could also sever tendons. A man like this did not deserve to have power over others. He was irresponsible, rash, and cared little for the collateral damage he caused. Not to mention that he was trash who had constantly betrayed fellow disciples of the same sect. For a man like this, there was only one punishment I felt would suit his crimes. Qi gathered around the tip of my finger as I bent down so that my face was level with his. "You throw your power around without care. As a healer, it is my duty to eradicate infections anywhere I find them," I said, as I placed my finger against his stomach, right above his dantian.
What are you doing? Stop!
I heard a panicked voice cry from above, right as I unleashed my chi and shattered his Danten. Chapter 43. Crippling Huo Zhexiang's cultivation had been surprisingly simple. Figuring out the connection between the Danten and the spirit during my breakthrough to chi gathering was the foundation. Once I knew where to cut, the actual application of the technique was as easy as turning my hand. A few strands of my chi and decades of painstaking cultivation were gone. At the moment I'd crippled him, I'd heard an unfamiliar voice crying out from above. Throwing my gaze to the skies as a shadow fell over me, I saw a man in white and gold robes standing in the air. The next moment, I staggered as a presence like a dozen mountains slammed into me. I righted myself, clenching my teeth as the elder continued to hammer down on me with the full weight of his cultivation. It seems my timing was rather unfortunate. The earth rumbled as the elder slammed into the rocky ground, his robes billowing as the nearby disciples seemed either relieved or terrified. I immediately thanked the heavens that it was not Huo Zhexiang's master who had arrived, or I might already be dead. Nonetheless, crippling the cultivation of a Cloudy Falls sect disciple in front of one of their elders was not a wise move. I didn't regret my actions, though, defiantly staring down the elder as his furious gaze fell on me like a meteor.
Junior, you dare?
He flicked his sleeve and a scroll appeared in his hands, the inscriptions glowing with mystical golden light. I reached into my Danten, knowing I would need every drop of chi I possessed if I wanted to survive the elder's strike. My chances were slim, but even a deer can escape a tiger in the right circumstances. The pressure of the elder's aura reached a peak as the golden inscriptions began to peel from his scroll.
Let's see if you can remain so audacious in the face of my 7 edicts judgment scripture,
he cried, flicking his other sleeve. I imagine he could have utilized his magic treasure with a lot less fanfare and yelling, but I had to admit he made a fearsome figure as he prepared to end my life. Suddenly, Sun Dang threw himself between me and the elder, hands raised. "Elder Shen, wait!" he exclaimed. The elder harumphed and shot Sun Dang a look of disdain, all but one of the glowing characters falling back onto his scroll. The final glowing character continued to vibrate, and suddenly it shot into the sky, where it exploded into countless golden chains as thunder rumbled in the background.
Junior son, I expect a plausible excuse for this ridiculous behavior. Forcing me to waste the first edict of my 7 edicts judgment scripture is no small cost,
he snarled, rolling the scroll and keeping it with a wave of his sleeve.
Elder Shen, this man is no enemy of our sect. He fought with us against the treachery of the Soaring Sword sect and the fury of the local beasts, even claiming the 10 Ascensions Lily. Furthermore, he is an ex-disciple of our sect, not some random vagrant. I owe him a life debt, and I ask that you honor this and spare him, Sun Dang proclaimed, waving his hands dramatically and bowing to his waist. Honestly, I'd half expected him to leave me to my fate, taking 2 of his enemies off the table in a single swoop. However, I had to respect his honor and the face he was giving me. I sighed. I truly was becoming part of this world. The elder's gaze flicked back to me. He looked me up and down like a merchant appraising a fresh shipment of fruit, then his heavy eyes returned to Sun Dang. The crushing weight of his cultivation lessened, and he rubbed a palm against his temple, sighing. Rise, junior son. It seems this situation is complicated. Explain this business with the Soaring Sword sect. I may need to report this to the sect leader,
he said. Before allowing the disciples to approach, the elder rushed to Huo Zhexiang's side and placed a hand against his stomach, frowning as he realized what I'd done was incurable. The boy would never cultivate again. Sun Dang was joined by others as they began babbling to the elder, who had a look of severe annoyance on his face. No doubt he would have preferred to remain at the sect, cultivating, rather than dealing with a bunch of junior disciples. I turned my attention to the countless wounded across the rocky basin. Any of the beasts still able to do so had fled when the battle turned, but there were endless beasts and cultivators lying in their own blood, painting a gory scene. It was as though a dozen asuras had carved their way through the mountain summit, leaving nothing but death and destruction in their wake. I would do my utmost to heal those who still lived, but I lamented that I could only focus on a single patient at a time. Identifying the closest to entering the 6 paths, a step away from death, would be crucial. Triage was as effective here in this new world as it had been on Earth. Why did I have to limit myself to a single patient? The Qi healing technique had those limitations, and my own version, which I had derived from Wang Ren's display, shared those limits, but that didn't mean I couldn't improve it. After all, my goal was to advance the healing arts of the Celestial Jade Empire. To do that, I would need to build on the meager foundations that already existed. The only issue was that I still had a limited understanding of Qi. My fivefold medicine forge physique had proved to have myriad functions and incredible utility for healing, but I wasn't sure it could help here. I'd seen the potent healing effect of the mysterious orange Qi when I used it on Zhao Dan, but it had taken 2 full strands to heal him. Whether I could glean enough to create a working technique from the 3 remaining strands was uncertain, but I would give it my all. A plethora of techniques that could disperse one's Qi over a wide area existed at the Qi Gathering realm, though most were combat techniques. Then again, most techniques were combat techniques in every realm. Nonetheless, I could learn a lot from the methods used to direct the flow and dispersal of Qi, and then apply those lessons to my own techniques. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have the time to do so in the immediate future, meaning I needed to tend to every patient individually. I began my task after spotting a beast with the faintest hint of Qi emanating from its core. This strange awakened beast, with slimy scales covering its body, a curved beak filled with a dozen rows of razor-sharp fangs, and 2 sets of wings, resembled no creature from Earth. Despite my apprehension at approaching such a hideous creature, I swallowed my fear and knelt beside it. Every living being was deserving of healing, and I was simply the guiding hand. It had dozens of sword and spear wounds across its body, along with light burns from Huo Zhexiang's firestorm technique. I separated a single droplet of the mysterious Qi from one of the strands. It seemed successful at first, but as soon as the drop was pulled from the strand, the entire construct collapsed and dissipated. Crap. Those were extremely valuable resources, which I assumed I could create more of using my refined stomach, but only if I had the prerequisite ingredients, namely, a foreign source of Qi alongside my own. Restoring the beast was relatively simple despite the severity of its wounds. I opted not to use the mysterious Qi until I knew about how to manipulate it, only infusing my own Qi with the technique. The beast's wounds rapidly healed, and I soon felt a surge of Qi returning to my Danton. The increase was not double, as it had been when I healed Zhao Dan with the mysterious new Qi. However, I was not disappointed. In this case, I would be able to use quantity over quality. With dozens of patients awaiting treatment, the gains would surely stack up. I felt as though I was not close to reaching the bottleneck for 6-star Qi gathering, and I hoped to draw nearer by the time I returned to Three River City. After healing the beast, I wandered through the corpse-strewn battlefield, healing cultivators and beasts one after another. At first, I was uninterrupted, but I soon had a growing crowd following my work. When one of the disciples grabbed my arm and tried to stop me in the middle of healing a wounded disciple, I was faced with a difficult trial. Canceling the technique midway would put the patient at risk, but I couldn't ignore the man's actions. Thankfully, Wang Ren had noticed the commotion and stepped in to assist, removing the disciple's grip and scolding him severely. After that, the number of disciples watching my actions only increased, with even the elder gaining an interest.
Junior, what are you doing? This lot can simply take some healing pills and sleep it off back at the sect. Don't waste your Qi,
he scoffed. I threw him a look of disdain. Is that truly how the Cloudy Falls sect treats its disciples? In that case, I am glad I was expelled. Healing others is my path, Elder. Do not attempt to stop me.
You dare?
He exclaimed, but Zhao Dan once again threw himself between us.
Elder, forgive him. Zhao Dan is a fervent follower of the healing arts. To stop his work is tantamount to blaspheming against the heaven in his eyes. He means no disrespect, he hurriedly explained. That was an over-exaggeration, but it seemed to placate the elder. My nodding and bowing my head with a brief "indeed" was enough to quell his rage. My Qi was growing with every patient I healed, and I felt myself approaching the limits of 5-star Qi gathering. Every new meridian I opened increased the rate I could cycle my Qi and the amount I could infuse into a single technique, which meant every small realm in the Qi gathering realm represented a qualitative increase in the potency of my healing techniques. When I moved on to the disciples of the Soaring Sword sect, I felt countless gazes piercing my back. The disciples of the Cloudy Falls sect clearly didn't like the fact that I was healing their enemies, but I didn't care. The lion does not listen to the opinions of sheep. There were very few of them left alive, so they would not be able to escape the clutches of the Cloudy Falls sect regardless, especially with the presence of a foundation-building elder.
After healing everyone, I took a short rest on the least bloodstained boulder, with Wang Ren joining me. We reminisced on our days in the sect and promised to meet again in the future, under less violent circumstances. As I prepared to return to Three River City, Elder Shen appeared in front of me, barring my path.
Junior, I would ask that you return with us to the sect. The other elders may have questions, and your techniques would be of great interest to the council, and perhaps even the sect leader,
he declared, his gaze no longer holding so much contempt towards me. I must decline your offer, Elder Shen. I have business in Three River City, and I have been gone for too long already, I replied, realizing as I spoke that it had been almost a week since I left. His mouth twitched.
Are you sure, Junior Zhou? Refusing will not look favorable for you when I recount the events of today.
I am sure, Elder. I appreciate your perspective, but I am no longer a disciple of the sect. You may tell the sect leader or the other elders that they may seek me out in Three River City if they have further questions. That was a risky move, inviting further scrutiny from cultivators who could squash me like a bug. But I needed a way to politely decline, giving the elder face while not bending to his will. Additionally, I had a throbbing headache. About halfway through the healing, the wound in my temple had spiked with pain and my dantian pulsed weakly. The flow of my chi was a trickling stream compared to the raging river it had been. I suspected that even though my healing technique increased my total chi, constant use still exhausted me in some unseen ways, and I would need to rest to be at my full potential once again. The clamoring of the disciples who were barely injured to heal their minor cuts and bruises hadn't helped the headache, but Wang Ren and Sun Deng had put a stop to that. Sun Deng had even gone as far as saying I could call on him whenever I needed, as he now owed me a life debt. A little extreme in my opinion, but I would not complain about having another ally, especially one as talented as Sun Deng. He was sure to rise through the ranks of the Cloudy Falls sect to a position of power one day, so having him owe me such a debt was no small affair. I knew cultivators took these sorts of things seriously, and to renege on his word would bring great dishonor, stripping him of face. Upon expertly slipping away from Elder Shen, I began the long walk back to the city, a long walk which would be far quicker than it had been on the way there, thanks to my improved cultivation. I wondered how little Kui was getting on alone. I hope she hadn't caused any trouble. The sun was approaching its zenith as I reached the city walls, the roads filled with caravans of merchants and citizens alike. The guards inspected each and every one, but upon sensing me, one immediately rushed out to greet me. I didn't recognize him, as he hadn't been on duty the first time I'd entered the city and hadn't been present in the palace during my brief incarceration. He bowed once he appeared in front of me in the queue.
Honored cultivator, you need not wait with the rest of the rabble. Please follow me,
he said, a little out of breath. I wasn't usually the kind of guy who skipped queues, but looking along the winding line of caravans that still needed inspection, I decided I would allow myself the luxury for once. Lead the way, I replied with a flick of my sleeve. One had to play the part, after all. The city was buzzing with action, the restaurants full of patrons and endless mortals going about their daily business in the streets. I made a beeline for my building, avoiding the crowds. When I was a street away, I saw a line of young women that snaked around the corner. Turning onto the street, I saw that the line went all the way down. Following it, I ended up in front of my own building, where the queue of women went inside. I raised an eyebrow as I read the sign above the door. At least Xiao Kui hadn't been slacking off in my absence. Chapter 44. Looking above the door of the building that was supposed to be my clinic, I sighed. Someone, I assumed Xiao Kui, had affixed a sign that read Madame Kui's Mystic Spice Emporium. I had barely given the girl any training, and I was certain she knew nothing of healing, alchemy, or herbalism. So what in the 18 hells was she up to? If she was scamming innocent people, I would see to it that she received a severe scolding.
Hey, there's a queue. You can't just walk in.
A lady shouted at me as I strode through the front doors of the building. I ignored her. I wasn't going to let a stranger tell me what to do in my own damn place. The line ended at the marble countertop, where a woman was nodding her head with wide eyes sparkling as Xiao Kui explained something to her. Rather than interrupt the conversation, I snuck close enough that I could eavesdrop on what was being said without drawing attention to myself. When I heard what they were talking about, I was shocked.
Madam Kui, you're telling me that if I give my husband just one drop of this mixture at night, he will be able to keep going until the sunrise? I don't believe you.
The woman protested, but her devious smirk told another story. Xiao Kui, the little demoness, waved the woman closer to whisper in her ear.
You will see the effects for yourself. He will be like a man reborn, possessed with the stamina of a dozen horses. If you are not satisfied, I will refund every coin.
The woman let out a girlish giggle, unbecoming of a lady of her age, before thanking little Kui for her generosity and walking out the door. She clutched the fabric-wrapped package she'd received as though it were a heavenly treasure, throwing sidelong glances at everyone she passed. I scoffed before cutting in front of the line. Little Kui, what an interesting business you've created in my absence. How did a young lady like yourself create a mixture with such hair-raising effects? I asked, silencing the complaints of the other patrons as Xiao Kui shot out of her chair like a jack-in-the-box. She raced around the marble counter and bowed to me.
Master, you're finally back. I can explain everything. Just give me a moment,
she stuttered. Turning to the long line of expectant women, Xiao Kui raised her hands to silence the chatter. Since she had pronounced me her master, I'd noticed a few appraising gazes landing on me. I shivered. Women could be scary.
Ladies, I am terribly sorry to say that the Emporium will be closing for a brief break. It will open again this evening so you can get last-minute orders before night falls, she declared.
Outrage erupted at her first statement, with relieved pacification following in the wake of the second. The village head appeared from thin air, herding the disgruntled women out along with Xiao Kui. Annoyance dispersed down the long line, but eventually they made their way back into the city, leaving the building in peace. I took a seat on a comfortable padded sofa, gazing over the transformed lobby. Xiao Kui and the village head had done an impressive job decorating in my absence, turning the empty, marble-tiled room into a luxurious reception that could have been the lobby of a five-star hotel. I like what you've done with the place, I said, waving a hand and dispersing the nervous looks on their faces. Xiao Kui collapsed into a padded armchair, letting out a heavy groan of relief.
Thank the heavens. I was worried he'd be furious, she said.
Then she sat bolt upright as though struck by a cattle prod.
Even if you hated it, you'd have no right to complain, bastard master. You just ran off for over a week without telling us anything.
I chuckled. You're right, I'm sorry. I didn't expect to be gone for so long, but I ran into a series of fortuitous opportunities. One thing led to another, and, well, I'll tell you how that ended up. I gave them a brief recounting of my outing. They reacted at the appropriate times, oohing and awing. When they heard my cultivation had skyrocketed, they were overcome with happiness. Of course they were happy about my personal accomplishment, but I believed most of their relief stemmed from the fact that they no longer needed to fear the threat of the City Lord's reprisal. I was a few star realms ahead of him in the She-Gathering realm now, after all. To make a long story short, I saved the day, defeated the bad guys, and managed to slip the grasp of a foundation-building elder like a devious eel. Isn't your master incredible? I preened, flashing a dazzling grin. Xiao Kui scoffed.
Yes, you're amazing, master,
she intoned impassively. The village head at least nodded and offered a decent reply.
You are truly a dragon amongst men, Cultivator Zhou.
I waved him off. You overpraise me, village head. There is a far more important matter to deal with than my brief misadventure, however, I said, my gaze turning serious as it fell on Xiao Kui. How did you hear about such mischievous deeds and set up this little operation, my dear disciple? She went bright red as the village head coughed, turning away from her when she looked to him for support.
Well, let me explain. The first day after you left, I sat around wondering what to do with myself. The second day, I figured that if I was going to be your disciple, I should at least try to learn about healing. So I wandered around the city exploring the different remedies available to the citizens. Alchemists, herbalists, and even breweries. What I realized was that compared to Master's healing arts, they were all a bunch of crap.
She began telling her story with plenty of colorful language, and I was satisfied she had the prescience to recognize my greatness.
One day, I was in an herbalist shop when I overheard a conversation between the owner and a female customer. She requested something for fertility, as she and her husband were having trouble, you know. The owner seemed disgusted, but still brought out an herb, proclaiming that he normally didn't sell that kind of thing. She continued. I realized that this was an easy opportunity to make some money while you were gone. So I researched around the different stores and eventually figured out a recipe that helps,
certain things along. As you can see, it worked out well. What do you think?
I think you really were born to be a saleswoman, I replied with a smile. I was worried I'd get back to find you holed up in the house or getting up to no good again.
What kind of disciple do you think you've taken on? I'm always on my best behavior,
she said with faux horror.
Ha! As if,
the village head exclaimed, shaking his head with mirth. However, despite your success, I wasn't exactly hoping to build that sort of clinic. Now that I'm back, I plan to dive into the research surrounding what healing is available to commoners of the city and return to my original goal of making healing more accessible, I explained, standing up from the comfortable sofa and walking across the lobby.
What about us?
Shakui asked. You can keep doing what you've been doing. I see no reason to shut down a profitable business. And while you aren't exactly transforming the world, you're not hurting anyone. Though I imagine the men of this city will be a lot more subdued in the near future. It reminded me of the stories soldiers used to tell me about returning home. Their wives would go wild, having not seen their husbands for months or even years at a time. When they flew back out, they were a little less excitable for the first few weeks. There were the sadder stories too, like those whose wives and girlfriends hadn't been patient enough to wait, but that wasn't relevant right now.
Thank you, Master. I won't disappoint you,
she exclaimed with joy before rushing into the back room. When she came out, she had a small leather pouch in her hands.
Here, take this. It's your share of the profits,
she said, throwing it to me. I caught it and opened it up. There were a bunch of silver coins inside, along with a few coppers. Considering she'd had almost no money when I left and this was just my share, I was truly impressed. That's great. I was just thinking I needed some money to do my research. I do need one thing from you, though.
Oh? Whatever you need, I will do my best.
Can you give me a list of all the alchemists and herbalists in the city? I want to trial the existing healing pills, medicines, and tonics that are available. I could wander around, but if you can tell me where to go, it will make my life easier, I said, pocketing the coins.
That shouldn't be an issue. I remember most of the places that I visited, so I can just write them down for you. Give me a moment,
she replied, while grabbing a piece of bamboo paper and a brush. She handed me a long list of names that all sounded like snake oil merchants, but I wasn't surprised, given the standard of healing in this world. After thanking her and saying goodbye, I made my way into Three River City. The first alchemist shop had been a complete waste of my time. The man running the store had bent over backwards to accommodate me when he sensed my cultivation, but he only offered me pointless cultivation aids. In fact, when I'd asked to see his most basic healing pills, he refused, claiming that such trash isn't worthy of Sir Cultivator's attention. I dismissed him and left after that. It didn't stop him from rushing after me, begging to show me his most valuable products, but I had little interest in his sycophantic desperation. Crossing his name off my list and scoffing at the ridiculous name of his shop, Zhao Dan's Heavenly Pill Pavilion, I searched for the first store that was an herbalist rather than an alchemist. I would eventually make my way through the entire list, but I felt that getting some variety in early would stop me from growing bored, especially if the rest of the visits would go in a similar manner to the first. My plan was to use my fivefold medicine forge physique to analyze the various remedies available in the city, and then hopefully learn enough basic alchemy to create my own, more effective formula. Ideally at a low cost, so that I could then make it widely available to the common people. Yet, I had been stumped on the first step by something entirely unexpected. I was too overqualified for the products I was attempting to obtain. Then again, one bad experience didn't necessarily mean all the alchemists and herbalists in Three River City would be the same. With renewed vigor, I asked the nearest person for directions to Yu Chun's Blossom Parlor. They gave me a strange look and hurried away without answering. The second person I asked actually replied, giving me directions and then winking as they walked off. I thought nothing of it, rolling up the list and tucking it into my robes before stepping into the busy streets to make my way there. Standing outside the Cherrywood building, with flowery balconies from which scantily dressed women with layers of makeup caked on their faces waved to the passerby, I understood the reactions of the two people whom I'd asked for directions. This was not an herbalist shop, but a brothel. I would be having severe words with Xiaokui when I returned, but for now, I simply crossed off the shop on my list and turned to walk away. That was when I heard an alluring voice drip into my ears like honey.
My, it is such a rare occasion that such a powerful man graces my humble establishment.
Are you disappointed, young master? Why the hurry to leave? I turned to see a stunning beauty, with skin like a milky jade and glistening eyes. She wore makeup, but it was far more expertly applied than on the other women, elevating her natural features rather than masking her insecurities. Her blood-red lips curled upwards when she caught me staring. She snapped open a fan and waved it a few times as she approached.
Do you like what you see, young master? Anything you see can be yours, for the right price.
She purred. I coughed, covering my mouth with a fist as my cheeks flushed. I'd almost lost myself for a moment. It had been a while since I'd last been with a woman, but now wasn't the time for such activities, especially not in such a place. You are beautiful, madam, but I am not here in search of pleasure. My assistant told me that this was an herbalist's shop, but she seems to have made a mistake. Enjoy your day, I replied with a shallow bow, turning to leave before she could suck me inside.
There is a first time for everything under the heavens.
She chuckled, and even her laughter sent tingling down my spine.
Your assistant made no mistake, but perhaps your directions were wrong. There is indeed a Yu Chun's Blossom Parlor that sells herbal remedies. In fact, that old hag is always complaining about how many lustful men find their way to her shop in search of my parlor. However, this is the first time the reverse has happened.
I slapped a hand over my face. This was like a plot straight out of a television drama. Could one of the proprietors not change the name of their business to ease confusion? For the second time, as dangerous as it was, I gave the seductive beauty my attention. She fluttered her eyelashes as I did so, not giving up the hard sell even knowing I hadn't intended to be here. A businesswoman through and through. Would you be so kind as to give this clueless one directions to the herbalist's shop, madam? I asked in a firm tone, attempting to suppress the redness in my cheeks.
Stop with this madam nonsense. I'm still a young and delicate flower,
she protested, fluttering her fan.
You may call me Miss Yu. What is your name, handsome cultivator?
My name is Zhao Dan. It is a pleasure to meet a woman more beautiful than the stars in the night sky, but I really must insist on those directions, Miss Yu.
Shh. All the handsome men are already married or too well behaved. Go 2 streets down and then enter the 4th building on the right. You should tell her you came here first. She'll find the story hilarious,
she muttered, waving me off once she realized I wasn't going to fall for her charms. As I walked away, I turned back to look at her delicate arms as she ordered a few of the girls about. Hopefully, this herbalist had what I was looking for, or perhaps I would need to resort to stealing the pills I sought. Yu Chun told Feng Ai to handle the running of the house while she entered her office and locked the door behind her. After waiting a moment to ensure no one had followed her or was listening, a brothel had eyes and ears in every corner. She sat at the cherrywood desk and pulled out a slip of jade. She tapped the jade 3 times and waited while staring at its smooth surface. It took an incense stick's worth of time before it finally flashed with orange light, breaking her from her nervous tapping on the desk.
What is it, wench? I'm busy enough dealing with things today. I don't need to listen to your prattling.
A harsh and gritty voice hissed from the jade.
Oh? In that case, I suppose you don't want to know who visited my parlor just now,
she drawled, letting the temptation hang in the air.
Out with it, woman!
The man snapped. Yu Chun kissed her teeth.
You're no fun, counselor. A cultivator calling himself Zhao Dan just had a pleasant conversation outside my front door. He had many interesting qualities, but as far as personality went, he was a bore. You're quite similar in that regard.
What? That bastard's finally back! I could kiss you, Yu Chun. This is wonderful news. If you run into him again, keep him busy and let me know.
The man on the other end of the communication jade replied, his attitude having done a complete turnaround.
I'll try. He didn't seem very interested in my charms. Perhaps he prefers spring rolls to bao buns,
she giggled.
Enough! I don't care who you need to throw at him to keep him occupied. You can't deal with the consequences of failure.
He snapped as the orange lights vanished and the jade went inert once more. Yu Chun replaced the jade in her desk and sighed, rubbing her temples.
That counselor is so overbearing. He can't even handle a little joke.
She sighed.
Well, perhaps I should get Duwen here, just in case he does like his pork belly grilled upside down.
She composed herself and unlocked the door, marching out into the parlor and yelling orders at everyone she saw.
Soon, the Blossom Parlor was a hive of activity as they prepared an enticing honey trap for the unsuspecting cultivator.
Now I just need to figure out a way to get him back here,
she muttered, staring into the sky. Chapter 45. I found the shop as directed by Miss Yu. It was a simple wooden shopfront without much in the way of decoration, missing even a sign. No wonder people struggled to find it. Walking inside, I heard a delicate bell ringing, followed by shuffling footsteps from a back room. The shelves were old but kept in pristine condition. A myriad of different potted herbs and living plants lined the shelves, producing a powerful aroma that soothed me the moment I took my first breath inside the room. An old lady came out from the room, wearing gloves covered in soil and staring at me with a disgruntled expression. She narrowed her eyes.
"What are you looking for, Brett?"
Miss Yu hadn't been wrong when she called her an old hag. This lady certainly had a stinky attitude. But if I had a stream of men looking for a brothel entering my shop all day, I might be grumpy as well. "Madam Yu, I was told your shop deals in the finest quality herbs and herbal remedies. Was my assistant mistaken?" I replied, stepping forward and dispelling the tension in the air with a soft smile and a raised eyebrow. I had to devote an exceptional quantity of concentration to discern the minor brightening of her face. It went from grumpy and wrinkled to slightly less grumpy and somehow even more wrinkled. While her expression hadn't improved that much, her tone shifted a great deal.
"At least you aren't one of those lecherous layabouts,"
she scoffed.
"Your assistant gave you the right information. Most of the young men who come into my shop are looking for flowers of a more delicate variety. Trash, the lot of them."
Before she could explode into a rant and take up my dwindling time, I interrupted her. "Actually, I was at the young Miss Yu's Blossom Parlor before this. We had quite an interesting conversation. She's a fascinating woman. I mistook her business for yours."
"What? And you led me on, making me think you weren't like the rest of those bastards? Honestly, young people these days are all wastrels. Get out of here if you aren't going to be a pleasant customer. Scram!"
she cried, waving her hands and pushing me towards the door. It seems I had been misled by the young miss from before. She told me that the old woman would find the misunderstanding hilarious, but clearly that wasn't the case. Honestly, I should have trusted my gut. Beautiful women are all bad news. The good ones attract too much negative attention, while the wicked ones, well, I just experienced that firsthand. "Madam Yu, I believe there has been another misunderstanding here. I simply wish to buy some simple healing herbs and remedies. That is all. The young Miss Yu and I had a conversation, nothing more," I protested, not letting her force me out of the shop. If I couldn't obtain anything on my second attempt, I might as well give up. Perhaps I should have simply sent Xiaoqui on an errand run instead. She seemed to be far better at dealing with people than I. I suspected my social skills had adapted to war over the years. Even though this world was far from peaceful, there were many cultural nuances that I had yet to grasp, and this had led to plenty of misunderstandings. Not all could be blamed on me, but quite a few could. Improving one's bedside manner and people skills was just as important as one's cultivation and techniques. The granny seemed mollified by my response, though her face still looked like a puckered sphincter.
"Humph. Healing remedies, he says. What exactly are you looking to heal, young man?"
she asked, wandering back behind the counter. A sagacious question that I had no answer for. I wasn't looking to heal any specific malady. I simply wanted to gather various remedies to dissect and attempt to form my own. I could have lied, but I felt as though the granny would see right through me. Despite being immortal, she had that ancient sage vibe. Her piercing gaze felt as though it uncovered all my secrets. "To be honest with you, Madam Yu, there is no affliction I specifically need to treat. I simply wish to have some simple remedies on hand. Any general-purpose herbs or salves will do," I told her, putting on my nice young man smile in an attempt to win her over. She remained unmoved. In fact, she raised an eyebrow upon seeing my face.
"Don't do that, it's a little creepy,"
she berated me. I winced.
"General-purpose remedies, eh? Let me see what I have back here."
The granny disappeared into the back room once more, and I heard the sounds of clinking jars and groaning wood as she rummaged through what had to be her storeroom. After what felt like forever, but in reality was only a few moments. She returned carrying 3 small jars and a sprig of spiky, dark green herbs. She placed them all on the counter, then waved me over.
Come, lad. These jars are a basic healing tonic, refined from a few local herbs with basic medicinal properties. It's nothing fancy like those expensive alchemists, but it will help with any cuts and bruises. Even minor infections and the flu are treatable, but anything more and you should seek proper healing,
she explained while holding up one of the jars.
Now, these are a little trickier. 10-year vital spike root, harvested in the jagged Sword Mountains by this old granny herself. I'm only willing to part with it because I've realized in my old age that I don't have the skill to refine it without ruining such a potent herb. You can have it, but it's not cheap.
I waved a hand. Don't worry about the price. I have a modest amount of coin. This is perfect. Thank you, Madame Yu.
Braggart,
she scoffed as she carefully wrapped the spike root in silk and then placed it inside a wooden box. She handed me the jars as they were, and I slipped it all inside my robes. I really needed a better way of storing and carrying my things. My robes were growing heavy with the number of treasures and random items I was stuffing inside them. While I was out shopping for healing pills and herbs, I would find somewhere selling a useful storage item. Perhaps I could finally get some use out of that half a spirit stone in my coin pouch. Zhao Dan had been too poor to afford a proper spatial storage treasure, having to use all the resources the sect allocated him to maintain and attempt to progress his cultivation. That hadn't worked out so well for him, but I had no such obligations.
26 silver and 5 copper coins,
she declared, making my jaw drop. That was extraordinarily expensive, considering these were supposed to be basic remedies. I'd only taken the herb, as I suspected my physique would make excellent use of it. But how were commoners supposed to afford this kind of treatment? That's absurd. How do people pay for these? I argued.
You expect me to part with that valuable herb for less? That's a 10-year vital spike root that I spent weeks hunting through those blasted mountains for. I'm giving you a great deal here, ungrateful bastard.
How much would the tonics be without the herb, then? I asked, realizing I may have been hasty in my assumptions.
They're just 5 copper coins each. 1 silver and 5 copper for the 3 I gave you. I'm giving you the spike root for 25 silver. Those alchemists in the center of the city would charge you triple that if you're lucky.
I sighed. Even in this mystical world where immortal cultivators lorded from the sky, it seemed that economies of scale were still functioning on a wide scale. Human greed was truly inescapable. Opening the pouch of coins that little Kui had given me, I realized there was plenty of money in there, enough to afford the herb 3 or 4 times over. She really had been busy while I was gone. As her master, I felt a little embarrassed. Nonetheless, I would make full use of her generosity and pay her back tenfold when my experiments paid off. After handing over 27 silver coins, I waved the granny off when she tried to give me the change. Keep it. You've been very helpful, Madame Yu. I shall be back, unless I find a better herbalist elsewhere, I quipped. She chuckled, taking my joke in stride.
Ha! You'd have to go to the next city to find a better herbalist than me. Bunch of amateur fools prancing about with their meager knowledge as though they're princes. Frogs in the well, the lot of them. You get on now, you're scaring away customers.
Her cheery attitude surprised me. I'd half expected her to bite my head off when I made the joke, but I wasn't about to let one grumpy old woman suppress my personality. Humor made life worth living, especially one as violent as this. Thanks, Madame Yu. See you later. I chuckled as I exited the shop. I took a last deep inhale of the floral aroma as I walked through the door, soothing my nerves as I took out the list of shops. My own suspicions, combined with Madame Yu's quips, led me to believe that the rest of my shop visits wouldn't be as entertaining, especially when it came to alchemists. She seemed to despise the lot of them. Then again, the healing pills I'd had at the City Lord's Palace hadn't done much, and I imagined they were the highest quality available in Three River City. That could also simply be my skewed perspective due to my 5-fold medicine forge physique. If these healing pills had existed back on Earth, they would be considered a miracle medicine. Like paracetamol, penicillin, and codeine all in one. Cultivators certainly seemed to down them the way hypochondriacs did in my previous life. The next store down the list was an alchemist, The name was as complex and overbearing as the rest. Master Wei's Perfect Pills. I scoffed, imagining that the pills I would find there would most likely be far from perfect. However, that wasn't really a problem. I was dealing in quantity, not quality. As long as I had a large enough sample size, figuring out a superior recipe wouldn't be too difficult. Hopefully. As I feared, my visits to plenty of the alchemy pavilions and herbalist shops were not pleasant experiences, for vastly different reasons. In some, they realized my cultivation level and bent over backwards to serve me. That treatment made me uncomfortable, but it was a reminder of the difference in status between mortals and cultivators. While I was only a crawling child compared to those lofty core-forging masters and nascent soul sages, I was already a heavenly existence compared to the average mortal. I would still be youthful while their grandchildren grew old, unless someone ended up assassinating me along the way. It wouldn't be the first time that had happened, after all. I had to stay vigilant when I'd already made enemies. Others were starkly different. In a few of the grodier shops, they didn't sense my cultivation, which I'd hoped would lead to a more positive shopping experience, but my tattered robes led to prejudicial treatment of a far worse variety. The experience was tiring, but after my struggles, I ended up with quite the collection of healing pills, herbs, tonics, and other assorted remedies. Some had unusual scents and unappealing appearances, making me nervous to consume them. I hoped that the combination of my fivefold medicine forge physique and sturdy cultivator's body would allow me to weather the experience, like an ancient tree standing tall in a fearsome storm. There were still a few shops left on Xiaoqui's list, but I felt as though more medicines would have diminishing returns at this point and decided to head back. The sun was setting, painting the sky in vivid hues of gold and violet, and I let the final rays of light wash over me as I made my way back to the clinic. I reckoned I should save the best for last, once I'd advanced my lacking comprehension of the basic healing medicines available. Wasting the 10-year vital spike root because I didn't understand its mysteries would be a shame. Reaching into my shiny new spatial storage bag, which had 5 cubic meters of space, I picked out a pill at random from the assortment I had in there. The bag was a useful find, though it had cost me the half a spirit stone. I'd received a few gold coins and some silver as change, which meant I ended up with more coins than I'd started the day with, even though I was poorer overall. Inspecting the pill, I grimaced at the purplish-green surface that resembled poison. However, I devoured my fair share of poisons in this world already, and they tended to benefit me. I tossed the pill in my mouth and it began to dissolve. The taste was a pleasant surprise. Notes of cinnamon and lavender teasing my taste buds as I swallowed the pill. It started to disintegrate, the medicinal energy attempting to spread out into my body. However, my physique refused to let that happen. Before the waves of energy could travel beyond the confines of my stomach, I felt the same swirling sensation that had occurred when I swallowed Huoze Xiang's firestorm technique. The energies of the healing pill were trapped within, and names began appearing in my mind. First, the name of the pill. Average quality mortal grade healing pill. Simple enough. The grades went from mortal as the worst grade of treasures, then martial, king, and emperor. Most chi-gathering cultivators would have a few martial grade treasures, and perhaps some king grade if they were wealthy, talented, or lucky enough to chance upon one. Wang Ren's glaive was an example of a king grade treasure, given to him by his master. Within the grades, I knew there were differing qualities, with poor being the worst, followed by average, and resonant being the best. That meant this healing pill was, to put it bluntly, shit. Nonetheless, as the names of various herbs and catalysts entered my mind, most of which I didn't recognize but gained some meager information about, I was satisfied. One of these pills didn't help much, but the combined insight from all that I had collected would allow me to start working on my own recipe. I opened the door of the clinic, and the queue of women seeking Little Quee's secret remedy for their husbands had gone home for the evening. I took out another pill and prepared myself to consume it, when I realized I'd made a terrible mistake. How was I supposed to develop my own recipe when I had no idea how to perform alchemy? Chapter 46. The next week went by in a blur. I secluded myself in one of the upper floors of the building so that I could carry out my experiments. For now, that consisted of simply consuming the myriad pills, herbs, and other remedies I'd acquired during my shopping trip. The reason it took me so long simply to eat a bunch of pills was that I was forced to slow down and begin taking comprehensive notes about 3 days in. Similarities between the various healing remedies began to correlate, and I wanted to ensure that I didn't miss anything. My mind was sharper, faster, and processed information far better since my consecutive breakthroughs. But writing things down remained a potent method of spotting connections one may have missed in their head. Eventually, I figured out some patterns and made connections between different remedies. While there were many differences between the various creations of the dozen alchemists and herbalists in the city, underlying rules had to govern their creation. 2 things remained almost identical in every single pill, salve, or tonic that I tried. They all contained an ingredient called rejuvenating spirit grass, and they all contained at least as much energy as a single drop of my chi. That wasn't a reliable measure of their potency, as other cultivators' chi could be more or less dense than my own. I suppose it would have to suffice for now. Until I had a reason to share my discoveries and research with others, there was no need for a standard measure of energy. This was, of course, different when it came to the raw herbs and some of the more esoteric remedies that I'd acquired. Herbs that hadn't been processed possessed medicinal spiritual energy in its purest form. While the healing effects of the raw herbs were worse than the refined pills or concocted herbal remedies, the effect they had on my physique was more pronounced. I'd made a minor amount of progress in refining my heart. Only around 1 or 2%, but progress was progress. I exhaled, rubbing my eyes. I was tired. Even at my realm of cultivation, going a week without sleep was intense, especially while focusing my mind the entire time. Before having a rest, however, I wanted to eat. It wasn't a necessity, but more of a ritual to keep me grounded the further I strayed from humanity. Cultivation gave me superhuman strength, reflexes, and vitality, but also left me feeling less human than before. I looked inside the spatial storage bag, realizing there were only the 3 jars of herbal remedies and the 10-year vital spike root I'd purchased from Granny Yu. I would analyze them after I'd eaten, and then move on to the next stage of my experiments. Exiting the stuffy room I'd been in all week was like taking the first breath of spring air, rejuvenating me. I'd felt rather nauseous due to all the toxins present in the cheap healing pills I'd bought. The quality of healing available in Three River City was shocking. These alchemists were charging exorbitant prices for shoddy products. Whether that was simply because they lacked the skill to make anything better and this was the norm, or because this specific city had an issue, I wouldn't know, unless I explored the world further. For now, I would have to be satisfied with bringing my own higher quality products into the market. This would benefit the citizens and my own wallet, as well as give me a foundation in alchemy. With my 5-fold medicine forge physique, the pill toxins did not seem to affect me. Rather than build up and form impurities in my body, my refined stomach separated the toxins as a strand of purplish-black goop. The first time it happened, I'd been quite shocked. My body attempted to expel the strand of toxins, but the void within my Danton burst to life and devoured it whole. Nothing had come of the constant devouring of the pill toxins yet, but I would keep watch and pray it didn't suddenly fill me with some kind of super toxin. Walking down the stairs, I smelled a tantalizing, meaty aroma from the kitchen. It seemed like my timing was perfect as I walked in on Xiao Kui cooking while humming to herself. "That smells incredible, little Kui," I said, startling her as I entered the kitchen. She yelped and almost dropped the knife she was holding, before catching it in a rather elegant display of acrobatics. For a mortal, she was rather flexible. It was a shame there was no way to turn her into a cultivator. There would come a time when we would have to part ways, but I would do my best to teach her what I could, and enjoy these moments until that day came. Then again, nothing was impossible. My own path of cultivation proved that, so I would keep an open mind. Such a mindset was important as a doctor. If one stubbornly refused to accept new discoveries, they would never advance their own abilities or the field of healing as a whole.
"Master, you scared me,"
she exclaimed, continuing to chop the spring onions on the wooden board.
"However, you're just in time for dinner. The village head and I were worried you would never leave that room."
"Oh? I did warn you I would need some time to experiment," I chuckled, leaning over the pot and inhaling deeply of the rich aroma.
"You did, but a week? You look like you haven't slept at all. Did you even eat?"
she scolded, pushing me away from the pot as she tossed the spring onions in. "I didn't sleep or eat. To be honest, I believe I soon won't have any need to do either," I replied, and she raised an eyebrow.
"Really? Cultivators are strange."
"Indeed they are. I didn't know you could cook.
My mother taught me a little when I was in the village, but I've been practicing over the past week. When I was creating my remedy for the women, I experimented with a lot of herbs and spices and managed to pick some things up, she explained, tossing a handful of chopped herbs into the pot and placing the lid on. It would be a few more minutes.
I walked over to the wooden dining table, where the village head was leaning back with a pained expression on his face. A half-drunk cup of tea sat on the table in front of him. "What's wrong, village head?" I asked.
You both keep calling me that. I don't deserve the title. Nine Paddy Village is no more. I failed to protect it.
He sighed, reaching for the tea and then pulling his hand back.
That bastard City Lord Tang. How can he slaughter his own people without reprisal? Does the Cloudy Falls sect not care about us lowly mortals?
I empathized with his feelings, but I had a slightly different perspective. Perhaps my cultivation was already shaping my thoughts. But when you knew you would outlive everyone around you, as well as 2 generations of their descendants, a level of detachment had already appeared. I wouldn't say they don't care, but cultivators have different priorities. If they spend all their time tracking down and purging every corrupt city official in their lands, they would have no time to do anything else. Mortal affairs and the business of cultivators are separate in their minds. Perhaps it is the wrong way of doing things, but it seems to be the only way they know, I replied. There was certainly a middle ground to be struck. I fell on neither side, still a stranger in this world and coming to grips with the culture and my own path. I still felt human for the most part, but from my first breath in this world I had been more than that, starting a second life already in the middle stage body tempering.
You are right. Power is what matters in this corrupt empire. The village was wiped out because I was powerless. That spirit bear fought bravely, but the city lord sent a powerful contingent of guards. They used poison and strange creatures. The villagers turned on each other, brothers killing brothers and fathers killing sons. It was a nightmare come to life. If I was stronger...
The village head clutched his temple, a tear falling from his eye as a silent fury burnt within. Dwelling on these thoughts will only breed resentment and suffering, village head. Think of the future. Shao Kui still lives, and so do you. The spirit of Nine Paddy Village will never be snuffed out as long as you forge ahead. Those who did this to you will pay. That I promise. He wiped away the tear and nodded, downing the rest of his tea in a single gulp.
You are right, Cultivator Zhou. Thank you for snapping this old fool out of his misery. However, do not throw away your own bright future for our sakes. You have your own path, he said, clamping a hand on my shoulder. Grandpa, if I didn't stand up for the pair of you, how could I look myself in the eye? I am a man who values the sanctity of life. Such wanton cruelty cannot go unpunished. I made an oath to uproot infection and disease wherever I found it, and in this city is a cancer most foul. I shall remove it before it can spread. As long as you stay true to yourself, then I shall support you from here, Cultivator Zhou,
he replied, sitting back in his chair.
Enough of that nonsense, Grandpa. Let's eat,
said Shao Kui cheerily as she carried 2 steaming bowls of noodle soup to the table, placing them in front of the village head and me. I let the meaty aroma wash over me, the golden broth sparkling in the candlelight. Taking my chopsticks, I lifted some noodles to my mouth, blowing once to cool them down before tasting. Powerful umami and a kick of ginger and chili exploded across my mouth, with the freshly pulled noodles balancing it all out. The broth was rich and meaty, the herbs and spices combined brilliantly. Delicious! You've outdone yourself, little Kui, I said, smiling when she beamed at my compliment.
Indeed. Wonderful as always, Queer.
The village head nodded, already reaching for a second mouthful. She brought a third bowl for herself and sat down beside me, digging in with gusto. We ate in relative silence, save for the sounds of slurping and the occasional satisfied moan. I finished the bowl and raised it to my lips, downing the rest of the soup. I exhaled, leaning back in my chair and patting my stomach. That was exactly what I needed. I didn't really need to eat, but there was something spiritual about the ritual of a meal, the human connection and shared joy. That was healing for the soul. I felt a warmth in my stomach from the soup, my body already breaking the food down into energy and wasting nothing. I hadn't needed to urinate or defecate since... I couldn't even remember how long. Most likely since I'd reached the she-gathering realm. Not everything about cultivation was vicious or brutal. We conversed for a few hours after that, well into the late evening. The village head no longer had an air of gloomy suffering about him, and Xiaokui had a sparkle in her eyes that hadn't been present since she'd heard about the death of her parents and the destruction of Ninepadi village. As I returned to my room, I thought back to what the village head had told me about the attack on Ninepadi village. He said the soldiers fought using strange creatures and poison. At the time, I'd brushed over it, preferring to comfort the man rather than dwell on the events of the past. However, the more I thought about it, the less it made sense. The city lord's guards didn't use poison. Whatever I felt about Captain Kang, he wasn't the kind of man to fight with such underhanded methods. This whole time, I'd blamed the city lord for the destruction of the village, but things were perhaps more complicated than they seemed. However, I had little information to work with. Ruminating on these matters would only bring distress to the village head and Little Kui. For now, my priority was to finish my experiment and work on a healing product. Once I'd accomplished that, I could turn my focus to uncovering the city lord's plots and punishing the bastard who'd harmed Xiaokui. Only then could I feel unfettered by the events of the past. There was also the matter of Counselor Gao. He held a potent grudge against me, blaming me for the death of his relative. While it had been the spirit bear who killed him, I was somewhat to blame. I had incited the bear to defend the village and hadn't made a move to stop it when it slaughtered the guards. I would find out the truth when I confronted City Lord Tang and Counselor Gao in the palace. All in time. Entering my room, I sat down on the wooden floor and entered a meditative pose, taking a few deep breaths to calm my thoughts and center myself. It was time to use Granny Yu's healing tonics, and then the 10-year vital spike root. After all her bluster and attitude, it would be quite hilarious if her remedies turned out to be just as shoddy as the rest of the products I'd tested. I was being harsh, of course, as a few of the healing pills and salves were decent considering the ingredients used and the skill of the alchemists and herbalists who'd created them. However, they still overcharged for those average products, which I couldn't abide. I had 3 jars of the tonic, but I would likely only need to drink 1 to figure out the composition and effects. Uncorking the jar, I downed it in 1 gulp and let the cooling tonic wash down my gullet. It was difficult to test the healing effects when I wasn't injured, but almost immediately, the names of herbs and flowers appeared in my mind. Surprisingly, only a couple droplets of toxin were present in the tonic. Granny Yu hadn't been boasting about the quality of her remedies. I noticed 2 major differences between her tonic and similar products I'd tested from other herbalists. Hers contained an ingredient I'd never encountered before: powdered stone ape scales. Thinking back to those vicious and mischievous monkeys in the Jagged Sword Mountains, I compared that with the wrinkly, unassuming figure of Granny Yu. Was the old herbalist a secret master? I shook my head. Surely not. Some wandering cultivators may have acquired the scales and sold them to her, no doubt. The other difference was that she didn't include an ingredient that had been present in almost all the other tonics: rejuvenating spirit grass. I wondered why, but I didn't have the knowledge to understand. Rather than wasting the other 2 tonics, I needed to return to Granny Yu's Blossom Parlor for answers. Maybe she could even be the one to teach me the foundational knowledge to begin preparing my own remedies. With that settled, there was only 1 item remaining in my storage bag that I had yet to test: the 10-year vital spike root. I took out the spiky herb, inspecting its spiny body and giving it an experimental sniff. It had little odor, only a faint earthy scent that tingled my nostrils. Without delay, I snapped off a piece and tossed it into my mouth. The spine scratched at my throat as I swallowed, but my sturdy body resisted. I imagined anyone below late-stage body tempering would be sliced open trying to ingest this herb. It settled into my stomach, and I waited for it to be broken down and analyzed. For a moment, nothing happened. I frowned, wondering if I'd run out of an unknown source of energy or stamina that drove the process. A breath later, my stomach lurched, and I felt a familiar sensation. A sensation I'd only experienced once before. Chapter 47. Rather than being broken down and analyzed like the other herbs I'd ingested, the 10-year vital spike root began to dissolve into motes of brownish-green energy that swirled in my stomach. It had been a few hours since dinner, but the remnants of Xiaoqui's herbal spice noodle soup were still present in my stomach. As the spike root was broken down into energy, I noticed a similar process occurring with a few of the herbs. Not all of them reacted, but those that did were broken down into energy in a similar manner to the vital spike root. The different streams of energy began to swirl and mix. At first, the different energies didn't blend, simply swirling around each other in a mesmerizing dance. After a few breaths of time, there was a sudden change, and two of the strands of energy merged with each other to form a single strand. The process repeated and accelerated until there was only a single double helix of energy that was a deep, earthy color like fertilized soil. The swirling slowed down until the strand of energy hovered inert in my stomach. It was exactly what had happened at the summit of Jagged Sword Peak when I'd inhaled Wo Zeshang's firestorm technique and created the 5 strands of orange qi. This felt different from then, the resulting energy giving a feeling of incompleteness. However, my body did not direct me or make any moves of its own. I was left confused, with an unfamiliar strand of energy in my stomach. I thought back through everything that had led up to this point. Xiaoqui said she discovered the flavor she was using while experimenting with products to sell. That meant they weren't herbs typically used for cooking, but rather for herbalism. The meal had certainly been delicious, but when I'd introduced the potent 10-year vital spike root, it had stirred up the remnant herbs. My refined lungs were able to turn qi and spiritual energy that I inhaled into healing energy, while my stomach seemed to break down ingredients I swallowed, producing raw medicinal qi or sometimes processing the resulting energy to create new forms of qi. Sitting in silence for a few minutes, my brow furrowed as I once again ran through the steps in my mind. What was the difference between that time on the mountain summit and now? Was there even a difference? I jerked upright, slamming my fist into my palm as the pieces fit together. The answer had been staring me right in the face this entire time, but I had simply been too close to the problem to realize. The purpose of the refined stomach and the 5-fold medicine forge physique was to perform alchemy. It was quite literally an organic cauldron within my own body. All I needed to do was provide the ingredients and direction, and I could produce a myriad of outcomes. Thus far, I hadn't even performed any traditional alchemy, mixing qi and spiritual energy rather than raw ingredients. The reason the strand of earthly energy felt incomplete was that it was formed from raw herbs. Rather than a completed product like the orange healing qi, this was an intermediate product that needed further refining to create a finished product. Wasn't this an incredible cheat? Alchemists usually needed to purchase a quality cauldron, either upgrading it or acquiring a more powerful version as they increased their cultivation and alchemy skills. However, I had a powerful cauldron within my own body, which could process ingredients with incredible efficiency. Furthermore, the flow of qi was simple to control and smooth, given that it was within my body and almost directly next to my dantian, the source of my qi. With this, I realized what I needed to do next. I was working on instinct mostly, lacking any formal training in alchemy or herbalism. However, my physique was inherently focused on healing and medicines, while I also had plenty of medical knowledge from my old world. I wasn't sure how relevant it would be in this new world, where even the natural laws seemed different, but it was better than entering blind. I took control of the strand of earthly energy, infusing my intent as I began to mold it. Rather than swirling, I was condensing and twisting the shape of the energy. The herbs Xiaoqui had used to cook the noodle soup appeared in my mind, a few of their effects making themselves known. Unsurprisingly, given the products she had ended up selling, they mostly focused on boosting stamina and energy. I frowned briefly. I really needed to have a talk with her, but she seemed happy with her work. I didn't want to disrupt the peace she'd found after the tragedy by telling her to pursue something else. I'd think about it later. Those effects complemented the vitalizing effect of the spike root, though I couldn't be sure what the results would be. At the very least, I had a fairly complete idea of how to guide the process. The energy condensed until it was no longer a stream, but a writhing and shifting ball of energy. The color brightened from the deep brown as I continued to push down on it with my qi and intent. A golden shimmer burst from within the sphere, but it was incomplete. At the last moment, when I felt as though the process was coming to an end, I felt a sharp spike of pain in my temple and lost focus. The gold shimmer dissipated in a brief burst, only a few streaks of gold remaining in the mostly brown sphere. However, despite my minor failure, I had still succeeded in completing the process. I had refined my first pill. Information appeared in my mind, telling me about the pill I'd created. It was incomplete and a little mysterious, but I gained a rough idea of what it would do. Even then, I couldn't stop the grin creeping onto my face. I wiped the sweat from my brow as I exhaled, a brown mist being released from my mouth. Pill toxins. As for the pill I'd refined, the effects were in line with the effects of its ingredients. It wasn't quite a healing pill, but more of a stamina-boosting pill. If I had to compare it to a product I knew, it was basically a potent pre-workout pill. Average quality, mortal-grade vital spike pill. That was the name that had appeared in my mind the moment I'd refined the pill. If I hadn't lost concentration at the final moment, I believed it would have crossed the threshold and produced a polished quality pill. I needed a short break first, but I wanted to attempt the process again. This would be great practice for when I eventually wanted to produce a healing pill of my own. Despite the minor failure, I was still extremely satisfied with the results. Actually, it would have many uses in this world. Cultivators could use it prior to a battle to gain a minor boost in their combat strength and allow them to fight at their maximum strength for longer. Body tempering practitioners could use it to practice for longer and harder, allowing them to make more gains during each session of cultivation. If not for the relative rarity of the ingredients, I could mass produce it. There was still around 85% of the 10-year vital spike root left in my storage bag, which meant I could make 5 or 6 more of the pills. If I refined the process, I might even be able to produce more. Experiencing the alchemical process myself, being more in control this time compared to the time on the mountain summit, had given me some insights into improving the efficiency and speed of the process. Instead of rushing into another round of pill refining, I stood up and stretched my muscles. They were extremely sore, like the fatigue I felt after the extended battle at the summit of the jagged sword peak. My head still throbbed, the same feeling I had when I overexerted myself with my healing technique. Other than my chi, there seemed to be an invisible pool of mental exhaustion that determined how many times I could perform certain techniques. I continued to be amazed at my 5-fold medicine forge physique. I had only completed 2 steps of the first 5 layers, refining my lungs and stomach, but the effects were already incredible. I looked forward to the benefits I would receive when I completely refined my heart and the rest of my organs. Would there be an additional benefit when I finished the first layer? My hands shook in anticipation. Much of my experience in the Celestial Jade Empire had shaken me, being rather brutal and violent, but this was the opposite. I felt elated and excited for the future. When I'd been a young man in my first life, before 7 years of study and the horrors of war had ground away my passion and fervor, I'd felt this way about the pursuit of medicine. That burning passion for the art of healing had ignited within me once more, and I couldn't wait to see what came next. With my energy restored and my mind devoted to my task, I took a meditative posture once more and snapped off another portion of the vital spike root. There were about half of the herbs remaining from dinner, so I could try the process one more time before having to go and ask little Kui if she had any more of the herbs I could use. Taking a deep breath, I tossed the spike root into my gullet and swallowed, turning my focus inwards as the alchemical process began. Another week passed as I sank into my project. After the second time, I needed to ask Xiao Kui for more herbs. Luckily, she had plenty in stock, and I was able to continue uninterrupted after that. My efficiency as well as my control gradually improved the more times I repeated the process. I'd used almost all the vital spike root by now, and this was going to be the final time I could make this particular pill. This was going to be the 7th time I attempted the process. I had just 10% of the root left, less than I'd used before. Over the course of 6 attempts, I had whittled down the amount I needed to use to produce the same pill. Not only that, but the quality of the pills improved little by little. Not enough to push up the quality yet, but more and more golden streaks appeared each time. For an unknown reason, that sharp spike of pain struck each and every time I drew near to completing the refining process. It seemed unavoidable, despite my best efforts to stay focused. This had delayed my project of producing a healing pill by a little, but I wasn't dismayed one bit. This practice would lead me to producing a far higher quality product when I moved on to a healing pill. If I'd attempted to dive right in without this practice, I might have ended up making a pill that was only a little better than the ones I'd tested, if not of similarly shoddy quality. My goal was to not only create a more potent healing pill, but at a lower cost. Pushing aside those thoughts, I dedicated my entire mind and body to the task at hand. First, I ingested the last of the herbs from Shaokui. I followed them as they sank into my stomach, and tried to ensure that I extracted as much of the beneficial spiritual energy from them as they were broken down. The earthly golden energy sat in my stomach, forming into a floating cloud of golden mist. Once that was completed, I took the final piece of the 10-year vital spike root and swallowed it, so used to the scratching sensation that it barely bothered me. I did the same with the spike root as I'd done with the herbs, guiding the process as it broke down into the rich brown energy. Once I had a strand of energy from the root, I guided it into the golden cloud and started to compress. The process was different from the first time, as I discovered that condensing the energy of the herbs into the energy of the root resulted in a much smoother mix than the inefficient manner I'd used the first time. The brown energy drank in the golden mist as I compressed it all into a spherical shape. Another change from my earlier attempts was that I infused a single strand of my own vibrant medicinal chi from my danten, seamlessly blending it into the mix. I'd not tried this particular step, but it felt right. Instead of rejecting my chi as I'd feared might happen, the moment it was infused, the sphere was compressed even further than ever before. A few droplets of pill toxins and impurities were forced out, devoured by the void in my danten. My chi had a positive effect on the pill, and I continued to focus as I approached the final step. This was where I'd failed each time before, as my concentration was broken. This time, I intended to see the process through to the end. I felt a spike of pain in my temple but ignored it and focused even harder on the pill that was forming. I compressed it further, the golden streak spreading across the brown surface. The pain intensified, but I refused to slip. Streaks of green emerged from within the brown, melding with the gold as I felt a wave of heat burst from my stomach. My head was on fire, throbbing worse than any migraine I'd experienced. But even covered in sweat and grime, I was elated. My non-stop effort had paid off, and with the last of my ingredients, I'd produced a pill greater than any I'd refined before. A single phrase appeared in my mind, making me raise my eyebrows in surprise. I'd gone above and beyond even my own expectations. Masterful quality, mortal-grade vital spike pill. I'd somehow skipped an entire quality, going straight from average quality straight to masterful, missing out on polished quality. I suspected the last-minute decision to infuse a strand of my own chi had caused such a drastic improvement in the quality of the finished pill. I extracted the pill from my stomach, letting it fall into my hand. I wasn't quite sure how it worked, but it seemed to simply pass through the flesh as though I were taking an object from a spatial bag. I imagined there would be some hard questions to answer if my customers realized the origins of my pills. At the very least, I didn't need to throw them up or something equally unpleasant. I hurriedly slipped it into the pill box I kept from my time imprisoned by the city lord, snapping the lid shut before the pill aroma could escape. There was a total of 7 pills of varying quality in the box. I planned to save them either to use myself or find a buyer. I suspected they would fetch a high price as a premium product. Before seeking to make money from my creations, however, I needed a bath. Then it would be time to tackle my original project. It was time to produce a low-cost healing pill with greater efficacy than any others available. Chapter 48. At dinner that evening, Shaokui informed me that during my secluded alchemy sessions, a woman who smelled of flowers and honey and was frustratingly annoying had visited, seeking an audience with me. I deduced that it was the younger Miss Yu, waving away both her and the village head's teasing about a beautiful woman calling for me. I was curious as to the reason she had decided to visit my clinic. In the first place, I wasn't sure how she figured out this was where I lived, given that its current fame among the citizens of Three River City was due to Shaokui's stamina concoctions, rather than my own healing abilities. Unfortunately for her, I had bigger priorities than seeking out a brothel mistress for entertainment. I'd narrowed down the myriad ingredients in the various remedies and pills I'd tested down to a few of the most potent and least toxic, and I planned to stock up on them in preparation for my tests. The main obstacle to my goals was that most of the shops that stocked the ingredients I required would massively overcharge me for even a small quantity. Also, if they caught wind of me attempting to purchase larger quantities, they might suspect me of being a new competitor. I was a new competitor, but giving them advance warning wouldn't be beneficial to my plans. I needed to figure out my recipe in secret and then flood the market overnight, catching the rest of the city's alchemists and herbalists off guard. My healing techniques were far superior to theirs, But as the saying goes, even a dragon cannot suppress the local snake. I would be a fool to move so blatantly and let the competition know my every move. Instead of attempting to purchase larger quantities, I enlisted little Kui in the village head to help me buy small quantities of every ingredient from various shops around the city. We convened at the end of the day, so that I could figure out whether I would need to make another shopping trip or not. For most of the ingredients on the list, we'd acquired enough between the three of us that I could experiment for a month without running out. Although, that depended largely on how quickly my skills improved. While Granny Yu had avoided rejuvenating spirit grass for her healing tonics, I decided to use it. I believed her decision was due to the large quantity of impurities in the commonly found grass. However, I could avoid that problem with the near-perfect efficiency of my stomach, which removed most of the toxins and impurities during the refining process. Alongside the grass, the basic ingredients I planned to use were spark cap amanitas, powdered beast cores, and pulsing hibiscus petals. They were all common ingredients present in many of the pills I tested, and the ones that would synergize best. However, there was a slight problem. Of all the ingredients I required, there was one particular ingredient that none of us had managed to acquire: 10-year ash bark. Plenty of the herbalists had regular ash bark, which they had tried to sell us with increasing levels of persuasion and frustration. But I specifically needed the potent spiritual energy contained within 10-year ash bark for my recipe. That, unfortunately, meant that I would need to make another detour outside the city before beginning my experiments. I could choose a substitute ingredient, of course, but I had a feeling that would lead to a subpar final product. I intended to produce the highest quality pill possible to give the people of the city the greatest healing at the lowest possible cost. Besides, my own pride wouldn't allow me to create something that wasn't the absolute limit of my abilities. Of course, without a real grounding in alchemy or assistance from a skilled master, I could be making poor decisions guided by arrogance. Unfortunately, lacking such a master, I would have to stumble forward and learn from my failures. The best-case scenario would be to succeed, learning little but benefiting greatly. An easy and prosperous life was the dream of any human, be they mortal or cultivator. I'd feared a repeat of my brief journey to the Jagged Sword Mountains when going on a trip to acquire the 10-year ash bark. A short detour that had turned into a chaotic battle and led me to almost losing my life multiple times. That risk had brought an ample reward in the form of multiple breakthroughs and the rekindling of my friendship with Wang Ren. However, I did not have the luxury of time right now, and I couldn't afford for another world-shaking treasure like the 10 Ascensions Lily to appear. Thankfully, the place I was traveling to was a lot less popular with local cultivators. Mostly it was herbalists and alchemists who came to Silent Windglade to gather ingredients. I spotted a few as I made my way through the grassy knolls of Silent Windglade, harvesting various herbs and spiritual plants. A few nodded my way, but we didn't interact much. All of them had some level of cultivation, though it was restricted to the body-tempering realm. I'd learnt during my research that distinguishing spirit herbs that had reached milestones such as 10-year or 100-year was rather simple once you knew what to look for. The spiritual energy was far more condensed, having gathered over a longer period or due to unusual circumstances. While the phrases 10-year, 100-year, or even 1,000-year, in the case of exceptionally rare instances, were used, it didn't always take that length of time for an herb to accumulate enough spiritual energy. That was just how long it would take if only the natural energy of the world were absorbed by the plant. Due to my talent at sensing different forms of energy, an ability I'd possessed since arriving in this world and had yet to make sense of, I didn't believe this particular task would pose too much difficulty. I sighed, sitting at the base of yet another ash tree that was more spiritually potent than its peers, but hadn't quite crossed the threshold into being a 10-year specimen. My hubris had led me to believe this would be an easy search, but thus far, I was finding it frustratingly difficult. I glanced around, frowning at the rustling grass. Someone had been following me for the past hour or so as I went around Silent Wind Glade. At first, I had ignored their antics, as they were just a 3-star body-tempering practitioner and posed no threat to me. However, it was getting a little annoying having a stranger tail me. "Stop hiding, you're not very good at it," I called out, chuckling as a startled man jumped out from the tall grass. He was wearing robes that I'd seen before. One of the larger alchemy pavilions had a sort of uniform, all their alchemists wearing the same forest green robes with red trim as the man before me. The Jade Cauldron Association wasn't the richest group of alchemists in Three River City, nor did they have the most talented alchemists in their employ. They did, however, have the greatest number of them. Why one of their number was following me around as I searched for magic tree bark was a mystery. The worst-case scenario was that they had somehow figured out my intentions or guessed at them through my shopping trips and had sent a spy to confirm them. Given how startled he seemed at being noticed, I wondered if they even knew the extent of my cultivation. If they had, I doubted they would have tried to send such an obvious weakling to tail me. His face was pale, and while I was lost in thought, he tried to make his escape. I instantly crossed the distance between us, appearing in front of him as he fell on his backside in shock. "Don't even try it. Who sent you?" I demanded. Of all the responses I was expecting, from the man cracking and spilling his secrets all the way to outright denial, I didn't anticipate what he actually did. Before I could stop him, he crunched something between his teeth, and his eyes rolled back into his head. I leapt forward and shoved my fingers into his mouth to try and fish out whatever he'd swallowed, but it was futile. As his mouth started foaming and his body convulsed, I turned to my healing technique. I was too late. My technique was ridiculously powerful, able to heal almost any injury or affliction. What it couldn't do was revive the dead. Not yet, anyway. I cursed at the sky, angry and confused at the senseless loss of life. The confusion dominated the anger. Getting caught wasn't a great look for the Jade Cauldron Association, but it shouldn't have warranted such a severe reaction. For the man to kill himself to avoid questioning? I suspected that the person who sent him was either working to their own purposes from within the Jade Cauldron Association, or simply using the alchemy group as a cover. When I returned to the city, I would investigate. But, as I had come all the way out here, I wasn't going to return without finding what I sought. First, I approached the man's corpse and searched through his belongings. Looting the dead was distasteful, but I wasn't above taking the possessions of someone who had been collecting information about me for undoubtedly nefarious purposes. Throwing away dessert when it falls from the sky is the act of a fool. Unfortunately, he seemed to have been well prepared for his untimely demise. There was very little of value stored on his body. 6 silver coins and 3 coppers, which wasn't a bad haul, but aside from the meager wealth, there was only a plain jade and some distasteful pills. After collecting everything, I stored the man's body in my storage bag. The bag didn't stop the effects of time entirely, but I noticed it reduced it to a negligible crawl while objects were stored inside. Once that was sorted, I resumed my search with renewed vigor. Yu Chun stared at the rune-inscribed jade in her hands with simmering rage in her eyes as the nasal voice of her employer scratched her ears. At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to crush the piece of magic rock worth more than her entire parlor. But she had no doubts about the grisly fate that her employer would bring about if she dared defy him.
My patience wears thin, whore. I don't care what you need to do to keep him occupied. Just ensure it is done. You have until the end of the week to get Zhou alone, or I will find another rotten tofu seller to carry out my orders. There is no shortage of desperate bitches in this city. Don't make the mistake of thinking you are unique, Yu Chun.
Councillor Gao snarled as the glowing inscriptions faded from the air and sank into the now inert jade. She almost smashed her desk in fury as the communication ended. However, Yu Chun knew herself to be better than Gao Dengluo, at least when it came to comporting herself with dignity. In that regard, the sniveling rat was no better than a common street thug.
If not for the influence of his clan,
she sighed. A knock at the door broke her from her daydreams, and she moved to unlock it after ensuring the hidden drawer in her desk was once more hidden from sight. Opening it, she found a scowling Du Wen waiting outside.
I am rather busy and not in the most pleasant of moods, Du Wen. What is it this time?
She demanded, rubbing her temple as she returned to her padded chair.
Everyone is complaining about losing money. I can't imagine that, as the proprietress, the situation is much better for you. Now, we've known each other since the day we slid out of our mother's wombs into the stinking gutters of this rotten city, so I know that you wouldn't do this without a compelling reason.
He began, gently closing the door behind him and taking a seat opposite her.
The rest of them don't know that. There's been talk of ousting you. Feng Li Mei has been spreading rumors and gathering support. She has enough to make a move.
He slid a hand across the cherrywood desk, grimacing at the dust that gathered at the tips of his fingers.
You aren't usually this messy. I need to know why.
Yu Chun let out a deep sigh, sinking into the chair as she allowed Du Wen to see a side of her that no one else in the city was allowed a glimpse at.
I can't tell you much, unless you want to put yourself in danger.
Life for a man like me is dangerous by nature.
Powerful men with that kind of secret don't enjoy having it walking around. Tell me, Yu-chan.
Du Wen's voice was whimsical, but his eyes were painted with the sorrowful truth.
Gao,
she replied, meeting his gaze with an equally pained stare. He sighed.
How did you get yourself tangled up in this nonsense again, little Chun? I thought we left that life behind when you managed to scrape together the money for this place.
Du Wen never called her that unless he was burning with the fury of the heavens. The last time he had called her little Chun had been the night-long bow had... She opened her mouth to explain, but he raised a hand to cut her off.
Don't say anything else. I know their filthy fingers are shoved into every dark crevice of the city, but I prefer to live in ignorant bliss. I will handle Feng Li Mei, but I won't be able to delay her long. A week at most, he conceded, standing up and walking to the door. Thank you, Wen. A past like ours is not easy to escape. As you know, Heaven's net is wide and its mesh inescapable. In this city, the Gao clan are the heavens beyond the heavens. All we can do is struggle and pray we aren't devoured first.
Du Wen scoffed, shaking his head as he walked out the door.
You aren't as profound as your ego would have you believe, Yu-chan. Leave that to the old hag.
The lock of the door clicked shut behind him. She turned her gaze to the ceiling, sinking into the comfortable padding of her chair.
I suppose I shall have to pay that man another visit. Avoiding that infuriating little girl will be difficult, though I must commend her enterprising nature. A stamina-boosting concoction of all things.
A grin formed on her face.
She reminds me of myself when I was that age.
Chapter 49. The sun had already set by the time I returned to Three River City. Finding the 10-year ash mark had taken far longer than I expected, and the unfortunate incident with the man tailing me had left a sour aftertaste. Even when I pursued alchemy and healing, I was unable to avoid the brutality of this world. I'd become mired in plots and schemes far beyond my grasp, and despite my best efforts to avoid them, it seemed inevitable that I would need to dirty my hands or find myself caught unawares as a dagger slit my throat in the night. When I tried to open the front door, I found it locked. Shaoqui and the village head must have retired to bed already, given the late hour. Unlocking it was easy. It was a very simple array formation that had been inscribed prior to Grandpa Guan giving me the building. The instructions for unlocking and locking it were included in the deed. The faint aroma of cooking permeated the lobby, and when I entered the kitchen, I found a bowl of noodles and silky tofu left out for me. Shaoqui was a devoted disciple, cooking for me even though I didn't need to eat. I reached for an armchair to sit, but my eyes narrowed as I sensed movement on the upper floors of the building. I immediately dashed out of the kitchen and raced up the stairs. When I reached the floor where Shaoqui and the village had slept, I stopped for a second. Upon sensing that they were both alive and well, their auras those of peaceful rest, I continued upwards until I was outside my bedroom. My hand hovered against the door, allowing my senses to permeate the room before I entered. When I brushed against a feeble presence within, I let out a relieved breath. The door clicked as I opened it, but I was already gone from the entrance. There was a feminine yelp as I grabbed the intruder and pressed them against the wall where they'd been standing.
You know, Shizhou, there are those who would say that pressing an unfamiliar woman into the wall against her will is not how a gentleman conducts himself, drawled a honeyed voice. I kissed my teeth and released her, taking a step back as she twirled around and leaned into where I'd been standing a moment before. She staggered, eyes widening in shock, but I saw through the act. Yu-chan caught herself before falling and stood up straight, staring at me with a predatory smile painted in red. You're no fun, she harumphed. I don't take kindly to strangers invading the privacy of my home, especially where the safety of my disciple is concerned. You're only alive because you left the two downstairs untouched, I snapped. What do you want? She sighed, taking a seat on the edge of my bed and lounging against the frame as though it were her own room. All the men in my life are so high-strung. Where are all the relaxed playboys I can wrap around my finger like dragon's beard candy? I let the weight of my chi slip out, pressing down on her as though she were deep under the ocean. I admired her courage, her bemused facade not shifting an inch. Unfortunately for her, I could see beyond the poorly constructed falsehoods. Her fear was a hideous stench marring the air of my room, reminding me of the impurities left after a breakthrough. Do not test my patience. You have 5 seconds to explain yourself, or you'll spend the next few weeks as a test subject for my experiments, I snarled. Cultivators are far too perceptive. If only I were gifted with spirit roots.
Perhaps I could raise my skills to a level where even the likes of you and that vile man would fall under my spell," she mused, trailing off when she saw my fierce glare. "I confess the reason I am here is a little embarrassing, Sir Zhao. After our last meeting, I found myself entranced by your talent and handsomeness, desiring another conversation with you," Yu-chan continued. Her words dripped into my ears like honey, her eyelashes fluttering as she spoke. Honestly, if not for the fact that I was exhausted after my trip and the events of the last couple of months, I might have believed her. Yu-chan was a beautiful woman, and it had been a while since I'd spent the night doing anything but cultivating or sleeping, both in my own company. Hurting a woman was near the bottom of the list of things I wanted to spend my time doing, but I'd had enough of her games. Before she could blink, I grabbed her by the throat and slammed her against the wall. She screamed, but I muffled it with a hand over her mouth. "I told you to be honest. If you had any idea about cultivation, you would know not to try and slip something past one at my realm." I sighed, holding up a jade with orange runes floating in the air around it. "What is this?" I knew what it was already. A communication jade. However, what I needed to know was why Yu-chan had snuck into my room with one hidden inside her clothes. "A communication jade?" she replied blankly. I narrowed my eyes and tightened my grip on her throat. "My employer wants to listen in on our conversation," she wheezed. "Who is your employer?" I demanded, crushing the jade in my hands. As the dust fell between my fingers, Yu-chan's eyes grew wide and her heart rate quickened. I suppose these were sturdy from a mortal perspective. Not my intention, but if it squeezed more information from her, then I'd play it up. My grip tightened a little more. I can't say. He'll kill me. Please." A tear formed in the corner of her eye. She could have been lying, but with her emotions on full display and her soul crushed under the weight of my chi, I doubted it. Treating a woman like this, even if she was a duplicitous brothel mistress, wasn't my idea of fun. As I considered what to do, I felt a shift in the spiritual energy around the clinic, triggered by the security array. I threw Yu-chan onto my bed, leaping in the opposite direction right as the window shattered. A throwing dagger buried itself in the door, the blade twanging as it cast scattered moonbeams across the room. Where the dagger struck, the wood hissed and smoked as it rotted away. Poison or acid coated the blade. It might not harm me if I were struck instead, but better not to take the risk. Keeping that ace up my sleeve might allow me to catch the intruders by surprise. By now, I didn't need to interrogate Yu-chan to figure out her purpose here. Whether she had been informed or not, her goal was to distract me while the real threats broke in to assassinate me. There was an obvious culprit based on the evidence. Counselor Gao had apparently decided that he couldn't tolerate the City Lord's decision to free me. When the masked figure leapt through the broken window, followed by another similarly black-clad assassin, I met their gaze. A pair of familiar eyes stared back. Wang Bao and I shared a brief moment of recognition before the second assassin tossed a dagger at my heart with pinpoint accuracy. We both knew that no matter the outcome, only one of us was leaving here alive. I applauded Yu-chan for not making a noise this time, remaining out of sight and wrapped in my covers. Fighting against two foes was going to be challenging enough without having to protect a mortal. I dodged another dagger and danced around Wang Bao's sword strikes, my mouth curling into a frown. It wasn't challenging at all. The last time Wang Bao or the City Lord's men had seen me, I wasn't even in the Chi-gathering realm. Vice Captain Wang didn't even put me in his eyes, and even then he'd brought help to take me out. However, my cultivation had advanced in leaps and bounds. My unique methods, combined with serendipitous encounters, had allowed me to reach 5-star Chi-gathering far faster than usual with half the effort. 3 clashes later, I realized I was simply delaying the inevitable. Wang Bao's associate grew frustrated with their continued failure to strike me and rushed forward. "Wait!" Wang Bao cried, but it was too late. I had guided the battle towards the door and ripped the dagger from where it was buried in the wood. The would-be assassin thrust his own dagger at my neck, but I was faster. He clutched at his throat as his blood spilt, the scent of burning flesh filling my nostrils as the last remnants of the poison went to work. I stepped past his dying clutches at my legs, facing off against the city guard's vice captain. You know, I was quite shocked to learn that Captain Kang's right-hand man was colluding with that vile bastard Gao, I admitted, pushing him for information. Despite our differences, I respect Captain Kang's pride and honor. I believed those under his command would hold themselves to similar standards. But perhaps he is a diamond hidden in dog shit.
Wang Bao snarled, abandoning caution as he leapt at me. He slashed wildly, waving his sword like a child throwing a tantrum. I ensured that my dodges were timed to the last second, giving him the illusion of almost catching me. I planned to play with him until his focus slipped, but the battlefield shifted in an instant. I felt two more intruders on the floor below. I dodged Wang Bao thrusting his sword at my gut, grabbing his wrist and crushing it in a single movement. To his credit, he barely winced as I turned his bone to dust. My next strike was a palm to the side of his head. His eyes rolled back and he dropped to the ground. His sword clattered against the floorboards, but I was already gone. I burst into Little Quee's room to see the village head standing between her and two body-tempering practitioners, garbed in the same black outfits as Wang Bao and his accomplice. The closest of the assassins stabbed at the village head as I took a step. Before his blade could cut the village head, I smacked it away and backhanded the man without controlling my strength. I had no time to hold back with the head's life at risk. A sharp crack rang out as the man dropped to the ground like a sack of cabbages. The second assassin looked at me, then at his fallen comrade. His eyes were conflicted, fear of me and whoever had sent him there clashing as he froze in indecision. I made the choice for him, my fist smashing into his gut and the follow-up kick snapping his neck. Killing wasn't enjoyable, but they had come to kill Shaokui. If they had left her and the village head alone and only come for my life, perhaps I would have spared them. However, they crossed a line they never should have. I stored their bodies, realizing that my spatial storage bag was now full. There was still a corpse in my room, but I could at least keep Little Kui and the village head away from that one.
Master, who are those men?
Shaokui exclaimed, clearly startled, but not crying or breaking under the pressure of the situation. For a teenage girl, she was sturdy. Whether that had been her character from the beginning or she was being tempered by her time in Three River City and traveling with me, only the heavens knew. I suspected it was a little bit of both. I believe it is related to the matter with your village and that irritating counselor. I will handle it, I replied.
Don't worry about us, Cultivator Zhou. We shall clean the room and make some food. I think we need to have a little comfort after that shock, the village head said with a smile. It seems I owe you a life debt twice over. I am not sure what more I can offer, but I am at your beck and call.
Nonsense, Headway. I only did what any man in my position would do. I dismissed him with a wave.
Huh! If only that were true, Benefactor Zhou. The Celestial Jade Empire would be a paradise,
he scoffed. I didn't reply. He was right, of course, but it was important to see the best in people. Or so I believed, anyway. I hoped I would still hold true to that belief if I ever reached the pinnacle of my path. When I entered my room once more, I found Yu Chun sitting at the edge of my bed, gently kicking the unconscious Wang Bao. I raised an eyebrow quizzically, scoffing at the stifled yelp she emitted when she noticed my presence. I took the two corpses back out of my bag. It yelped again as they hit the floorboards. Can you stop that? I'm trying to focus. Also, your acting is as believable as pigs being able to fly.
I hear there are spirit boars that can fly. Apparently their meat is a delicacy,
she replied, smirking at me from behind her sleeve. Of course there are, I muttered. Damn magical world and its implausible creatures. There would be no hiding this incident. If the city guard vice captain went missing, there would be a search, and I was sure Captain Kang would not leave me out of it. Instead of allowing it to get to that point, it would most likely favor me if I approached the captain and the city lord myself. Doing things this way might even lead to Councillor Gao exposing himself. At the very least, Wang Bao would face punishment for his crimes. That was an outcome I would be pleased to witness. Of course, I was no fool. Leaving everything to the whims of City Lord Tang without taking precautions would be idiotic. With my 5-star chi-gathering cultivation, I could force his hand by exerting my strength. However, there was always a bigger dog, a taller sky. Doing that would only bring the Cloudy Falls sect down on my head. As it was, I was already under scrutiny from the elders of the sect, and had no desire to exacerbate that particular problem. I stomped on Wang Bao's chest hard enough to make him cough. His eyes flickered open, and he tried to sit upright. I kicked down, and his head smacked the floorboards. That seemed to do the trick, startling him awake. Before contacting Captain Kang, I would squeeze every last drop of information from this filthy bastard. Chapter 50. I stood beside Captain Kang, watching the impassive face of City Lord Tang Shi. To his side, Councillor Gao was containing his emotions far better than in our previous encounters. However, he was not skilled enough to hide from my senses entirely. I felt the broiling rage beneath the surface.
Lord Tang, I assure you there is a reasonable explanation for my actions,
Wang Bao begged on his knees. Captain Kang spat on the ground, slamming his boot against his former vice-captain's back.
Silence, black-bellied bastard!
He roared. The City Lord raised a hand, and the captain stepped back. Enough, Captain. Let the man speak. I wonder what rambling nonsense he will come up with to excuse his actions.
Thank you, Lord Tang,
he spluttered, raising his head to face the throne.
This bastard Zhao Dan was plotting against you. My men found evidence of a treasonous plot, and we moved to end it before it could take hold. Somehow, he has raised his cultivation to an absurd level in such a short time. The only explanation is nefarious techniques.
The City Lord sighed deeply, while Captain Kang looked at his former brother with a forlorn expression. Former God Wang, do you think this lord a bumbling imbecile? Tang Shi asked, cocking his head to one side.
No, Lord Tang. You are a dragon amongst men, the mightiest cultivator for 1,000 li,
he exclaimed, arms waving madly. And yet, you dared to take the life of a man I declared free, spitting on my face in the process? Give this bastard a dog's death, Captain. First, ensure you squeeze every drop of information from him. Any methods are fine, he ordered with a flick of his sleeve.
Yes, my lord,
the captain replied, hauling Wang Bao to his feet and dragging him out. I was left alone in the throne room with the City Lord and the Councillor. Honestly, if he'd managed to kill you without causing such a mess, I might have even been grateful. Bumbling idiot. Tang Shi chuckled while staring at me. I frowned. I knew the City Lord hadn't let me off the hook entirely, but to declare it so freely made me suspicious of his intentions. He suddenly turned to Councillor Gao. Councillor, you're getting sloppy. I don't mind you throwing your weight around as long as you keep it to the slums. This is your only warning. Do not test me again, or you will find yourself seeking more modest employment. Councillor Gao's eyes widened as the City Lord spoke, but he remained restrained. Coughing once, he replied, Of course, Lord Tang. I was confused at the interaction, and more perplexed about why the City Lord had allowed me to witness it. However, I remained silent. Zhao Dan, it seems I owe you an apology. It is a little demeaning to apologize to a criminal, but I am not the kind of ignorant bastard who overlooks the folly of his subordinates. Wang Bao will be dealt with. Thank you for helping to clean up my house, Tang Shi said, gripping the edge of his throne. We would be having a different conversation if Shao Kui had come to harm. However, I am glad to see that the City Lord is magnanimous and upright, I replied with a shallow bow. I shall take my leave. Indeed. Don't get into any more trouble, Zhao Dan. I am growing tired of your face. I didn't reply further. Turning around, my face twisted into a snarling frown. As I marched out of the palace, I allowed my cultivation to expand outwards. Suppressing my 5-star chi-gathering cultivation down to 2-star was a necessary expenditure, while facing the City Lord and the Councillor. I needed to show I was stronger than Wang Bao, while still concealing that I was a threat to them both. On the plus side, this incident had allowed me to sow seeds of discontent between the two ruling forces in the city, while blunting one of the Councillor's swords. I had no doubt that Councillor Gao was not done with me, but I could rest easy for now. I wanted nothing more than to beat the annoying Councillor senseless, but I would restrain myself until the time was right. If I wanted to ensure the Cloudy Falls sect stayed off my back, I had to keep City Lord Tang in power while removing the tumor that was Councillor Gao. Shao Kui was busy when I returned. Despite the events of the previous night, she seemed unshaken and was happily serving the long line of customers leading out the door of the clinic. She greeted me with a smile and a wave. I noticed that there were even a few men in the queue now. I guessed they'd heard of the miraculous effects of my disciples' medicine and wanted to try it for themselves. As for me, I planned to seclude myself in my room to finally begin working on my healing pill recipe. I hoped there would not be any further incidents that required my attention for a while. Refining a low-cost, high-efficacy pill was only the first step towards achieving my goal of raising the healing arts of this world to a new level. But managing to accomplish it would be a magnificent feeling. I opened my door, preparing myself for a long session of alchemy ahead. However, when I went into my room, I found Yu Chun sitting on my bed. I frowned. I'd expected her to leave while I was handling Wang Bao and the City Lord, but she seemed to have taken it upon herself to stay.
"What are you doing here?"
she asked. Shouldn't I be the one asking that question? Why the hell are you in my room? Wang Bao won't be a problem anymore, I replied.
"I can't return to the Blossom Parlor. My life is in danger,"
she said with a shudder. Your employer? Counselor Gao, I assume? She shivered again.
"You shouldn't speak so freely. The walls have eyes and ears everywhere in this city. Let me stay with you for a while. I can make myself useful,"
she implored, opening her eyes and pressing her palms together. I rubbed my temple while sighing. This situation kept getting more irritating. However, I wasn't a callous bastard. Even though she'd been part of the plot to keep me distracted, I knew it was difficult for a mortal to ignore the pressure of a cultivator's orders, especially a man as sinister as Counselor Gao. Even I got the creeps from him, and I was strong enough to kill him in a few blows. Fine. However, I am about to enter a period of seclusion. I will need to be left alone for a few weeks at the very least. You can ask Head Wei what you can do to help. Maybe give Xiaokui a hand with her customers. You know how to convince people to do what you say, I told her. She nodded.
"Thank you, Zhao Dan. I am in your debt. That little girl is quite the specimen. I will see what I can do to teach her."
I snorted, placing a hand on her arm as she walked past me. My disciple is an innocent young flower. Don't lead her astray.
"Ha! If you truly believe that, then you are a fool, Zhao Dan," she giggled, closing the door behind her. I waited for her retreating footsteps to fade before sitting on the floor of my bedroom. I took out a portion of the ingredients I'd prepared, laying them out on the ground in front of me. While my physique allowed me to analyze the composition of the various remedies and pills I'd tried, it didn't tell me much about the actual process of refining them. I would need to experiment and practice my alchemy skills to figure that out. First, I wanted to figure out how to refine each ingredient to extract the most beneficial energy. My physique would guide the process, but to produce the most effective pill possible, I would need to take more control over the entire procedure. I started with the rejuvenating spirit grass, as it was the simplest of the ingredients. Even when my stomach went through the process automatically, very few toxins were extracted, though that was also dependent on the quality of the herb. The different sources from which we'd acquired the ingredients all had varying degrees of skill, and the quality of the ingredients would be vastly different. I picked up a stalk at random and put it in my mouth. Unexpectedly, it was like chewing grass. I wasn't sure why I had expected anything else, given that I was, well, chewing grass. Swallowing the chewed-up spirit grass, I observed the process without interfering. It dissolved in my stomach, and a small stream of herbal energy was extracted, with 2 individual drops of impurities getting sucked into the void in my dantian. That must have been a decent quality stalk of grass to produce so few impurities. I imagine most of the herbs we'd gathered wouldn't be so pure. However, if I continued to improve my technique, it wouldn't matter too much. The next few days passed by in a blur as I continued to improve my technique. I tested each of the ingredients, except for the valuable 10-year ash bark. By the time 4 days had passed, I was able to refine all the base ingredients without a single drop of impurities remaining. The only exception was when the quality of the ingredient was so low that it was impossible for there to not be any impurities left behind. That was the case even when I squeezed all the spiritual energy possible out of the herb in question. Satisfied with my progress, I let out a breath stained with black mist before inhaling clean air. I snapped off the smallest possible portion of the 10-year ash bark and swallowed it, ready to begin the last step of improving my technique. After this, it would be time to dive into alchemy for real. Captain Kang held Counselor Gao's arms behind his back, his grip like an iron vice. The counselor struggled against him, but it was futile. There was no escape. They were at the base of the stone dais that held City Lord Tang Shi's throne. The Lord himself wasn't on the throne, instead descending the stone steps with cold fury in his eyes. His anger was bubbling out into the room, the full weight of his presence as a 4-star chi-gathering cultivator pressing down on Gao Deng Luo. "Treacherous snake! You dare smile in my face while preparing to thrust a dagger in my back?"
You are a fool, Tang Shi. Your actions have continued to allow Three River City to fall further and further into the mud. I was hopeful when I first took this position, a powerful city lord with ambitions of rising to the heavens. Yet you constantly abandoned your duties to seek increasingly ridiculous cures for that mewling brat of yours. My only regret is not trying to kill you sooner, the counselor hissed.
As the water recedes, so the rocks appear. Rather than the fortress of a dragon, my palace seems to be a nest of snakes. At least you remain loyal, Captain Kang. Tang Shi sighed. It was phrased as a statement, but he gazed pointedly at the man in question as he spoke. Captain Kang felt a shiver run down his spine. Tang Shi may have grown soft in recent years, but there was a time he was feared as the Iron Fist of Three River City.
Of course, Lord Tang. This lowly servant is yours to command until the day I draw my last breath,
he replied, stamping his foot in place of a salute. The only question that remains, then, is what to do with you, Counselor, the City Lord mused, now face to face with the treacherous Gao. I believe a slow, agonizing death seems appropriate.
Yes, my lord,
replied Captain Kang. First, though, I will lower myself to your level, Gao Deng Luo, and extract a little personal satisfaction. A sharp crack rang out across the throne room as the man's head snapped to the side. He spat blood while staring daggers at the City Lord. What a beautiful expression! I hope you continue to look that way until the moment of your death, old friend, the City Lord said, before turning with a flick of his sleeve and taking a step towards his throne. He froze as his foot touched the step. Captain Kang opened his mouth to ask what had happened when he found himself unable to move. Taking advantage of the moment, Counselor Gao struggled to free himself. However, the moment he slipped from Captain Kang's grasp, he felt a burning pain explode across his chest as he was smashed across the throne room. A stone pillar cracked as his body wrapped around it. He coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. "Who dares?" he weakly cried. Shadows swirled from the edges of the room, condensing into the figure of a man. He stood in front of the former counselor, leaning over until he was staring directly into his eyes. "I dare, little cousin. Do you have a problem with my actions?" the man said, slapping the counselor's cheek twice with a sadistic grin on his face. "Gao Shan, why are you here?" the counselor exclaimed, fear crawling from the deepest recesses of his soul as he stared into his elder cousin's eyes. "Ah, that's better. This is how people should react to my presence," he said, stretching his arms wide as he stood up. He snapped his fingers. "Seal the palace. Don't let anyone escape. Control or death," he ordered, as 5 shadowy figures darted in different directions. Counselor Gao watched this all unfold, clutching at his burning chest. Blood ran down his chin, and he grimaced as he pulled himself to his feet. "Cousin, why are you here? I had the situation under control," he asked hesitantly. "Clearly. You seem to have everything in the palm of your hand, little Luo. The Patriarch sent me to fix your mess. He detected the strand of his will that he sent with you had disappeared. Explain." The counselor kissed his teeth. "That bastard Zhao Dan. He uses an esoteric healing technique, one I've never heard of before. It expelled the puppet poison from the City Lord's son. I sent someone to assassinate him, but somehow he managed to raise his cultivation 3 stages in a matter of weeks. If you find him, you will find the answers the Patriarch seeks." "An unfamiliar healing technique, you say? No matter. Whatever happened, I am here to fix it. There will be no more mistakes. You were given an opportunity to prove yourself to the clan, little Luo. Three River City is essential to the Patriarch's plans. You failed. Your fate is no longer yours to decide," the shadowy man declared. "Gao Shan, give me one last chance. I will handle the bastard myself." Gao Shan waved his arm. City Lord Tang suddenly moved, racing from where he was frozen to appear in front of Gao Deng Luo. He grabbed the former counselor by the neck and slammed him into the stone pillar once more. "You disappoint me, little cousin. I used to have high hopes for you. Now you will be more useful as a puppet." Gao Shan sighed as he flicked a small worm into the counselor's mouth. Turning to the throne, he casually strolled up the steps and then reclined in it, as though he were the emperor himself. "The reign of the Cloudy Falls sect is drawing to an end. The era of the Gao clan approaches. Eventually, the patriarch will be under my thumb, as the heavens will it." He cackled, the full force of his cultivation descending on Captain Kang, who was crushed to the floor as his legs exploded. Chapter 51. I smiled, exhaling a mist of impurities as my latest experiment came to a close. It had been 2 weeks since I began working on my healing pill recipe, and I'd advanced my alchemy skills in leaps and bounds. Refining the ingredients was as easy as waving my hand, with only a few low-quality exceptions still producing impurities. The 10-year ash bark took far more concentration than the rest of the ingredients, but even that was simply a matter of time and focus. After figuring out how to make the most of each ingredient on its own, I began experimenting with combining different ingredients to figure out the synergies between them, and how best to combine them. This was difficult at first, and I was essentially throwing various combinations together at random and seeing what worked. Trial and error wasn't a bad way to work. I quickly figured out the best order to refine the ingredients in, as well as which ones interacted most smoothly within my stomach. It wasn't as simple as adding 1 and 2 to get 3. Every little step of the process would affect the final output, from the quality of each ingredient I used all the way down to how long I spent refining them. Every minor variation could change what I created. This wasn't outside my expectations, but the sheer level of complexity involved in the alchemical process was insane. I grew a newfound appreciation for even those mediocre alchemists in Three River City. They were able to produce a myriad of pills and other concoctions without the benefit of a physique helping them along. I was cheating, and even then it was difficult. At last, I was ready to begin the true process of creating a healing pill. I knew roughly the quantity of each ingredient I was going to use, as well as the order in which to combine them. All that remained was streamlining the process until I could replicate it en masse. My final product didn't need to be perfect. As long as it was more effective than other products on the market and I could sell it at a much lower cost, that would be enough. I also wanted to ensure that the quantity of pill toxins that the consumer would receive was far lower. That last attribute was arguably the most important. For cultivators, they might eventually stumble upon a treasure that could cleanse their meridians or have a senior cultivator perform the procedure for them. For mortals, however, they would be stuck with those impurities marring their body for life, shortening what little lifespan they had. If I could achieve all 3 of those goals to a reasonable degree, I would be satisfied with the outcome. Gathering each of my ingredients, I picked up 2 stalks of rejuvenating spirit grass and tossed them into my mouth. As soon as they began dissolving, I grabbed a pinch of powdered beast cores and swallowed them too. Of all the ingredients I was using, the powdered beast cores were the foulest tasting. The texture wasn't great either. I forced myself to ignore my discomfort and focused on the process. I managed to draw 3 strands of spiritual energy from the grass, with only a single drop of impurities forming. Not my best work, but this was only the first attempt. Already I was finding it difficult to split my attention across the various tasks. The powdered beast cores began dissolving as I grasped the strands of energy with my consciousness. While that was occurring, I prepared 1 spark cap amanita and 3 pulsing hibiscus petals. I threw them in my mouth together and then turned my consciousness inward to prepare for the first important step. The 10-year ash bark was not needed until the next step of the process, so I didn't need to split my focus anymore. I extracted 1 strand of energy from the beast cores, but there were 2 drops of impurities left behind. Paired to the fairly pure energy of spirit herbs, beast cores were rampant with impurities. That was due to their savage nature and the fact that they grew by consuming other beasts. The clash between their energies was what gave rise to impurities in their developing cores. Even after I'd refined my methods to a reasonable level, it was impossible to avoid such an outcome. I kept the strands of energy from the different ingredients separate for now, while the blue mushroom and the petals dissolved. When the first strand of energy was extracted from the spark cap amanita, it was time to get to work. I began to weave the energy from the mushrooms and spirit grass together, squeezing individual drops of energy from the beast cores out to use as a binding agent. Once the hibiscus petals dissolved, I began adding the energy from them as well. It was a complex balancing act between the 4 ingredients, ensuring that I didn't add too much of each while trying to merge them into something greater than the sum of its parts. Mix too fast or add too much of the wrong ingredient at an inopportune moment, and I would end up creating something entirely different from what I intended. Of these ingredients, only the rejuvenating spirit grass and the petals had effects that directly influenced healing. The others were rooted in bolstering the energy of the patient, or working aggressively against infections. This was intended to be a generalist pill to treat all kinds of low-level wounds and afflictions. which meant I couldn't use ingredients with effects that were too specific. There were herbs which were far more effective on flesh wounds, for example, but if I incorporated those into my pill, it might not do much for a patient suffering from a cold. My efforts had paid off. I smoothly combined the spiritual energy from all 4 ingredients without a problem, leaving me with a swirling mass of energy in my stomach. I was far from complete, however. The next step of the process was arguably the most important. I allowed my focus to withdraw from my stomach so that I could snap off a small chunk of the 10-year ash bark. I swallowed it, preparing myself for the influx of spiritual energy. The single piece of bark contained almost 50 times more energy than the swirling mass of ingredients in my stomach, and handling it delicately was essential. It began to break down the moment it entered my stomach, the unbreakable and ridiculously efficient cauldron. This time, there was no waiting around. As soon as the first drops of spiritual energy were separated from the bark, I began to weave them into the swirling mass like a master seamstress weaving a grand tapestry. This would be my first attempt at refining a healing pill, but that didn't mean it had to go wrong. I was surprised by how intense the process was. Like an intensive surgery where a single instant of lost focus could lead to disaster, I knew I was threading a needle here. It was only the first attempt, so even if something went wrong, it wouldn't have severe consequences. However, I wasn't willing to accept failure if it could be avoided. It took as long as burning a stick of incense to complete the process, but I was able to extract most of the energy from the 10-year ash bark without waste. There were quite a few impurities extracted, but they were all drawn into the void in my Dantan. There was one final step left in the process. I had to take the swirling mass of mixed energy and refine it into a healing pill. Well, I hoped it was a healing pill at the very least. If I messed up any one of the steps, it could have any number of effects. The science-loving part of my brain was intrinsically fascinated by the idea. Turning energy into solid matter was something incredible. Yet, here in this world, it was just one of many miraculous disciplines that cultivators practiced, often as little more than hobbies or distractions. The truly great alchemists were dedicated masters of their craft, of course, but the fact remained that what I was about to do was a miracle by the standards of my old world. Despite that, the process itself was ironically simple. To finish refining the pill, I simply had to use my own chi and spiritual presence to compress the energy extracted from the ingredients and mixed in the cauldron, my stomach in this instance, into a solid form. While it was simple in theory, it was difficult in practice. At first, I was able to condense the energy with ease, but it rapidly grew more difficult. It was like an intense workout, trying to squeeze the final rep out when you were already exhausted. A sharp spike of pain in my temple nearly broke my focus, but I had been tempered by many similar situations and was able to push through it. Shortly after, I felt that I could compress the energy no more. It had taken on a dark green hue, still writhing and swirling in different shades. I could compress it further if I had more chi or my cultivation was higher, but those were both impossible at this moment. I exhaled as the mass of energy settled, taking on a solid form as it condensed into a pill. Once the process was complete, I winced as a mass of information streamed into my mind. With the improvements in my cultivation, it was far easier to handle such a large quantity of information. But that still didn't make it an easy thing to do in such a short time frame. A brief gleaning of the information told me that, at the very least, I had succeeded in my experimentation. The pill I had produced would heal minor afflictions and perhaps even a shallow cut. However, the quality was lacking, and there were still side effects, as well as some unintended effects that I wanted to remove. I'd produced a poor-quality, mortal-grade healing pill. Granted, I wasn't expecting a miracle on my first attempt, but for it to be the absolute worst quality and the lowest grade was a little hurtful. On the plus side, I could have failed to produce a pill entirely, so I'd done decently. There were still plenty of ingredients left in my storage bag, which meant all I needed to do now was refine the process of refining the pill to remove the unwanted effects and increase the quality. I was glad I'd told the others not to expect me out for at least a couple of weeks. I would need the time. About 10 days into my experimentation, I realized I was going to run into a big problem sooner or later. I'd acquired plenty of ingredients to perfect the recipe of my healing pill, and they were dwindling. I would have enough to create a perfect healing pill, that wasn't the issue. The problem came afterwards. Once I had created a recipe that I could replicate en masse, I would need to constantly acquire ingredients to maintain production. To get enough for my experiments, I'd needed to split the task between 3 people, and between us, we'd visited almost all the big alchemy and herbalist shops in Three River City. Getting more would be an issue. Perhaps they would have the stock in the quantities I required, but I doubted they would be happy to sell me the herbs and reagents I wanted after they learnt I was their competition. Not ordinary competition either, but someone with a cheaper and more effective product that might end up putting them out of business. I would need to find someone who could source all the ingredients I needed at a relatively low price, who would benefit from an ongoing deal and not be affected when my healing pills hit the market. I would need to make some inquiries when the time came. For now, I could forget about the impending supply chain issues and focus on the task at hand. I'd spent the last 10 days doing nothing but refining pills in my stomach, which had turned out to be the most efficient cauldron I could have ever asked for. The void in my Danton had continued to hungrily devour all the impurities produced during the process, without belching anything up in return, leaving me confused but excited about what it would eventually produce. So far, it had only benefited my cultivation. I had made solid progress. The first pill I created had been poor quality mortal grade. On top of being an absolute mess of a pill, it had unwanted effects that included hair growth, satiating hunger, and making extremities glow in the dark. While those were all rather interesting effects that might be desired from another pill, they weren't at all what I was going for here. I wanted low-level generalist healing that stimulated a patient's energy and recovery times. That was simple but complex at the same time. The most recent pill I had created was much closer to my goal than my first failed attempt. The pill was still mortal grade, but it was polished quality, 2 steps higher than the first one. In addition to the improved quality, I had managed to iron out the refining process and get rid of all but one of the unwanted side effects. The side effect stubbornly refused to be removed from the final pill, no matter what I tried. It was the effect that made the extremities glow in the dark when the pill was consumed. Aside from that small annoyance and the quality being a little lower than I hoped, things were going well. There was still about 1/3 of the ingredients left, and I still had plenty of time to spare. As this was intended to be a cheap consumer pill, I didn't need to push the quality to a ridiculous level. However, I was driven by my strong personal pride and a desire to give the citizens of Three River City the best product I could create. The days blurred as I settled back into my experiments, refining pill after pill. If this was how all alchemists practiced, I could see why it was renowned as the profession that burnt through money like kindling. 5 days later, I had another breakthrough. I'd been expecting a better quality of pill and to hopefully get rid of that damn glow-in-the-dark side effect. As I examined my most recent creation, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 52. I extracted the pill from my stomach, the most efficient cauldron I could have hoped to acquire. As I did, I noticed that my heart had continued to refine itself during the alchemy practice. Over the course of a few weeks, it had only improved by a few percent. Considering that this was purely through the excess energy produced during my experiments, it was exceptional. I heartily anticipated the new effects that would come with refining a third organ. Turning my focus to the pill as I rolled it between my fingers, I considered the information in my head. To begin with, I had exceeded my quality goal by far more than I'd hoped. My first pill was the worst of the worst, being poor quality mortal grade. After around 10 days of experimentation, I'd managed to produce a polished quality mortal grade healing pill. The progress from that first failed attempt was huge. I'd removed most of the unwanted side effects that weren't useful for a healing pill and brought the quality closer to my goal. Unfortunately, there was one stubborn side effect that refused to be removed. This effect was harmless to the person who ingested the pill, but would make their extremities glow luminescent blue in the dark. I suspected this effect was from the smart cap amanitas, but no matter what I'd attempted, I hadn't been able to remove the side effect at first. Now, 5 days later, I'd produced my best pill yet. What I wanted to create was a master-quality, mortal-grade pill. That was the step above polished quality, and I felt that for a mass-produced, low-cost product, it was exceptional. The pill I held in my hands, various shades of dark green across its surface in a marbled texture, had not reached master quality. However, I wasn't disappointed with this result. In fact, I was elated. Rather than simply improving the quality of a mortal-grade pill, I had ended up jumping all the way up to the martial grade. The quality had dropped even below polished, but given that this pill was an entire grade higher, I suspected it would be far more effective than any of my previous creations. The name given to it in my mind was average quality, martial grade healing pill. There was a lot more information than that, such as the effects and what kind of afflictions and wounds it could heal. Additionally, if a cultivator with an exceptional appraisal technique examined it, they might even glean some information about the alchemist who had created it, me. However, despite the many successes of my latest creation, I couldn't help but curse the heavens. Or, perhaps more accurately, the damn spark cap amanitas. The mushrooms were absurdly persistent. I'd managed to stop the side effect of glowing extremities from slipping into the most recent pill, but instead, it would make all of one's blood vessels glow beneath the skin after they consumed the pill. This would last for 4 hours while the pill healed the body. At this rate, I was going to burn through the rest of my ingredients before figuring out how to remove this damned effect. However, the more I thought about it, the more I realized it might not be such a bad thing. The effect was strange, but harmless. Having such a unique side effect could actually help to make my pill stand out above other products. Also, it was a little crude, but mortals enjoyed such spectacles. To them, these kinds of flashy effects symbolized the power of cultivators. I stretched my stiff muscles as I stood up, spreading my senses across the building to see what the other three were up to. I wondered if Yu Chun was still here, almost 2 weeks later. My senses struck one person on the middle floor, who I knew to be village head Wei from the feeling of his aura. Continuing downstairs, I felt dozens of presences on the ground floor. That wasn't surprising. Xiaoqui's business had been booming even before I secluded myself. Yu Chun was still here, standing right beside little Kui. I hope she hadn't been teaching my disciple anything offensive. I no longer needed to eat, but right now I felt I could do with a big bowl of noodle soup, or perhaps some mapo tofu. As I reached the middle floor, I knocked on the village head's door. "Head Wei, I need your help with something," I called out. I heard shuffling behind the door, and a second later it swung open to reveal the old man looking a little worse for wear. He coughed twice, covering his mouth while clinging to the door for support. "What's wrong, Head Wei? Are you sick?" I asked with a frown. "Didn't Xiaoqui get you some medicine?" He waved a hand dismissively, closing the door behind him as he stepped out of the room.
"I told her not to. It's only a little cough. I'll be fine in a few days. Little Queen needn't waste her hard-earned coin on me," he replied.
I chuckled. "Damn, you're a hard-ass, Grandpa. Actually, it's perfect that you're a little sick." He raised an eyebrow at me, cocking his head to one side.
"Damn brat! Are you wishing for this old man's death?"
"No, nothing of the sort," I snorted, raising the healing pill to eye level. The village head's eyes widened when he saw the pill and smelt the powerful medicinal aroma emanating from the pill. "I want you to test this. It is the result of my 2 weeks of effort. It should clear up your cough."
"Cultivator Zhou, I couldn't. Something so valuable should be saved for someone important,"
he said, pushing the pill back towards me. Shaking my head at the stubborn Grandpa's antics, I grabbed his arm and moved it out of the way. Before he could react, I tossed the pill into his mouth and clamped his jaw shut. "Swallow," I ordered. He gulped, staring at me with a shocked expression. "Stop being so stubborn. It might have taken me 2 weeks to make that, but now that I know the recipe, I can make dozens with ease. In the first place, my goal is to make cheap pills for the masses," I explained, as a faint blue glow began to seep through his skin. The village head looked down at his body with wonder, his movements light and fluid as he shook his arms and legs.
"What is this, Cultivator Zhou?"
he asked. "Healing pill. How do you feel?"
"I feel like a young man again,"
he cried, jumping on the spot.
"Forget that blasted cough. All my aches and pains have disappeared. This pill is a miracle cure."
I waved his praise away. "It's nothing so grand. I'm glad you feel better, Grandpa Wei. Just, don't worry about the glow. It's harmless," I added, suppressing my laughter at the bright blue blood vessels glowing through his skin.
"What glow?"
He glanced down at his arms. His eyes widened as he realized what I meant.
"Damn brat! What have you fed me?"
He roared, but I had already raced down the stairs with a smile on my face. Xiaoqui threw me a curious expression, and all the customers stared at me, wondering what the shouting was about. I shrugged my shoulders as I arrived beside her and Yu Chun. "Miss Yu, I hope you haven't been a bad influence on my innocent disciple," I remarked, my expression neutral. She balked, taking a step backwards.
"Of course not. I treated Xiaoqui as if she were my own daughter these past 2 weeks," she replied indignantly.
"Is that true, little Kui?" Shaoqui nodded enthusiastically as she served another customer, tossing the coins into a huge mound on the desk.
Miss Yu has been really helpful, especially when it comes to the business. I think we might have even made enough gold to buy my own house.
That is impressive. Well done, little Kui, I replied, tousling her hair.
Master, not in front of the customers. It's unprofessional.
She pouted. It's great that your business is booming. I will need your help with something later. I'm headed out for a little while, I told her. She nodded and returned to serving customers. Honestly, I wonder if she even needed me anymore. Despite everything she'd been through, little Kui had proven herself to be an enterprising and adaptive young woman. If she had the talent for cultivation, it would be another matter entirely. But I wondered if it might be better for her future to leave her in this city when I eventually moved on. Of course, I would need to ensure that Three River City was a place I could leave her alone. City Lord Teng Shi had assured me that he would deal with Wang Bao and Councillor Gao, but I would check for myself that he had followed through.
Back so soon, brat? A good alchemist should spend years perfecting the foundations before rushing ahead.
Granny Yu harumphed as I entered her shop. Granny, don't be so harsh. Thank you for the ingredients you gave me last time. They were incredibly useful, I said with a shallow bow. I still had all the pills I'd created using the 10-year vital spike root she'd sold me the last time I was here. I needed to find a buyer with a lot of funds before I parted ways with them, but I hadn't gone out of my way to find one. My priority had been the healing pills. Granny, I was wondering if you knew someone who could get me large quantities of rejuvenating spirit grass, spark cap amanitas, powdered beast cores, pulsing hibiscus petals, and 10-year ash bark on a regular basis? She raised an eyebrow quizzically at my request.
What do you need large quantities of those for? Are you planning to start a damn pill factory?
Something like that, I chuckled.
Well, it depends on how much you need and how often. There are a few reliable fellows in this city who would have what you need. You might need to deal with more than one of them, though. Fang Tao would have the grass, petals, and amanitas in huge quantities, as much as you need. However, he doesn't stock the rarer ingredients like the ash bark, and I don't think he deals in beast reagents either. Give me a day or two, and I should be able to figure out an arrangement that suits you, brat.
She really was well connected. As I'd suspected, there was more to her than she let on. With the supplier for my ingredients secured, one of my potential issues was solved. Thanks, Granny Yu. I'll see you soon, I called as I left her shop and headed back into the streets of Three River City. That left me with just 2 more obstacles to my plan. The first was the easiest to overcome, the issue of distribution. I already had an idea of how to start, which was the reason I'd asked Shaoqui for assistance. Her business was thriving. At this point, most of the people in Three River City knew about her brand of stamina-boosting concoctions. Now that I thought about it, Yu Chun would benefit greatly from such a drug. I would need to ensure she didn't take advantage of my disciple. Though if Little Kui played her cards right, she might end up a very rich woman indeed. I wouldn't think about that until it became relevant. To rapidly spread the word about my healing pills, I would piggyback on Shaoqui's success. Offering free samples to a select number of her customers would allow people to test the effects and see that my product worked. It was like the strategy we'd used when we first arrived in the city. The most difficult obstacle for any new product was overcoming people's suspicion. Letting them use it for free at first would mean they could have proof that it worked. Once that was achieved, I could then use the clinic to sell them en masse. The benefit of this would be that people with minor injuries and afflictions wouldn't need to seek out healers or expensive medicines from the other alchemists. My time would be freed up to focus my talents on pushing the bounds of my techniques, so that I didn't stagnate at 5-star chi gathering. That left only the final obstacle, which I expected to be the most annoying one to deal with: the other alchemists and herbalists in the city. There was no way they would stand by idly and allow me to establish a competing product without resistance. I would need to keep an eye out for any sabotage or false rumors spreading. My guard was raised, especially after the strange encounter with the alchemist out in the Silent Windglade. Someone was watching me. At first, I believed it was Councillor Gao, but it didn't make sense for him to use an alchemists' association to do his dirty work. With all of this sorted for now, I needed to return to seclusion and continue practicing. I'd perfected the recipe, but that was only the beginning. Ensuring I could replicate it with perfect precision each time was essential. All my pills needed to be identical. If I could push the quality up another step, that would be amazing, but I wasn't holding out much hope on that front. It was enough as it was, anyway. Even more important than that, however, was attempting to produce more than one pill per batch. Right now, I was using my stomach as a cauldron. While it was more efficient than any external cauldron, it would be a problem for replicability. If I ever wanted to leave the city or take on a new project, I wouldn't be able to sit there all day churning out pills like a human refining machine. Being able to produce huge quantities in a short time so that I could focus my efforts elsewhere was a great first step towards that. Making it so that other alchemists could recreate my pill while following the recipe, regardless of the equipment they used, would be the final step of perfection. Though I would need to take things one step at a time. First, attempting to create 2 pills in a single batch. Once I'd accomplished that, I would gradually increase the quantity until I reached my limits. Being able to focus on such a project with single-minded dedication was a joyful experience. The chaos of my early days in this world had taken that from me as I was thrust into battles and bloodshed. It was a wonderful change of pace to be working on something that would help so many. I separated out the ingredients I would need as I sat down on the floor of my room. I had a few days until Granny Yu would be ready for me, which was enough time to push my skills to their limit. Taking a breath, I tossed the stalks of rejuvenating spirit grass in my mouth and focused as they began to dissolve. Soon, Three River City would be the seed from which I grew the revolution of the healing arts. Chapter 53. Zhao Dan, the former counselor of Three River City, lounged on the throne while City Lord Tang stood subserviently at his side. He sneered as he looked down at the empty throne room. The doors groaned as someone pushed them from the other side, and his eyes went wide. He leapt to his feet and rushed to the bottom of the stone stairs. After brushing off his robes, he stood still and waited. To his great relief, it wasn't his elder cousin who entered the throne room. Gao Shan terrified him to the core, and he'd been ruthless in his handling of the city. He feared the fate that awaited him upon his return to the Gao clan's ancestral home in the Black Rose Swamps. However, if he was able to perform well while Gao Shan was here in the city, his cousin might report as such to the patriarch. As his first disciple, Gao Shan's word held weight with the man and might reverse any punishment that had been planned. Simply relying on the word of another to decide his fate wasn't a favorable outcome, though, so Zhao Dan was also making plans of his own. One of the city guards entered the throne room, striding up to the former counselor and bending a knee. Every single man, woman, and child in the palace had either been killed or placed under the control of the Gao clan members using puppet poison, or in the case of the more powerful cultivators, slave goo. They still operated as though nothing had changed, but now they danced to their master's tune.
"What news?"
Gao asked the guard.
Young master, an unknown alchemist has begun selling a miracle healing pill throughout the city, undercutting all the Gao clan's operations. The citizens report that it is far more effective than any other pills, despite being a fraction of the cost. If the product continues to sell, it may put some of the smaller fronts out of business, the guard reported, his eyes glazed over and dull. Zhao Dan kissed his teeth, stomping back up the steps towards the throne. He stopped in front of the seat, glancing at the padded chair before turning back to the guard with a flick of his sleeve.
"What is the name of this mystery alchemist? Or are you so incompetent that you failed to bring me any actual information?" he snapped.
The guard remained unmoved, showing no trace of emotion on his face. His mouth moved stiffly as he replied, "Young master, there is no guarantee that the information is true, but the chief alchemist of the Jade Cauldron Association did give us a name."
"Well, spit it out, fool! I could slow cook a dozen pigs by the time I learnt anything useful from you."
Zhao Dan. The former counselor roared in fury, slamming his fist into the nearest stone pillar and leaving a sizable indent. Chunks of marble clattered against the ground and tumbled down the stairs while the guard stood unperturbed.
"Why is it always that bastard? Every time I have him in my grasp, the cockroach finds a way to slip through my fingers. Is he the illegitimate son of the heavens and the laughing Buddha?"
Blood dripped from his fingers as he clenched his fist. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, opening and closing his bloody fist. After a few breaths, he walked back down the stairs until he was standing face to face with the guard.
"Tell me about these supposed miracle pills," he demanded. "Our Gao clan products should have people hooked, so how was he able to draw so much attention in such a short time? In fact," he slammed a fist against his open palm, How does he even know alchemy?
The guard stood as if frozen, an unmoving statue. Gao Ding Luo paced back and forth while shaking his head and muttering obscenities.
It doesn't even matter. Gao Shan is a despicable, irritating bastard, but there is no way Zhao Dan can stand up to him. Even if he skipped half a dozen stars in the chi-gathering realm while sucking on heaven's golden teat, he mumbled. He continued pacing in this manner for as long as it took to eat a meal, muttering and shouting while making odd gestures. The guard stood there, eyes dull, without moving. Suddenly, Gao Ding Luo froze on the spot. He tipped his head back and began to cackle like a street beggar who had just discovered he was descended from the Jade Emperor himself. I don't even need to get my own hands dirty. I can simply let the bastard's hubris rot him like a festering plague. I'm a genius,
he exclaimed.
All this time I cursed Gao Shan's arrival, but his shadows are exactly the tools I need for this task.
He turned and strode out of the room with a flourish of his robe. As he passed the guard, he paused for a second. Resting his chin in his hands, he stared at the immobile guard. Then, he suddenly delivered a sharp backhand slap to the man's face. A red welt formed, but other than to stand upright once more, the guard didn't react.
Go and find my cousin's shadows for me. Tell them to come to my chambers immediately,
he ordered, smirking at the results of his handiwork. I was getting the hang of alchemy. Each experiment in pill refining that I completed improving my overall grasp of the vocation. I doubted I would ever wholly dedicate myself to it, as it was but one path of healing, not in complete alignment with my own talents. However, it would certainly be a powerful asset to my cause. I had secluded myself for longer than I'd planned, taking 4 whole days to improve and streamline the process of refining my healing pills. It was worth it. My efforts had borne fruit, and now I could produce far more pills in each batch. I had not managed to increase the quality further, meaning that the finished product was average quality Marshall grade when I began mass production and started distributing it among the citizens of Three River City. To begin with, I was producing batches of 5 pills at a time with a fraction of the ingredients I had used at the beginning. That meant I could produce around 200 pills a day if I worked non-stop. I was happy to do that for now, but I wouldn't be able to do it like this forever. Finding a way to offset production would come later. For now, I simply wanted to spread the healing pills. I used Xiaoqi's blossoming business as a ladder to reach the heavens in a single step. She already had the women of Three River City flocking to her doors each day, so all I needed to do was offer a few pills for free to her earliest customers at sunrise. Once the effects had been proven, I set myself up across the lobby, and now there were 2 meandering queues that ran out of the clinic door each day and night, one for magic stamina drugs and the other for my healing pills. I was making a lot of money, despite pricing my pills at just 5 coppers per pill. I could have priced them even lower, but the mind was a strange thing. People didn't trust miracle cures that came too cheaply. I managed to strike a balance between making it affordable for the commoners while still not being so cheap as to sow doubts about its effectiveness. As such, the demands for my pills was even greater than that for Xiaoqi's tonics. Of course, this was only the initial wave. Once people were cured of their ills, they would not need my medicine for a time, but sickness was an inevitability of life, for mortals at least. Cultivators could avoid the common afflictions, but they often suffered wounds of a far deadlier nature. For me, that was a curse and a blessing. I'd been able to soar ahead in my cultivation by healing stronger and more injured cultivators, but I remained dismayed at the brutality of this world. For now, I was satisfied. The first small step of my path had come to fruition. Since arriving in this world in this body, I had struggled to find meaning and understanding amongst death and suffering. My goal was to bring about a revolution of healing, though the bounds of that goal were wider than I could have first believed. While my personal goals had shifted to the development of my spiritual techniques and the advancement of my physique and cultivation, bringing this small change in Three River City was a great achievement that I was proud of. Of course, there was still a long way to go with these pills. First and foremost, figuring out how to manufacture them outside of the alchemical wonder that was my refined stomach. Doing that would allow me to increase production and allow it to continue even when I turned my focus back to my other goals. Spreading distribution beyond Three River City would hopefully come next, allowing everyone living in the territory of the Cloudy Falls sect, and perhaps even the Celestial Jade Empire, to receive these wondrous pills. Those were all far-off dreams, only drawn a little closer through my own work. For now, I was happy to distribute the pills in Three River City. As I handed over pills and collected copper coins, I thought ahead to the evening. It had been a while since Wang Bao had been captured at my hands. City Lord Teng Shi had promised to deal with the man himself and any consequences that arose from his actions. I knew Councillor Gao was behind him, or at the very least working with him, but whether or not the City Lord would deal with all the corruption in his court remained to be seen. I planned to travel to the palace and check for myself. Now that my cultivation was above that of even the City Lord, I had nothing to fear from anyone in this city. Only the hegemons above them could still bring me trouble. For the time being, I had pushed the Cloudy Falls sect off my back. However, to do that, I had left them an invitation to seek me out again if they needed. That had been a dangerous play, but one that could still serve to benefit me in the future. Keeping the sect away from the city was the better plan, attempting to deal with things quietly. I would compromise if need be, but I would ensure that Little Kui had her vengeance at the very least. I paced through the streets of Three River City with a furrowed brow, muttering to myself. When I'd visited the palace, Captain Kang had met me at the outer gates. Since the incident with Wang Bao, he had warmed up to me a little, though his hostility remained. The incident at Nine Patty Village would forever mark me as a criminal in his mind, even though cruel retribution had been delivered on the villagers long since. What I found strange, however, was that upon greeting me, Captain Kang didn't have a trace of hostility or hatred in his eyes. In fact, he'd welcomed me with a smile as if we were old friends. That felt odd at the time, but in my haste to discover Wang Bao's fate, I had not questioned it. Unfortunately, Captain Kang had refused my entry to the palace, citing the business of the City Lord. While I was marginally more powerful than Teng Shi, I wasn't a fool. Taking on everyone in the palace to force my way in would either end in my death or all of theirs. Either way, I wished to avoid shedding blood, except the blood of those who deserved it. I found myself questioning everything about the interaction as I strolled through Three River City. Something had been very odd about the captain's behavior, and it wasn't only Captain Kang. All the guards had moved like robots, stiff and unwieldy. Of course, I couldn't discount my heightened perceptions as a 5-star chi gatherer. The movements of most people looked like the flailing of a drunken pig to me now. But I couldn't put the encounter out of my mind. Somehow, I ended up at Granny Yu's shop. I stood outside the overgrown wooden frame of her shop and stared at the myriad species of moss and ivy that made it their home. A sense of calm fell over me as I inhaled deeply. The spiritual energy around this place was less erratic than in the rest of the city. Whether that was an accident of nature or by design, only the old woman herself could know. The shop was closed. I suspected Granny Yu might be inside nonetheless, but I had no reason to disturb her at this late hour. She would probably be furious with me for interrupting her rest. Instead, I made my way back to the clinic, mulling over the day's events continuously. What had caused the change in the captain's behavior? The City Lord had told me he had everything in hand, but there was a nagging feeling in the depths of my consciousness that refused to go away. I took a deep gulp of the rich bone broth, the potent flavor of the chicken and pork bones simmering overnight washing over me like heavenly medicine. Xiaokui was flourishing as both a cook and herbalist, as well as a businesswoman. Many things had gone wrong in this city, but she had prevailed nonetheless. I wondered if the source of my frustration was that I had begun to outgrow this small city, while there was still unresolved business to handle before I could consider moving on.
Something is bothering you, Master,
Little Kui declared as I put down my bowl. Village Head Wei looked between us before standing up and excusing himself from the table. I turned to my first disciple. I wondered if even that decision had been a mistake, taken in haste when I didn't truly realize the difference between a mortal and a cultivator. The battle on Jagged Sword Peak had changed me in more ways than one. My spoon made a soft clunk as I let it fall into my empty bowl. You are right, Little Kui, though there is more than one problem that rattles around inside your master's head, I replied with a chortle. You shouldn't share my distress. Let's celebrate the success of your business instead. You are flourishing as an herbalist. I imagine you might one day have all this city in your hand, perhaps even the region. I raised my cup of wine in a toast. She blushed, embarrassed at my praise. She looked as though she was about to respond when a sweaty Yu Chun slammed open the door, panting as she stood with a hand against the kitchen counter.
I went back to the Blossom Parlor today to make sure my employees hadn't been misbehaving in my absence, she said, pausing to take breaths between her words. Instead, I found my oldest friend stricken with illness. His body rotted from within. They told me he took one of your pills. The ones you guaranteed were safe, Zhao.
Chapter 54. I stormed up the stairs of Yuchun's Blossom Parlor, startling a nearby couple who were engaging in the activities of the night. I barely spared them a glance as the girl shrieked, and the men hurried to cover his rather insignificant privates. Then again, I wasn't here to judge people for how they spent their time. Or money in this instance. I was here to see Du Wen, the young Miss Yu's old friend, who had fallen sick after taking one of my healing pills. I was sure that something else had caused his sickness, but until I examined his body, all I had to go on were the whispers of Three River City's rumor mill. Reputation could live and die from a single word, whether it was the truth of the heavens or the lies of the hells. People only cared for the perception of words and what they believed. The actual truth of matters was often of little consequence. I reached the door and pushed it aside forcefully, startling a young girl who was placing a wet cloth against the sick man's brow. Yuchun followed soon after, entering the room and shutting the doors behind us.
Don't worry, little An. Sir Zhao is here to treat Du Wen's illness. Thank you for tending to him all this time,
she said, wrapping an arm around the girl's shoulders.
Zhao? Like the bastard who's been selling poisoned...
she exclaimed before Yuchun clamped a hand over her mouth.
Don't spread rumors when you don't know the truth of them, girl. Haven't I taught you better than that?
She chided, an icy edge to her voice.
But Feng Li Mei said... Feng Li Mei,
Yuchun snarled,
is not the arbiter of wisdom that she believes she is. Nor is she the madam of this house, even if her and her gaggle of powdered witches have convinced themselves otherwise.
The girl flinched at the sudden explosion of anger, but Yuchun softened her expression and pulled her into an embrace immediately after.
Do not worry about things that do not concern you, little An. Thank you for helping look after Brother Du. Go to bed now. Okay,
she replied, shuffling out of the door and pulling it closed behind her. I raised an eyebrow at Yuchun as she pulled herself upright. You act like that girl's mother, I remarked.
What of it?
She snapped back, storming over to the bed and kneeling beside the poisoned man who lay within. I meant no harm. You have a gentle touch. It was an interesting contradiction to your honeyed tongue when you tried to mess with me, I replied with a shake of my head. She sighed as she grasped the man's hand. I winced, my hand outstretched to stop her. Well, I suppose neither of you can leave until I've figured out what is wrong.
What do you mean?
If this is not a poison, but an infectious disease or plague, you may have exposed yourself by touching him. Even breathing the same air could carry it. In fact, everyone in this building might be at risk, I explained as her eyes gradually widened in realization and shock. I flicked my sleeve as I stood on the opposite side of the bed. That is only one possibility, of course. It could be poison, as the rumors suggest. However, I told the truth. It is impossible that my healing pills caused this. Either someone is selling false products under my name, or someone was aiming to kill this man and my pills provided an easy cover.
How can you know it is impossible that your pills caused this? What if there was an unforeseen side effect?
She demanded, knuckles going white as she gripped the man's hand. Relax, Yuchun. You will hurt your friend, I sighed, gently removing her arm from Du Wen's. It is a personal secret of mine, but I can guarantee no effect of any pill I refine escapes my knowledge. Trust me on this.
If you say so,
she relented, letting her head fall into her hands as she sat on the edge of the bed. I turned to Du Wen, whose shallow breathing had provided a wheezy backdrop to our conversation. Inside his body, I could see traces of a potent poison. The traces of energy seemed familiar. However, before making any guesses, the priority was to heal him. I placed 2 fingers against his chest and let a strand of my chi infuse itself within him. It did not take long for my technique to work, expelling the poison and healing all other afflictions he was suffering from. The boost to my cultivation was minuscule, barely noticeable. Healing mortals was no longer a way to advance my own cultivation, but that did not mean it was not a worthwhile pursuit. As the name of the poison appeared in my mind, I felt conflicted. My initial suspicions were correct, but that only served to muddy the waters. Three River City was clouded in mysteries, and I was no closer to solving them than I had been when I first found myself in the Viper's Nest. Polished quality, mortal-grade ice flower poison. That was the name that appeared in my mind. The same poison that someone had attempted to use to kill little Kui when we were held prisoner in the City Lord's palace. All roads seemed to lead to Counselor Gao. His dirty fingers were in every rotten crevice of Three River City. I'd had some faith in the City Lord's sense of honor, as well as Captain Kang's. However, it was clear that Counselor Gao was continuing to act as he wished without retribution. The time for conversation was over, I needed to act. Du-Wen will be fine. Let him rest for a while to recover. His body is healed, but his mind is most likely exhausted from the poison, I told Yu-Chun. She sighed in relief, clasping Du-Wen's hand in her own. You should stay here. I know you don't believe you will be safe from your employer here, but I imagine that you would be in even more danger at my clinic. Hopefully that rotten bastard will not plague this city much longer.
What's that supposed to mean?
I am headed to the City Lord's palace myself. This has gone on long enough, I replied, striding out of the room.
Wait, Sir Zhou!
She exclaimed, grabbing my sleeve.
You don't understand. Councillor Gao is just the serpent's tail. The Gao clan's influence spreads deeper than you can hope to understand. One man cannot fight an army, especially not one as evil as them.
I stopped, rubbing my temple in frustration. I wanted nothing more than to storm the palace and put an end to Councillor Gao's schemes. But if he had a powerful backer, I would need to tread carefully. Taking a seat on a nearby armchair, I looked up at Yu-Chun. Tell me everything. Enough of the secrets and half-truths. You know more than you let on, I demanded. She perched on the end of Du-Wen's bed, throwing the man a melancholic glance before turning back to me.
Both of us have a history with the Gao clan. You think the Councillor is a lonesome plague, corrupting Three River City from within? The truth is far worse. The Gao clan have their insidious tendrils in almost the whole of the Cloudy Falls sect's territory.
The former councillor, Gao Deng Luo, whistled a merry tune to himself as he strode through the halls of the City Lord's palace. The man himself, Tang Shi, walked beside him like a servant. He pushed open the doors of the throne room like an emperor, strutting inside with his chest puffed like a peacock. However, he deflated like a burst balloon with a single sharp word from the man lounging on the throne.
What makes you so pleased on this sunny morning, little cousin?
Gao Shan inquired with a wicked smile. Despite the piercing gaze of his elder cousin, Gao Deng Luo was not deterred. He had failed in his original task, but he was well on his way to regaining control of Three River City once and for all. If he accomplished this without the aid of Gao Shan, he would be able to regain his standing in the clan. Of course, he would need to share some of the glory with the despicable, shadowy bastard, if only to save his own skin.
The last thorn in our side is almost out. His downfall was brought about by his own hands. I find it rather hilarious, hence my cheerful demeanor,
he replied, stopping at the base of the stone dais.
Ah, you speak of the dissemination of the clan's iceflower poison among the citizens. I did wonder why you took it upon yourself to order my shadows about as though they were your dogs,
Gao Shan said, clapping his hands together as he sat up in the throne.
You will remember that it was your failure to complete your assigned duty that brought me here in the first place. The Patriarch gave you a strand of his intent, carefully cultivated over decades to use as a guarantee. Where is young Master Tang now, little cousin? I don't seem to have caught his attention these past few weeks.
He continued, now standing at the top of the dais and staring down at Gao Deng Luo, letting the full weight of his cultivation creep out.
My scheme is infallible, cousin. Zhao Dan's reputation will crumble, and the city's alchemy trade will fall entirely into our hands. The other businesses are already under the control of your shadows. What does it matter if the little brat ran away?
The former councillor scoffed. Gao Shan remained silent, then took a single step down from the stone dais.
You are a fool, little cousin, he sneered, only chasing your own glory while ignoring the shadows cast by the heavens. The Patriarch sent you here to learn that you serve the clan, yet you continue to imagine that the Gao clan exists to serve you.
Gao Shan had walked down the steps as he spoke and stopped in front of Gao Deng Luo's face as he uttered the final word, pushing a bony finger into his chest. Gao Deng Luo shivered, glancing at the former city lord before returning his gaze to his elder cousin.
What would you have me do instead, wise cousin of mine? If the Patriarch wanted me to learn something, he could have told me instead of sending me to this backwater shithole to suffer for years while he rotted in a cave somewhere.
A sharp crack rang out across the throne room. Gao Deng Luo clutched at his swollen face as he stumbled backwards, glowering at his cousin. Rage burnt in his eyes, but fear of retribution stopped him from responding.
Do not speak of the Patriarch with your foul tongue. He has led the Gao clan to great heights through his wise leadership. Secluded cultivation is a necessity at such lofty heights.
We cannot presume to understand the level of his comprehension or the decisions he makes. Complete your business with this upstart alchemist. Find Tang Sheng and bring him here, or I will be returning to the clan alone, and you will be feeding the stray dogs and cats of Three River City, Gao Shan ordered, flicking his sleeve. As his cousin turned to leave, he snapped his fingers, and Gao Deng Luo froze in his tracks. You claim this city is insignificant, but is it not the closest to the Cloudy Falls sect itself? You might be a foolish, insolent brat, but you are one of the clan's heirs. At least consider the future when you make your decisions, little cousin. The former counselor's eyes shot open as though struck by heavenly lightning. He had not realized the clan held such ambitions, but it made him curse his own lack of foresight. As you command, cousin, he replied, before leaving the throne room with a determined expression. I found myself sitting on the second floor of a restaurant in the heart of Three River City. We were in a private room that one of the other people at the table had rented out for the purpose of holding this meeting. I am at a disadvantage here, I said, drumming my fingers on the table. I had been served a cup of tea, but I held off on drinking it. You all seem to know who I am, and yet I only recognize one of you. The person I recognized was a woman, an herbalist I had purchased ingredients from when I went around the city to acquire them for my tests. She had been one of the friendlier ones, but I saw no trace of that jovial nature now.
We represent the alchemists and herbalists of Three River City whose business you have upended and thrown into chaos with your ridiculous pills. You may be able to deceive the citizens with your shoddy products, but you cannot fool us masters, said a young man wearing flashy golden robes with silver clouds of smoke embroidered all over the folds. I frowned. Was this another of the counselor's schemes? Picking them all apart was like trying to find enlightenment in the Tao by scratching one's backside. An impossible task. You should be careful with your words. My pills are reputable and safe. I have not lied about their effects, and I do not charge ridiculous prices to those who cannot afford them. Perhaps if you didn't want to lose business, you should have treated your customers with more respect, I replied, picking up the cup of tea and taking a sip. You dare? When commoners are falling to an unknown plague after taking your pills, you would sit here and claim they are safe? The woman snarled. I didn't let my emotions bleed into my expression. Since treating Yu Chun's friend Du Wen, I heard that many people had experienced similar symptoms. After doing some research, I found that none of them had acquired their pills from me, but instead from an unknown source claiming to be me. Knowing that it was the ice flower poison, I knew the culprit to be Counselor Gao. I also knew what he hoped to achieve by poisoning my reputation. What I didn't understand was why all the other alchemists and herbalists in the city seemed to be on his side. What is it about the counselor that makes everyone support his cause? I mused, draining the rest of my tea and placing the cup on the table. My tongue tingled, but I ignored it. All their faces darkened, except for the young man who leapt to his feet with rage on his face. I smirked, turning to the eldest of the group who had not spoken a word or moved until now.
Do not levy such accusations at us, brat. Not all alchemists in this city are slave to whoever throws the most gold at them. You say your pills are safe, but the evidence says otherwise. Why should we trust you when the reputation of our ancient and honorable vocation is at stake?
He said, slamming a fist against the table. Interesting. I had guessed incorrectly, judging from the fury with which the old man reacted to being accused of working for the counselor. The young man, however, was another matter. He was the only one whose anger seemed to be a facade. I sat back in my chair, thinking through everything I'd experienced since entering the restaurant. I threw a glance at the empty cup in front of me before beginning to choke. I clutched at my throat as my mouth began to froth, and I collapsed, my head slamming into the table. The last thing I saw before closing my eyes was the old man turning to the golden-robed youngster with disappointment written across his wrinkled visage. Chapter 55. It was not a necessity to cultivate to practice alchemy, but to achieve true mastery, one needed both. What had transpired on the top floor of one particular restaurant in Three River City was a perfect example of this. To one side of the room, the golden-robed youth was sprawled against a broken table. It hadn't been me who delivered the blow, but the elder now facing me. Upon finishing my cup of tea, I realized it contained poison. Not just any poison, but the very same mortal-grade ice flower poison that was being spread through Three River City under my name. Of course, it was not harmful to me. In fact, it would aid in further refining my heart. But I wanted more information about the groups of alchemists who had summoned me. That was why I had played along and pretended the poison had taken hold. The moment my head hit the table, the elder had erupted in fury, turning on the golden-robed youngster. Listening to the discussion between them, he had recently had a surge in his skills, which he told the elder, his grandfather, was down to a sudden enlightenment from the heavens. The woman had her suspicions, as did the elder, but they never gave them voice and chose to trust the young man's words. However, the moment I was poisoned, they realized it had to have been one of them at the table. The youngster was the obvious culprit. That had been all I needed to hear. I wiped away the froth from my mouth and stood up, prepared to confront the youngster and squeeze him for information. However, before I could make a move, the elder roared in despair and fury and struck his grandson square in the chest. That had led to this moment, where the boy was knocked out on a broken table while I faced the elder, the woman, and the other alchemist who'd remained silent the entire time. I couldn't fault the grandpa for doling out discipline the way he saw fit, but I did wish he'd allowed me to ask the boy some questions first. Regardless, I had learnt a lot from this brief encounter. There seemed to be two main factions among the herbalists and alchemists of Three River City. Those who were under the control of the Gao clan via the counselor, and those who aimed to control the trade through business and alchemy expertise. There were plenty who were not a part of any faction, such as Granny Yu, and of course, me. Usually, these two factions were in a delicate balance. The quality of the products produced by the Gao clan's alchemists was much lower, while they were able to hook customers by using addictive ingredients. On the contrary, the alliance of the other alchemists used higher quality ingredients to produce better pills and related products, but they couldn't match the rate of production of the Gao clan. This meant there was a tentative understanding between the two groups. It was the richer citizens who tended to purchase from the alliance of alchemists, while the poor went with whatever they could afford. That meant they usually relied on the products from the Gao clan. Truly, it was insidious. After learning that they not only sought to control the pill trade of the entire region, but also poisoned their customers with poor quality, addictive ingredients, what little respect I had for them vanished. Until now, I'd been operating under the assumption that Counselor Gao was just one bad apple in the orchard, while his clan remained upright. Apparently, the Cloudy Falls sect needed to gain a firmer grip on the factions in their territory. How can I ever trust the alchemists of this city to have the interests of the people in mind when you can't even keep your own ranks free from corruption? I demanded of the wrinkled elder. To his credit, he remained firm in the face of my barrage, caressing his long, wispy beard while meeting my gaze with fire in his eyes. He was a middle-stage body tempering practitioner, unlike the other alchemists I'd met.
Young man, you dare speak to me of trust while pills being sold in your name are poisoning the people of this city? It seems to me that you have this situation backwards, he said, while still stroking his beard. I scrunched up my face. I had nothing to prove to these people, but in the long term, it might be beneficial to make a connection with them. When I left the city, I would need alchemists to help produce my pills, ones not associated with the counselor and his clan. You are right. These poison pills are not my doing, but as they are using my name to distribute them, it is my responsibility to clean up the mess and restore my reputation, I replied, sighing and taking my seat once more. I lifted the pot of poisoned tea and poured myself another cup. The elder raised an eyebrow at me, while the woman rushed to stop me from downing the cup in a single gulp. Ice flower poison had a minty aftertaste. I was growing quite fond of it. When I dealt with Counselor Gao, I would need to ask him for the recipe. Even though it was too weak to aid much in refining my heart, a little progress was better than no progress. Delicious tea was hard to come by, even in a world where tea was a ritual and not just a drink. You are an interesting man, Zhao Dan, the grandpa chuckled. Too clever for the fools in this city. I know that you could squash us like ants if you wished, but I will wait to see what kind of man you are.
Just watch, Grandpa. I'll cut the infection out of this city at the core, I replied with a smile as I left the room. In the end, I hadn't had a chance to taste the food here. Supposedly, they made dishes with spiritual beast meat that were beneficial to body tempering practitioners. Not that that was of any use to me, but I enjoyed food for the taste and to keep myself grounded. Spirit beast meat was sure to be more delicious than regular meat. Another time.
Where did you get the ingredients for these damn pills?
I snarled, lifting the terrified alchemist off the ground and slamming him against the wall. The room was filled with smoke from two large cauldrons in the center of the tiled floor. He had been in the middle of refining a batch of pills when I smashed the door down to confront him. All the color drained from his face the moment I let a sliver of my cultivation slip out and press against him. He had attempted to kill himself the same way that the alchemist who had been following me did, crushing a pill between his teeth. Having experienced it, I recognized what he was attempting the moment his jaw began to close. I grabbed hold of it and ripped it open, seizing the poisoned pill for myself and swallowing it instead. That had made him smirk, but his delight rapidly faded once he realized the poison wasn't affecting me. He shook in my grasp, but wasn't answering my question. "Let me ask you something, bastard," I said coldly, tightening my grip. "Are you more scared of that rat Gao hiding away in the palace, or the man holding your life and death in his hands?" He glanced down at my arm, then back to my cold eyes. He hesitated for a breath's time and then finally snapped.
"It was him, that terrifying bastard Gao,"
he said, breaking down into tears. I grimaced at the sight of a grown man crying. There was nothing wrong with showing emotion, but to cry about that rat Gao was simply disgraceful. Always the fucking counselor. Is he the heavens for everyone in this city to fear him this much? I sighed, dropping the man to the ground where he crumpled in a heap and didn't get back up.
"The counselor? No, he's nothing compared to—"
the man muttered. "What do you mean, not the counselor? Who—" Suddenly, the man scrambled away from me, grabbing a tiny knife from the ground nearby and jamming it into his neck. He ripped it out in a fountain of crimson blood. His face was frozen in a twisted expression of fear as he bled out. I rushed towards him, intent on saving his life, but he had cut right into his jugular. I stared down at the latest in a line of corpses left in the wake of the Gao clan. Not the counselor. Was another member of his clan here in the city? Having gained information that the counselor was definitely behind the poisoned pills, I had nothing stopping me from storming the palace. Captain Kang wouldn't be able to keep me out now. As I was marching through the streets of Three River City towards the palace, I heard a commotion ahead. The citizens parted as a cohort of marching guards stormed through the streets. I noticed that they all had the same expression as the captain when I'd spoken to him at the palace gates. It was extremely strange, but I didn't know what to make of it. I could cling to the naive hope that they were headed to some incident in the city, but, knowing my luck, I had no doubt that they were here for me. As expected, the guard at the head of the group stopped a few meters away from me and stared at me with dull eyes.
"Zhao Dan, by order of City Lord Tang, you are to be apprehended and brought to justice for disseminating poison pills to the citizens of Three Rivers City," he shouted out. The eyes of every person in the busy street turned to me the moment he said that, and I winced. Not only were they trying to pin this on me, but they were also intent on destroying my reputation among the citizens. I had to give the counselor credit. It was a devious plan that made full use of the tools at his disposal. However, I wasn't going to play along this time. Being a prisoner once was enough for me. "Enough of this nonsense," I retorted. "Everyone knows the real culprit behind these fake pills. You can tell Counselor Gao I'm coming for him." The commoners nearby erupted into gossip at my remark, whispering amongst themselves. Some of the bolder ones even started shouting at me and the city guards. The guards barely reacted to my insult. Surely not. "Zhao Dan, if you do not come peacefully, we will be forced to exert our strength. It is not the city lord's desire to cause a commotion." The guard didn't move. I ignored him and rushed around the guards. There was no longer a need to hold myself back. Not only had the city lord failed to deliver justice, but he was also perverting it, coming after me once more and allowing the counselor to act as he wished. The streets blurred as I raced across the rooftops. As a 5-star she-gathering cultivator, my speed was ridiculous. I would make Usain Bolt at his fastest look like a dithering grandpa. My endurance was also far greater. I could keep up this pace for days without sleep or food, sustaining myself on spiritual energy alone. The only limit was my chi. The city lord's palace came into view less than a minute later. The gaudy towers and towering walls stood out against the rest of Three River City. If nothing else, he knew how to make a statement. The building was beautiful, but just like a monkshood flower, it was poisonous within. I didn't stop at the gates, leaping over them in a single step and continuing directly to the throne room. I knew the layout of the palace well after being a prisoner as long as I had been. Oddly, the guards at the gate made no commotion. They only began rushing after me, but stopped as soon as they realized I was too fast for them. There was no alarm raised either. I was certain something had happened in the palace.
The behavior of everyone I'd met in the city guard had been far too strange recently. The culprit was obvious. Counselor Gao. I didn't bother taking care with the doors to the throne room. I gathered chi in my fists and blasted a hole in the thick stone, large enough for me to stride through without stopping. As soon as I broke the door, I sensed a movement on the other side. 5 cultivators, between 1 and 4-star chi gathering, rushed towards me, but stopped before engaging. When the dust cleared, the tiled ground was covered in debris from the broken doors. 5 shadowy figures formed a circle surrounding me, and on the throne was the council... I frowned. Counselor Gao was nowhere to be seen. I cast my senses across the entire throne room, but other than the 5 cultivators surrounding me and the strange man lounging on the throne, there was no one else with us. "Who are you?" I asked, cocking my head to one side.
I was going to ask you the very same question, but I can make an educated guess.
The man replied with a smirk.
Unlike my little cousin, I don't possess the intelligence of a spirit beast.
The mention of a cousin threw me off for a moment. The man was hiding his cultivation, and I couldn't get a grasp of his strength. However, even that was enough to tell me that his cultivation was higher than mine. To be able to completely suppress his cultivation required superior foundations, or perhaps a potent stealth technique. Looking at the shadowy figures surrounding me, it could be the latter, but I doubted it. Someone who referred to Counselor Gao as little cousin so derisively was likely a member of the Gao clan, and stronger than me. I had to step carefully. In fact, I was already in danger. Instead of delivering swift justice and making my way back to the clinic, I found myself in the tiger's mouth.
So, Zhao Dan, you are the man who has been causing little Deng so much frustration. I can see why he would struggle to deal with a man with your cultivation,
he said, standing from the throne and making his way down the steps.
And a physique I have never seen before. You are an interesting specimen,
he finished, standing face to face with me. How had he seen through all my secrets at a single glance? Was he a foundation-building master? If that was the case, then my life and death were now in his hands. Although he seemed to be far more rational than the counselor. Perhaps there was a way out of the situation that didn't end with me greeting King Yama. Chapter 56.
I believe you came here to see the city lord?
The strange Gao clan member asked me, turning on his heels and walking out of the encirclement of shadowy cultivators. I was curious why he had failed to deliver justice to his treasonous counselor, but I can see now it was an impossible task. With the weight of his clan behind him, what is one mere city lord? I replied with a sigh.
Well, you could ask him yourself. Here he comes,
the man said, pointing at the doors of the throne room. Counselor Gao walked through the hole I'd punched in the stone while looking around in confusion. When his gaze landed on me, it twisted first into fury, but he settled on a depraved grin. Behind him, City Lord Tang Shi shuffled in with his head raised. However, his eyes were glazed over, exactly as Captain Kang and the rest of the city guard's eyes had been. I was now certain that the powerful Gao clan cultivator had placed them all under some sort of hypnosis or mind control. I felt the clutches of death tighten around my neck.
The city lord isn't in a very talkative mood these days, but maybe my little cousin can offer his perspective. He is the acting ruler of Three River City these days, after I fixed his mistakes,
the man said, lounging on the throne once more.
Zhao Dan, how does it feel to have your reputation destroyed and your life held in my hands?
Counselor Gao sneered, staring down his nose at me. It was rather comical, given that he was a head shorter than I. It left his head tilted and twisted as he tried to impose his dominance, despite having a weaker cultivation and a lacking stature. My reputation is unimportant. You are a disgusting bastard, counselor. Poisoning your own citizens is an act of pure evil. If you wanted to take revenge, you should have done it with your own hands like a man, instead of slaughtering the innocent, I replied, keeping a lid on my bubbling fury. I threw a glance at the man on the throne. He hadn't reacted even when I berated the counselor, but that didn't mean he would ignore me if I tried to kill him. Before making any rash moves, I needed to figure out the relationship between the two cousins. My only hope of escape was somehow slipping out of the powerful cultivator's grasp.
Do you think I'm stupid, Zhao Dan?
The counselor cackled. I scratched my temple, and the man on the throne snorted. The counselor's face twisted in rage, but he schooled his expression and continued.
Confronting a cultivator 3 small steps above me would be suicide. This method was far easier and more entertaining. Crushing your prey before squeezing the last drop of life from its neck is a satisfying process,
he remarked, walking over to the city lord. I winced as he struck Teng Shi in the gut. The city lord doubled over before standing back up. A trickle of blood fell from his lips, but he didn't react. The counselor struck him 2 more times, and on the 3rd blow he collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. I watched with a cold glare as the counselor pressed his foot on Teng Shi's head.
This fucking bastard thought he was better than me, trying to keep me on a leash like a dog. Zhao Dan is no one's fucking pet,
he roared, stomping down on Teng Shi's neck with a sickening crunch.
Enough, cousin. I need the city lord alive,
the strange man snapped, tossing a pill onto the ground beside the counselor. Gao Deng Luo threw a look of annoyance at his elder cousin, but fed the city lord the pill regardless. I watched the pill work, the city lord's erratic chi calming as his wounds were healed enough to keep him alive. You're a powerful man, counselor. Beating someone who can't hit you back is impressive, I said, staring at the furious little man. He growled and stormed towards me. When he was a few paces away, he stopped and took a deep breath. His lips twisted into a smirk, the rage replaced with satisfaction.
Say what you like, Zhao Dan. Soon you will be my puppet, just like the rest of these unimportant wretches,
he sneered, taking a wriggling worm from a pouch on his belt. I narrowed my eyes at the creature, sensing a powerful flow of chi within it. The man on the throne scoffed.
Is this really necessary, little cousin? Can't you kill him and be done with this nonsense?
The counselor didn't reply, instead taking another step towards me. I tried to move away, but I felt a heavy weight pushing down on me, freezing me in place. Despite his obvious derision for the counselor, the other Gao clan cultivator was supporting his actions. I clenched my jaw. I would rather die than allow this impotent bastard to turn me into a puppet. He stopped when his nose was almost touching my chin. He looked up at me with sparkling eyes, like a child who'd unwrapped a new toy.
I'm going to make you kill that little bitch with your own hands. Did you know about our Gao clan's hypnosis goo? It takes root in your soul and allows us to control your body, but your mind stays active the entire time.
He snickered. My face fell as he explained what the worm did. I had suspected mind control, but the reality was far worse. That meant the captain, the city lord, and all the guards were still conscious as they were forced to obey the orders of the counselor and his older cousin. It made me sick. Had they not even spared the city lord's son? I hadn't sensed him anywhere in the palace. Perhaps they killed him. Death was the better option anyway. Even knowing the fate that awaited me, I was powerless to resist. I could detonate my cultivation, but I wasn't ready to give up yet. There might still be a path to freedom, perhaps even victory. Counselor Gao raised the worm until it was level with my mouth. I stared at the wriggling creature. Its body was pure white, and its eyes were red, reminding me of albino creatures from Earth. He flicked his fingers, and I choked as the worm fell straight down my gullet. I felt a scratch as it pierced through my throat and began burrowing through my body towards my dantian. I tried to move, anything to resist as the worm slowly made its way towards the source of my chi. However, the full cultivation of the powerful Gao cultivator wouldn't let me move an inch. The worm met resistance as it reached the outer shell of my dantian, but it seemed designed to pierce it. I felt a sharp sting as it dropped through and into the pool of chi. I looked up at the counselor, watching the twisted amusement on his face as his worm took control of my body. My face revealed nothing except the occasional grunt and grimace. Internally, however, I was laughing like a madman. The force of the man's cultivation gently released as my body stiffened and my eyes glazed over.
Are you satisfied now, little cousin?
Gao Shan sighed.
Not yet. I want to watch as he kills his little bitch,
Gao Deng Luo replied.
How tasteful. Do whatever you wish, but ensure you take the alchemist in hand by the end of the day. The Patriarch is arriving in 2 days. We must have Three River City in our grasp by then, he ordered.
2 days? The Patriarch is coming himself. Are you sure?
He exclaimed, taking a step backwards.
Indeed.
I told you to look ahead, little cousin. Did you ignore my advice as usual?
Not at all, cousin. Actually, there's more to this Zhao Dan than you'd expect. If the clan's target is the Cloudy Falls sect, then I believe I have exceeded the Patriarch's expectations. He chuckled.
Oh? Tell me.
Well, it began when I heard about an encounter between a disciple of the sect and...
Xiaokui paced nervously around the lobby of the clinic. Village Head Wei sat to one side of the room while staring at her with amusement in his eyes.
He's done this plenty of times before, little Kui. He will be back soon enough. He chuckled.
She stopped and turned to face him.
How do you know? You said the same thing when he vanished into the mountains for over a week. What if something happened at the palace?
What could possibly happen? I know little of cultivation, but if your Master Zhou was confident enough to face the city lord and that treacherous counselor alone, I am sure he felt nothing could go wrong.
Xiaokui glared at him for a moment before resuming her irritated pacing. Yushan called from the kitchen, bringing them both relief.
Dinner's ready.
Village Head Wei rushed into the kitchen, eager to escape Xiaokui's muttering and fretting. She followed, but as she was about to pass through the doorway, 3 loud knocks came from the door. At first, she raced towards it eagerly, but then she stopped and frowned. If it were Zhao Dan returning, he wouldn't have knocked. He knew how to unlock the formations. Yu-chan poked her head out of the kitchen.
Who is it?
She asked.
I'm not sure. It's late. Are you expecting a visitor? Actually, why are you here again? I thought Master said you should stay at your place of work.
Xiaokui replied.
I don't feel comfortable there. Du-Wen can handle things. I feel safer here. Right, but it's not your building. I cooked dinner, you ungrateful brat. Now open the damn door and see who it is.
Xiaokui kissed her teeth and walked to the door, unlocking it and swinging it all the way open in a single motion. A boy covered in blood, wearing torn yet expensive-looking robes, stumbled forward and collapsed onto the ground. She scrunched her face in confusion and annoyance. This reminded her of when the village head had arrived in the city bearing terrible news. Xiaokui hoped this boy hadn't arrived with equally ill omens, but she wasn't naive enough to truly believe it. She helped him to his feet and shut the door behind them, banishing the cold draughts of wind to the city streets. When she saw the boy's face, as bloodied and unrecognizable as it was, she cursed under her breath. She helped him over to one of the closest chairs and sat him down before storming into the kitchen, dark clouds gathering over her head.
Do you know the boy?
Yu-chan asked as she pushed past her.
His name is Teng Shen, the city lord's son,
she replied, opening the tap and taking a cloth from the counter.
What?
Yu-chan exclaimed, throwing a wide-eyed look at the injured boy before slamming the kitchen door shut behind her.
This is bad. Is it? Maybe it just means that Master Zhou is delivering justice in the palace.
Xiaokui snapped back.
Don't be an idiot. You know Sir Zhou is not that sort of man. The city lord is extremely protective of his son. If he is in this state, that means that something must have happened to the city lord. He is supposed to be the strongest cultivator in the city. There's only one way he could have succumbed.
She began tripping over herself as she spewed word after word. Xiaokui squeezed out the cloth and walked up to her. The girl placed a soft hand on Yu-chan's shoulder.
I'm sure Master Zhou is fine,
she said through clenched teeth.
Let's clean the young master's wounds and ask him what happened before we jump to conclusions.
A while later, Teng Sheng was no longer drenched in blood. They had to take his damaged robes off and give him some of Zhao Dan's spare robes in exchange. They were quite large on the boy, draping all over and looking awkward. It was still better than being naked, or wearing robes filled with rips and holes.
Thank you, ladies. I am in your debt.
The young city lord wheezed once he'd woken from a brief nap.
What happened to you? Why did you come here?
Xiaokui demanded, not giving him a moment to relax. Yu-chan placed a firm hand on her arm, squeezing gently. Xiaokui's gaze softened, and she took a step back, giving the boy some breathing room. After a few moments filled with only the sounds of his shallow breathing, he grunted and pulled himself upright in the chair. Even while grievously injured, he maintained his pride as the young lord of Three River City.
It was that treasonous snake, Counselor Gao. I knew he was depraved, but my father allowed him leeway as he was an exceptional official. Keeping the bureaucratic side of the city running smoothly would be twice as difficult and take twice as long without his expertise, he explained with a sigh. However, my father's refusal to do the right thing is what led to our downfall and the sorry state I find myself in. I suspect that even the poison that plagued me for most of my life was that bastard's doing. Well, that much is obvious. No matter how talented an official he is, keeping such a venomous man by your side was bound to cause problems sooner or later, Shakwi said, perching on the chair's arm. I owe your master a life debt for curing me of it. Since then, I have even managed to achieve 3-star body tempering, though I fear my progress slows already. What about my master? Where is he? Did you see him in the palace? I don't think he came to the palace before I fled. I barely escaped with my life. The guards almost killed me, he said, slamming his fist against the chair. The guards? Why would your father's men try to kill you, their young city lord? Yu-chan asked, raising her eyebrow. It was that Gao bastard. They came in the night and used strange pills and creatures to force the minds of the guards into submission. Even Captain Kang and... He cursed, his knuckles white from clenching them so hard. Even my father has fallen under their control. He was powerless against that cultivator from the counselor's clan. That man was terrifying. Yu-chan's face went white as all color drained from it. She staggered backwards, covering her mouth with a hand as she squeaked. I'm sure my master is stronger than another Gao bastard. Just wait for him to get back with news of his victory, Shakwi said with a wave of her hand. However, when she turned and saw the terrified Yu-chan breathing shakily, she furrowed her brow in confusion. What's wrong? You don't understand. Even Sir Zhou will be powerless if cultivators from the Gao clan have come here. We need to run. There is no hope left for the people of this city, she said, shaking her arms and standing tall. Shakwi frowned. She didn't want to believe that what Miss Yu was saying was true, but her fear and hesitation were genuine. She'd grown to trust and admire the woman as they worked together. The older lady's advice had helped her tremendously while growing her business. If her master was in danger and without allies, what could she do? Shakwi knew she had no real strength of her own. If she ran to the palace, she would only make her master's life more difficult. She thought back to the first time she'd met Zhao Dan. They had been in the forests near the Cloudy Falls sect. It was obvious her master was connected to the sect somehow. When he returned from the Jagged Sword Mountains, he'd also mentioned catching up with an old friend, an inner disciple of the very same sect. If anyone could help them now, it was that friend. If she told him about the trouble Zhao Dan was in, perhaps he could come to save him. There might be one way we can save Three River City. However, it won't be an easy journey. There are spirit beasts on the road and vile bandits. I owe Master Zhou my life, so I will go. If you want to run, I won't hold it against you, she announced. Yu-chan exhaled, clenching and unclenching her fists. I also owe Sir Zhou my life. If you say there is a way, I will accompany you. Tang Sheng leapt to his feet, then clutched his chest and coughed a little blood. Even though I am injured, I am still a body tempering practitioner. I can protect you on your journey. Let us leave at once. Shakwi nodded, a warm feeling bubbling inside her chest at the support of the two people. Zhao Dan had saved each of their lives and countless others in the city. Now it was their turn to save his, no matter the cost. Chapter 57. Wang Ren's brow glistened with sweat as his glaive swam through the air like a carp attempting to leap the waterfall. Every single one of his steps was precise, his body moving with the grace of a crane. The tip of his glaive reached towards the sun, and a ray of the dawn light reflected across his body, casting him in a golden glow. He sighed in satisfaction and lowered the shaft of his heavy glaive to the ground of Elder Bong's courtyard.
Very good, disciple,
Elder Bong exclaimed with a sharp clap of his hands, striding towards Wang Ren, his blue and orange robes fluttering behind him.
I can sense you have approached the pinnacle of polished level accomplishment in the shattering earth carving heaven-heavy glaive. You will need to test yourself in the fires of battle to overcome this bottleneck. With the soaring sword sect growing bolder by the day, perhaps that chance will come soon,
he added with a wry chuckle.
Indeed, Master. I am ready to defend the honor of the Cloudy Falls sect at a moment's notice. I welcome any chance to test my glaive and improve my comprehension of your techniques. Thank you for the guidance,
he replied with a deep bow to his waist.
You're so serious, disciple,
Elder Bong said, stroking his wild beard.
You should be more like me and cause some mischief. All those boring elders need some excitement in their lives.
Wang Ren shook his head with a sharp snort.
Master, one of us has to be the sensible one. If we both forgot decorum, we might fall afoul of the sect master.
Perhaps you are right. It matters little. I am pleased with your understanding of my technique. It warms my heart to know that even if I fall in battle, my legacy will continue.
You should not speak such things into existence, Master. How can any cultivator slay the wild and deadly Master Bong?
It seems you've been trading your tongue just as much as your glaive, disciple.
Elder Bong snorted with a flick of his sleeve. Wang Ren was about to move on to cultivation and practicing his breathing techniques when there was a sharp knock at the door of Elder Bong's manor. Wang Ren and Elder Bong shared a look of surprise before the young man walked to open it. It was rare for anyone to visit Elder Bong. He was renowned as an eccentric with an erratic temper, and apart from his disciple and a few of the other elders, none dared risk an encounter with the man known as the Firecracker Glaive Lord. He was named such not for any affinity for fire techniques, but simply because of his temper and the fury he displayed on the battlefield. As the door swung open, both men were even more surprised to see that it was an outer disciple waiting outside. The disciple bowed down to his waist before returning to standing. "Senior Brother Wang, I have an urgent message for you," he announced. Wang Ren waved his arm, and the outer disciple entered the courtyard, the iron-studded wooden doors closing behind him with a wave of Elder Bong's arm. Wang Ren motioned for him to speak. "Earlier this morning, right before sunrise, 2 mortal women accompanied by a body-tempering practitioner arrived at the sect gates. They were exhausted, having traveled from Three River City without rest. They claimed to have a message of life and death importance for your ears only, Senior Brother Wang." Wang Ren frowned. Why would a pair of mortals and an early-stage body-tempering practitioner be seeking him out? The only mortals he knew were his family, whom he hadn't seen in years. Could it perhaps be his mother and brother? However, that didn't make sense to him. His brother had no spirit roots when they were tested by the elder who visited their village, and there was only his mother in the family. Rather than waste his time guessing, he figured it would be easier to just meet them and see what message they had. There was no risk in going, after all.
Thank you for relaying the message to me, Junior Brother. What is your name? Let's go and meet them. I trust they were offered the sect's hospitality?
He asked with a raised brow. Of course, Senior Brother. This lowly disciple is called Tianqi. They are currently residing in one of the auxiliary buildings of the Legislation Hall. I shall lead the way, the man replied with a shallow bow.
No need, Junior Brother Tian. I will be quicker alone. Thank you for your assistance,
Wang Ren replied, taking a spirit stone from his spatial bag and flicking it to Tianqi. The outer disciple caught it, and his eyes widened. He bowed all the way to his ankles before retreating, hiding the spirit stone in his robes as though it were a heavenly treasure. Wang Ren chuckled, fondly remembering the days when he too struggled for every single spirit stone to advance his cultivation. The outer sect was harsh, but it had taught him valuable lessons that had been the foundation for his rise through the sect. He turned to Elder Bong.
Master, I shall go to meet these mortals who have journeyed to meet me. I shall return for more practice later this afternoon, he said.
Elder Bong waved him off, already sitting cross-legged on the ground while reading from a book with crumpled pages. Wang Ren sighed and shook his head, recognizing it as one of his master's trashy romance novels. If the cultivators of the Celestial Jade Empire knew the fearsome firecracker Glaive Lord was addicted to romance novels, what would they think? The Legislation Hall was a few peaks away from his master's manor, but for him, the journey would only take as long as burning an incense stick to reach it. His drifting cloud steps was not his most advanced technique, but he had still reached average-level accomplishment, offering him graceful movements down the mountains of the sect. Xiaokui shuffled nervously in her seat, sipping at the delicious tea they had all been served. Even though they had been treated cordially since announcing the reason they were here, she couldn't help but worry. She knew Zhao Dan was an experienced cultivator, stronger than anyone in Three River City, including the city lord himself. Yet in these towering mountains, he could be considered above average at best. There were elders who could shatter mountains with their fists and walk through the air as though it were solid ground. How could she not feel terrified being surrounded by such monsters when she was only a mortal?
Stop fidgeting, little Kui. We are here as guests, and they will not harm us, Yuchun chided her.
She was the picture of serenity, leaning back in her chair and sipping on the cup of tea like a jade beauty from a painting. Tang Sheng was looking around the room and had been since they arrived, wonderment etched on his face. Xiao Kui wasn't in such a curious mood. Each passing moment made her more nervous. At long last, they heard a gentle thud outside the door, followed by footsteps. There came a single knock on the door before it was pushed open, revealing a tall, muscular man wearing a bright red robe. His gaze fell on each of them in turn, his mouth curling downwards and his brow furrowing deeper each time. He walked up to them, and they stood from their seats and bowed.
"I must admit my confusion,"
he declared, nodding politely before sitting down in front of the three people.
"I do not recognize any of you, yet you say you have an urgent message for me. You have the advantage here."
Xiao Kui was the first to speak, sitting back down on her chair and letting her cup of tea clatter against the small plate that held it.
Cultivator Wang, you do not know us, but I heard from my master that the two of you are close friends. His life is in mortal danger, and you were the only one we could turn to for help,
she exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice.
"Your master?"
Wang Ren replied, growing even more confused.
"What sort of master would a mortal girl have? What is his name?"
His name is Zhao Dan,
Yuchun interjected.
We owe him our lives, some of us more than once over. He is currently imprisoned or locked in battle with members of the Gao clan, who have taken control of Three River City and usurped the city lord.
Junior brother Zhou? Why would he...
Wang Ren scratched his temple while throwing glances at Xiao Kui and Yuchun in turn.
Never mind. This is perfect. I needed a chance to test my glaive technique.
So you'll help Master Zhou?
Xiao Kui said, leaning forward in her seat.
Indeed. I would be a pig with no face if I left my junior brother in mortal danger without lifting a finger to help. If what you say is indeed true, that the city lord has been usurped, then this is also a matter of grave importance to the sect. Before we leave, I must inform my master and the other elders. I will meet you at the sect gates in an hour's time. You are free to stay here until then. Thank you for bringing me this news,
Wang Ren said with a smile, getting to his feet. As he closed the door behind him, all three let out a sigh of relief and sank back in their seats. They'd been worried that the cultivator might dismiss them out of hand, as they were simply mortals, and, in Tang Sheng's case, a mere early-stage body tempering practitioner.
That was easier than I expected,
Yuchun said.
He seems to be a good man. Zhou Dan is lucky to have such a friend. Did you see how fearsome and heroic he looked?
Tang Sheng said in admiration, his eyes having taken on a sparkle. Xiao Kui rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help but agree. The cultivator Wang Ren was rather handsome, if a little bulky. For the young city lord, having dreamt of cultivating all his life, it must be even more infatuating to meet those he saw as heroes. They spent the rest of the time before they had to meet Wang Ren drinking the exceptional tea and chatting idly. They knew Zhou Dan's life was at risk, but there was no use worrying when they'd already done their part. Wang Ren stood still, listening as the gathered elders bickered about the situation unfolding in Three River City. As his master's disciple, he was qualified to be in this esteemed gathering, but he was too nervous to interrupt, even though he had been the one to bring them the news. Once they had heard what had happened, almost all the elders not away from the sect or in secluded cultivation had rushed to Elder Bong's manor. It was the most people he'd seen in his master's courtyard at one time, given that the man was a recluse most of the time. Despite that, Elder Bong was in his element, leading the discussion and not wasting any opportunity to tease his fellow elders. It was rare that they all gathered like this.
Elder Jin, I have to say I am surprised to see you here. Are you so eager to save the man who crippled your former disciple?
Elder Shen said, his expression unmoving.
I don't care about that impudent brat. He wasn't even worthy of the sect. I am here to ascertain what to do about the situation in Three River City. It is an act of direct rebellion for the Gao clan to claim control and usurp the city lord,
he replied with a flick of his sleeve.
Indeed, it is a worrying state of affairs,
Elder Bong said, stroking his beard.
Have you all been sitting on your asses and ignoring the outside world? Bongji, you dare?
Elder Sun roared, the full weight of his foundation-building cultivation exploding outward to suppress Wang Ren's master. Wang Ren stumbled as his breath caught. Being in the presence of so many powerful masters was suffocating. However, he felt a wave of relief flooding him as Elder Bong allowed his presence to flare and reply.
This is between us elderly folk. Don't get my disciple caught up in your overblown pride, First Brother Sun.
Elder Bong warned, a smirk on his face at the surprise in Elder Sun's eyes. The reason for Elder Sun's surprise was that their auras were evenly matched. Elder Sun was a 6-star foundation building master, second only to the sect leader and the rumored ancient ancestor who never left secluded cultivation deep in the sect. The last time they had gathered, Elder Bong had been stuck at 5-star foundation building, but it seemed the tricky old fellow had found a way to break through and sneak up on the first elder.
Congratulations on your breakthrough, Second Brother Bong.
Elder Ling giggled, covering her mouth with a fan of vibrant yellow and orange feathers.
Once again you have found a way to surprise us all. Perhaps I shall soon be calling you First Brother.
Elder Sun threw Li Liling a sharp glare, cold fury in his eyes.
Watch yourself, Fourth Sister.
Relax, First Brother. I am sure Fourth Sister Ling was only joking. We are all allies here. It is important for us to remain tightly knit when our enemies are encroaching ever closer. The situation with the Soaring Sword sect was already becoming a sharp thorn in our side. But now with the Gao clan making their move as well, I fear we are on the precipice of disaster.
Elder Shen spoke, diffusing the tension as all the elders nodded in agreement.
Third Brother is correct,
Elder Fei said, stroking his beard.
We must tread carefully. This stinks of schemes and trickery. I fear that the Gao clan have allied themselves with the Soaring Sword sect. Both groups have eyed our territory with hunger for decades. That mess with Zhao Dan was unfortunate, but he was still once a disciple of our sect. We need to act decisively and regain our hold on Three River City.
Elder Jin and Elder Sun snorted at the same time. A war was spoken without words, the elders trading glances and shifts in their presence that painted a picture worth 10,000 words. Wang Ren watched it all with wide eyes. The level at which these old men and women operated was incomprehensible to him. He thought the chasm between body tempering and chi gathering was steep, but these elders were so far above him he couldn't even imagine reaching that level.
Personal feelings aside, Elder Fei speaks wisely. One chi-gathering brat is of little importance, but if we allow the Gao clan to act as they wish, we will be seen as weak. I shall go to Three River City with my disciple,
Elder Bong declared, ending the discussion. The gathered elders nodded in agreement, though Elder Sun and Elder Jin still seemed annoyed.
I shall accompany you. We should show our strength through this move. Sending 2 elders would demonstrate that we have strength to spare to stamp out insurrection,
Elder Jin said.
An admirable suggestion,
Elder Bong replied with a wide grin.
Let's show those upstart Gao brats what they seem to have forgotten. The reason the Cloudy Falls sect reigns over these lands is not by chance, but because we claimed them by wading through fields of blood and death.
Chapter 58. I stood beside Gao Deng Luo, the former counselor. His elder cousin lounged on the throne, watching us with disinterest. I dared not move in case the powerful cultivator decided to act and end my life. He seemed content to allow Gao Deng Luo to play his games for now, but it was in my best interest to try and sow discord between the two. When the white worm had entered my dantian, I had prepared myself for the worst, for my soul to be ripped from my control as I was forced into submission and left at the mercy of the sick former counselor. Instead, the seemingly endless void in my dantian, which had done nothing but devour impurities left behind by my alchemy experiments for the past couple of months, had awoken and torn the worm apart. And that wasn't all. Rather than remain silent as it had done for a while, it seemed ready to spit something out. Given how much it had been fed, I was worried that whatever it released might attract the attention of Gao Shan, so I did my best to suppress it until I was alone with Gao Deng Luo. Luckily, the man turned to stride out of the throne room shortly after. I didn't move an inch. He turned and snarled,
"Follow me, worthless dog."
I began to walk after him as he stormed out of the throne room. He didn't make any detours, heading directly for the palace gates to carry out Gao Shan's orders. Unfortunately, I would not get the chance to be alone with him. 2 of the shadowy cultivators followed us, trailing from a distance. Gao Deng Luo seemed annoyed at their presence, but he was far from powerful enough to defy his elder cousin. Despite the numbers putting me at a disadvantage, I felt confident. The former counselor was only a 3-star chi gatherer, while the 2 shadowy figures were 2 and 3-star respectively. With my peak 5-star chi gathering cultivation, it would be a tense battle, but one I could win without too much difficulty. Choosing the right time to act was essential. I couldn't wait until we arrived at my clinic. He had already made his intentions clear, to have me kill Xiao Kui with my own hands. That would not be happening. We walked through the streets of Three River City as the sun shone high in the sky, approaching its zenith. It was a busy day, with hundreds of people milling in the streets and going about their business. However, many seemed to have dark clouds hovering above them. I heard whispers of the evil Zhao Dan and his poisoned pills, making me curse internally. Gaoding Luo was a vile man. His grievance was with me, but instead of fighting me directly, he had chosen to slaughter innocents. Every one of his actions was unforgivable and worthy of death. Pretending that I had fallen under the control of his strange worm, which I now knew was called a hypnosis goo, was quite difficult. Keeping my movements stiff wasn't hard. I had near total control over my body, and that only became truer the further my cultivation advanced. What was tough was maintaining a neutral facial expression and dull, glazed eyes under the constant insults and threats that Gaoding Luo was spewing. He couldn't even be dignified in carrying out his vengeance.
I can't wait to see you squeezing the life out of that little bitch. You were so protective of her in the palace, begging for her life at Tengshi's mercy like a dog. It will bring me great satisfaction to enact the heavens' justice, he cackled.
We were only a few streets away from my clinic now, close enough that I could throw out my senses to check who was inside. Unfortunately, such an act would instantly draw attention to the fact that I was not under the control of the hypnosis goo. Since I could not ascertain who would be in danger, I needed to act before we reached the clinic. There were still too many innocent citizens around us, but it was unlikely that that circumstance would change. I picked a moment where there were just 2 mortals in the street. They were under the awning of a restaurant, conversing in whispers as they threw glances at the counselor. They might still be in danger from our techniques, but unfortunately, there would be no better moment. Gaoding Luo had just finished another round of his endless gloating, and the 2 shadows were too far to react in time. In a single fluid motion, I kicked against the tiled road, shattering it to dust with the force of my step. I crossed the distance of a few steps to Gaoding Luo in a single breath and reached out to grab hold of his head. His eyes widened in surprise. His neck half turned towards me as he realized I had broken the control of his worm. He opened his mouth to say something, but I no longer cared to listen to his venomous prattling. My fist closed around his skull. I unleashed my corrupting touch as I squeezed, reducing the integrity of his head. The swelling flesh burst like a melon in my hands, covering me and the nearby street in brains, blood, and shards of bone. I spat out a fragment of his skull as his headless corpse fell to the ground. I didn't care to store the body or loot it, but even if I had, there was no chance to do so. The 2 shadows had begun to move as soon as I had. They were too slow to save their master's little cousin, but that didn't mean they wouldn't try to kill me. They were unswayed by his death, only glancing at the body with annoyance before their attention returned wholly to me. Even though I had superior cultivation, I wouldn't take them lightly. Unlike the arrogant bastard Gao, who had been caught by surprise and was far from a martial expert, these 2 were direct subordinates of the fearsome Gao Shan. Even though I knew he was just as despicable as his younger cousin, he seemed less childish. I had no doubt the shadowy figures would be well trained in combat. That suspicion was confirmed as they moved in sync, one cutting off my path of retreat as the other drew twin daggers. I felt their chi flowing smoothly through their bodies, guiding 2 lightning-fast stabs as the other shadow drew a spear and thrust it towards the side of my ribcage. It was a perfectly constructed cage that a cultivator at their own level would find impossible to escape. However, I was a peak 5-star chi-gathering cultivator, and I was no slouch myself when it came to combat. I'd experimented using chi to reinforce my body, and I had the advantage of 11 stars in body tempering, making my physical body a weapon in itself. I stepped backwards, avoiding the spear thrust and grabbing the shaft of the spear in the same breath. With a second breath, I kicked the spear wielder's chin, his neck snapping as his eyes rolled back into his head. My feet pivoted, shifting my weight to my front foot. The first dagger had been aimed at my heart, but it instead sank into my shoulder. My flesh burnt as the poison coating the blade instantly started to seep into the muscles surrounding the wound. The shadow was caught off guard by my sudden movement, but he maintained his course. The second dagger was less than a centimeter away from my gut as I struck his ankle with my back foot. He stumbled. I grabbed the spear with both hands and shoved it into his chest. The strike pushed him away and cut his second strike short as he coughed blood. I'd pierced his lung with my strike, but he was still clinging to life. I ripped the spear tip from his chest, causing blood to spray over me once more. He staggered, spitting blood and then tossing a healing pill into his mouth. I watched the medicinal energy spread across his chest, and the hole in his chest started to close. His movements were shaky, but he recovered before I could strike a second time. We circled each other. The other shadow was dead, but he was the 2-star chi gatherer. With such a difference between us and the decisiveness of my strike, he stood no chance. The shadowy figure took a sudden step forward and lashed out with one of his daggers. I stepped back and prepared to engage, raising the spear. I was no expert with the spear, but the weapon allowed me to keep the man at a distance. Range was a great advantage against an enemy wielding daggers. However, as soon as I stepped back, he kept his daggers. Then he turned on his feet and vanished, throwing an object at the ground. A thick cloud of smoke billowed outwards as it exploded on the tiled road, briefly blocking my vision. If it were ordinary smoke, it wouldn't have posed much of an obstacle, but it was infused with strands of chi that matched the cultivator's own chi, giving the illusion that there were many copies of him in every direction. Rather than waste time, I opted to remove the smoke with the fast method, inhaling it all. A simple smoke bomb was a far cry from Wu Zeshang's firestorm technique, and I barely felt a burn as it entered my lungs and was refined into a thin trickle of healing energy. I shook my head to clear my senses and immediately felt the shadow racing off towards the palace. I had to commend his decisive action. He immediately knew he was outmatched and could not defeat me. Instead of throwing away his life, he decided to go and bring his master to kill me. That left me in a difficult situation. Gao Shan could squash me like a bug as easily as turning his hand. I didn't want to flee the city while my reputation was still in tatters, and the citizens were suffering from the evil schemes of the Gao clan. However, staying would lead to death. Before figuring out my next steps, I raced towards the clinic to ensure that Little Kui and the village head were safe. I frowned as my senses passed over the building, feeling only a single presence within. I unlocked the door and stormed upstairs to find Village Head Wei reclining in a chair while reading from a scroll. "Village Head, where is Xiao Kui?" I exclaimed.
"Cultivator Zhou, I am glad to see you are safe,"
he replied, leaping from his chair to greet me.
"When the young city lord came to our door, hovering between life and death, we feared the worst. He traveled with Little Kui and young Miss Yu to the Cloudy Falls sect. They wanted to enlist the help of your friend Wang Ren to save you."
"Wang Ren?" I replied with a quizzical look. There was a lot of information to digest at once, but at the very least, I was glad to know that Xiao Kui was safe. Yu Chun had apparently returned to the clinic even though I told her to remain at the Blossom Parlor. And then there was the matter of Tang Sheng, the young city lord. Again, I was relieved to hear the young man had escaped the grasp of the Gao clan. If he'd been placed under their control, or worse, killed, I had no doubt he would be facing a grim fate. My heart warmed to know that the three of them had gone to such lengths to try and help me, but I couldn't help but despair. Wang Ren was a powerful cultivator, able to fight opponents at higher cultivation than his own thanks to his devastating glaive techniques. However, Gao Shan was still a deadlier opponent than either of us was ready to face. Even working together, I wasn't sure we'd be able to defeat him. That was made worse by the fact that I still wasn't sure of Gao Shan's exact strength. He was so much stronger than I that I hadn't even been able to sense the depths of his cultivation. For all I knew, he could be an early-stage foundation-building master. To take on such an opponent as middle-stage chi gatherers would be suicide. I paced the room while tapping my chin at regular intervals. Village Head Wei watched me with an amused look in his eyes.
"Don't overthink things, Cultivator Zhou. You have done more for each of us than you had to. We are all grateful. Even if the situation spirals out of control, know that it is not your fault," he said, placing a hand on my arm.
His words were kind and I returned a smile. But inside my heart, I knew it wasn't true. I had been the one to bring Little Kui here. I could have chosen to send her back to Nine Patty Village rather than bring her with me. Although even then, she could have been slaughtered along with her parents. That was on the city lord's head, unless it had been Gao Deng Luo behind that despicable act as well. "Your words mean a lot, Village Head Wei. Thank you for being such a steadfast friend and watching out for little Kui. You should escape the city while you still can. Gao Shan will arrive soon. I will do my best to defeat him, but my chances are slim. I sighed, making up my mind. Even if I stood no chance, I was not a coward. I had decided to face every challenge on my path, no matter how insurmountable it seemed. If I died here, then so be it. However, I had many techniques at my disposal that might allow me to take Gao Shan by surprise. Perhaps I could fight fate and overturn the order of the world, defeating the terrifying bastard. Wang Ren would be on his way by now. If I were able to weaken Gao Shan even a little, my dependable senior brother might gain an opportunity to strike the finishing blow.
If you will it, Cultivator Zhao, then I will leave. Thank you for everything you have done for us. Good luck. May the heavens favor you, the village head said as he hurried to gather his things.
It had been around the time it took to eat a meal when I heard a deafening roar from the direction of the palace. Village head Wei had departed around 10 minutes ago, and I was alone in my clinic. I hoped Grandpa Guan had insurance on this place. I doubted it would survive the battle ahead. A few breaths later, I felt an overwhelming pressure drown out the world around me. I blinked and suddenly found myself bathed in sunlight. In a single strike, Gao Shan had blasted the roof of the clinic to smithereens.
Zhao Dan, you dare take the life of my cousin and defy the Gao clan? I shall make an offering of your head to herald the patriarch's arrival,
he snarled, crushing me with the full weight of his cultivation. Chapter 59. My heart dropped. The patriarch? Gao Shan was already enough of a headache, but if the patriarch of the Gao clan came to Three River City, all hope was lost. Perhaps Wang Ren and I could overturn the natural order of the world to defeat Gao Shan. Even now I hadn't lost my will. However, the patriarch of the Gao clan was sure to be an existence I could barely comprehend. Forget squashing me like an ant. He could sneeze and blow away a city if he were as strong as I suspected. Nonetheless, I would take each problem as it came. If I was fated to die here, I would at least do my utmost to drag another Gao bastard with me to the hells. I grimaced as I returned Gao Shan's fearsome glare. It was a struggle to stand under the weight of his cultivation. My legs buckled, my breath coming in short bursts. It was as though I stood at the base of the cloudy falls themselves. The entire building shuddered as he crashed from the skies, landing in front of me. The pressure grew until I could barely breathe. Our eyes locked, unchecked fury in his and cold loathing tinged with defiance in mine. Would you not take revenge if someone slaughtered your family members and clan? I won't apologize for giving that sniveling bastard what he deserved, I replied, holding my head high. If I was going to die, I was going to go out with a bang. And if he decided to act in haste and make a mistake that I could take advantage of, then that was all the better. To my surprise, Gao Shan's lips curled into a smile. He doubled over and began to laugh from his belly like a man possessed. Despite his casual attitude, the pressure on me didn't lessen whatsoever. I knew that if I tried to strike now, he could reap my life in an instant. After a few moments, he stood back up. He gathered his breath and straightened his robe before leveling his gaze at me once more.
You are a funny man, Zhao Dan, he said.
Well, I don't often aim to be, but we can't choose where we find humor, I replied, unsure where the conversation was heading.
Indeed. Wise words from a man soon to be dead. How often that seems to happen. Why is it that they can't be so wise in life and avoid a bloody fate? Perhaps it is the will of the heavens that we live stupidly and die with intelligence. You misunderstand the reason for my rage, Zhao Dan.
I raised an eyebrow.
You actually think I cared about that worthless trash cousin of mine? He was sent out here so he would stop causing trouble in the clan. I'm only here now because he managed to fuck up so badly that he broke the patriarch from his secluded cultivation. I'm going to kill you, not for revenge, but because you dared kill a man with the name Gao, he declared, his voice taking on a steel edge as he spoke the name of his clan. And if I dared to kill one more? I replied, cocking my head to one side and smirking. Gao Shan's smirk vanished entirely, and he took another step towards me. My legs were trembling like jelly,
but I steeled my resolve. It would take the Jade Emperor himself descending from heaven to knock me to the ground. He took another step, drawing closer and closer towards me. When he was a single step away from me, I watched the flow of his chi. It was almost impossible to sense, but I'd always had a heightened ability to see energy flows since the day I arrived in this world. Straining every sense in my body to the limit, I felt a throbbing in my skull. Gao Shan didn't notice my efforts, his eyes a specter of fury that threatened to rip my soul apart. The crushing weight of his cultivation surrounded me, as though I were standing 10,000 meters deep in the ocean. This close, I could reach out and grab Gao Shan's arm. A single touch was all I needed to inflict the most devastating of my techniques, ordering his body to grow and multiply in lethal ways. My own understanding of the body had increased through my cultivation. When I came here, I had a doctor's knowledge of the human body, but that was far from sufficient. Now, I had pulled back the veil a little, peering at the secrets of this new world. Blood essence, spiritual energy that became chi. These changed the body in a myriad of ways that I was only beginning to comprehend. Gao Shan, being one of the most powerful cultivators I'd ever encountered, was the perfect target to test how far I could corrupt a cultivator's body. My technique began with causing tumors in the physical body, but how devastating would it be if even my target's chi turned against them?
Die!
Gao Shan uttered, his arm exploding towards me with the majestic grace of a serpent. Even knowing the strike was coming, I struggled to react. The speed at which he moved was ridiculous. His arm blurred and I couldn't follow his strike. I didn't need to. I knew I was likely to die, or at the very least, be mortally wounded. So, instead of attempting to defend myself or avoid the strike of a cultivator who outshone me in almost every way, I played to my strengths. My own arm shot out as soon as I noticed him move. His gaze flicked to my arm, but he snorted and ignored it. His overconfidence would be my weapon. His fingers tightened around my throat a breath before I grabbed onto his arm. To him, it might seem like the dying struggles of his victim, but letting me make skin contact was a mistake. I opened the floodgates. All my chi poured from my Danton in a torrential wave. I had been suppressing the void in my Danton all this time, to prevent the dead counselor from noticing I was not under his control. It had been trying to push something into my Danton. As my chi raced out of the Danton, I felt the void awaken, something emerging. Until this point, it had only fed me medicinal chi refined from the energies it consumed. However, it had mostly absorbed the residual impurities of my alchemy experiments, and then the hypnosis goo. I was curious to see what would emerge. At the same time as my chi left my body, I felt icy tendrils spear into my throat from Gao Shan's tightening fist. I instantly recognized them as poison. It was no surprise that a cultivator of the Gao clan would use poison as a weapon, but that was yet another miscalculation on his part. I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at the situation. Unfortunately, there was still the problem of the strength of the poison. My physique could only handle so much. It all hinged on what Gao Shan's true cultivation was. If he was a foundation-building master, it didn't matter that my physique was able to refine poisons. One of that level would simply overwhelm me and ravage my body from within. However, like a ray of piercing sunlight breaking through a blanket of storm clouds, I clung to a single hope of survival. If Gao was still in the chi-gathering realm, I might be able to resist his poison. The final strand of chi left my body, a raging swirl of corrupting energy now blossoming along Gao Shan's arm. I staggered backwards as he released my neck, the poison burning into my chest. Gao Shan stared down at his arm with derision painted across his face.
Is this your final hope? A last-ditch technique to try and kill me?
He snorted. I didn't give him any face by responding. Either the technique would work and he would die, or it would fail and he would live as I struggled to fight against the poison. I coughed, my breathing short and sharp. The poison was burning through my windpipe and spreading towards my lungs. My body had already begun to refine the poison, but it was slow progress. It was a powerful toxin, and I barely made a dent. Each breath managed to refine a drop of the poison, but there were rivers of it. Gao Shan's face remained twisted into a sneer, but I saw the doubt creeping in from the corners of his eyes. My chi was spreading through his arm far slower than I expected, but still making constant progress. I saw tiny lumps forming on his skin as he tore back the sleeve of his robe and glared at his arm. However, I was unable to keep focusing as the poison reached my heart and lungs. I felt as though a fire had been lit inside me, scorching its way through my organs. Even with the excessive stages of body tempering I'd been through, and the refining of my organs due to my physique, the poison continued to spread and wreak havoc. Gao Shan didn't put my technique in his eyes, but I would have to hope it could at least leave a mark. Wang Ren was on his way, and if I could weaken our enemy, perhaps he would take revenge for me. The tang of iron mixed with the acrid taste of poison in my throat as I spat blood, falling to my knees. I looked upwards, but all I saw was a mountain of blades and a sea of fire. My vision failed me as the poison spread from my neck to my head. My Danton swelled like a fat-bellied drunkard as the void spat something out. At the same time, the first drops of Gao Shan's poison reached my stomach. That had two effects. First, the pain was incomparable to what I'd been feeling until then. It was as though a tiger was trapped inside my gut and clawing its way out in a furious rage. The second and more useful effect was that my stomach began to refine the poison alongside my lungs. That increased the rate at which I was fighting against the poison, but it was still far from enough. My entire body shuddered in weakness. I was locked in a life-and-death struggle with a rampaging poison. Expending all my chi to try and kill Gao Shan had been a risky gamble. It left me weakened, unable to use my full cultivation against the poison. However, if it was able to injure or kill the bastard, that was a trade I would happily take. There was a positive side to this torture. My heart was being refined faster than ever before, with every wheezed breath and churn of my gut refining the poison into fuel for the fivefold medicine forge physique. It was hard to focus on anything other than the pain, but an uncomfortable sensation had been scratching at my Danton for the last few seconds. Whatever the void had spat out seemed to be acting on its own, beyond my control. Unlike previous instances, it had clearly not produced a new form of energy or chi that I could bend to my own uses. My senses pierced my Danton, and when I saw what was inside, I cursed. A small purple worm with green spots all over its body was crawling along the walls of my Danton. The underside of its body was covered in tiny hairs, the cause of my discomfort. For a brief moment, I thought that the Gao clan's hypnosis goo was too powerful to be devoured by the void in my Danton. I soon dismissed that notion, realizing that I felt no threat to my soul from the small worm. A fresh wave of burning agony cut through my moment of focus. I coughed up black blood and yelled in pain. It was a moment of weakness, but also a cathartic expulsion of rage. After a few seconds, I was able to focus once more. The agonizing pain still burnt through my flesh and bones as I struggled to refine and cleanse it, but it was manageable once again. The worm had crawled a few inches along my Danton's interior surface while I was distracted. It seemed to have a purpose, though I couldn't begin to guess at it. Since this creature had been produced by my body, I suspected I might be able to form a connection with it. At least, I hoped the void was part of my body. Having a mysterious phenomenon inside the most vulnerable part of me was a terrifying prospect if it was controlled by an unknown force. Unfortunately, I had no experience in beast taming. Forming a connection with a puppy or a kitten was one thing, but how the hell was I supposed to go about taming a mysterious worm produced by an endless void in my Danton? This didn't seem to be a common occurrence. Nothing in my memories would be able to help. My first instinct was to try and reach out with my consciousness, but the moment I tried that, the poison went wild. I was in a tentative balance with the destructive toxin. It was steadily corroding my flesh and bones, but by focusing, I could keep it at bay as my organs refined it. The healing energy they produced restored the damaged flesh, though not fast enough to keep me alive. Not forever, anyway. A small portion was split to refine my heart, which was gradually taking on a metallic sheen as it approached the point of being half refined. If I couldn't utilize all my focus to try and make a connection with the worm, I would need another solution. My second choice would be to use a strand of my chi, but I had consumed it all in my attempt to kill Gao Shan. A few drops splashed around in my hollow Danton, but it was far from enough to be useful. I allowed myself to settle into a trance as I fought against the poison. The flesh on my neck was black and rotten now, my head wobbling as I lost the strength to hold it up. The worm suddenly stopped moving. I watched with curiosity as it lifted its head off the ground. A hint of wonder and disgust was added to the mix as it peeled back the front of its mouth to reveal rows of teeth like microscopic needles. Then it lunged down and bit into the shell of my Danton. I gasped. The pain was indescribable, making the poison seem like the tickling of phoenix feathers. That caused me to lose focus, and I collapsed to the ground as the poison gained a second wind. I cursed the little worm as my control over my body slipped away. Chapter 60. I thought the void in my Danton was only a benefit, but it had produced this fearsome little devil that might put me into an early grave. Then again, could I blame the worm for looting a burning house? I coughed blood a dozen times as I fought to regain control against the spreading poison. My flesh blackened and rotted in its wake, my physique not powerful enough to resist. A tiny corner of my mind was trying to keep watch over the strange worm now crawling out of my broken Danton. I wondered if the damage was permanent, that all my struggles would amount to nothing in the face of this tiny creature. However, the Danton was a sturdy thing, like a towering elm tree standing tall against a storm. It was not going to break from a single wound. Strands of medicinal energy refined in my stomach and lungs split off to patch the hole. My chi worked from within, the energy from the outside. It was excruciatingly slow, but I didn't mind, as long as I had not been crippled and barred from cultivating. Again. I wasn't sure how much time had passed. To me, every instant of agonizing pain stretched into infinity. For all I knew, only a few breaths had passed outside. To make matters worse, I had no idea if Gao Shan was the type to ensure I was dead or simply leave his poison to do its work. Time was not on my side. Not knowing whether my technique had been effective on him was also a worry. However, worrying about these things was like watching rice cook, a waste of time. What would be would be. All I could do was try to purge the poison from my body and heal myself. If I could make a connection to the worm, that would also be miraculous. Currently, it seemed intent on becoming another enemy to me. That would not do, but given its origin in the void of my Danton, I had hope that it was simply a wayward ally. Inhale. Exhale. Focusing on my breathing, trying to refine as much of the poison as I could with every breath, kept me conscious. Even staying awake was a battle. As time passed, the fraction of my mind that was keeping watch on the worm grew. I wasn't sure if it could even be done, but it seemed I was succeeding nonetheless. When I realized that losing focus on the poison would be lethal, I tried to figure out a way to maintain watch on the worm inside my body. Without chi, I'd been left with a single method: to separate a strand of my consciousness from the whole. It had proven impossible at first. Trying to tear a piece of one's mind away was insanity, to a mortal at least. As a cultivator, I had continually broken and bent my limits as I climbed closer to the peak. I had no idea what I might be capable of, so it couldn't hurt to try. The scientist in me thrived on these experiments, seeing what new doors opened with every breakthrough, even as others shut behind me. Until now, I hadn't succeeded in my original goal, a true separation of a sliver of consciousness. What I had managed to accomplish, however, was sectioning off a portion of my mind to focus on the task of managing the worm. It was not enough to make a connection or form a bond with the creature, but I could at least keep an eye on its activities. Currently, it was crawling away from my Danton, making a beeline, perhaps wormline would be more accurate, for my stomach. Rows of sharp needle teeth chewed through my flesh and sinew like silken tofu as it wriggled onward. I wondered what it was searching for with such determination. Since it had fallen into my Danton, it had not stopped moving once except to chew a hole through it and enter my physical body. Was the worm made of energy or physical matter? That was an interesting question. While the Danton occupied a space in a cultivator's body, it was also something far greater, the core of their cultivation, where spiritual energy was refined into chi. Did that make this strange worm a spirit beast? Could it cultivate too? Was that what it hoped to achieve by devouring my flesh? Part of my senses probed it, searching for signs of cultivation. Spirit beasts all possessed cores, so that was what I searched for. However, I couldn't find anything. I couldn't sense the familiar signs of cultivation on the worm whatsoever. It was like a bowl of soup without dumplings or noodles. Yet it still possessed the strength and tenacity to chew through the flesh and Danton of a 5-star chi-gathering cultivator. I shivered, giving the worm a new appreciation. Even if I could survive Gao Shan's poison, was I doomed to fall at the hands, or jaws, of this fearsome little grub? That was a worry I couldn't afford to let poison my mind. Clouded trickles of information and knowledge had begun to stream into my mind. Each droplet of poison that I refined brought me a sliver of understanding, but they were fragmented and difficult to understand. It was as though I was collecting tiny fragments of a gigantic painting, unable to truly appreciate what they depicted without piecing together the whole. I suddenly coughed blood once more, crying out in pain. I felt as though I'd been stabbed in the gut with a flaming spear. It reminded me of Jose Shang, though he would never cultivate again after I'd crippled him. Clenching my jaw through the agony, I realized the worm had made another hole in an essential part of my body. This time, it had chewed through my refined stomach as though it were paper. I feared the worst as it crawled through the hole and began wriggling along the lining of my stomach. A drop of poison dripped down and fell onto the worm. Instead of the poison infecting and corroding the small, fragile body of the worm, something unexpected happened. The poison splashed against its head and it shivered, or more accurately, wriggled. It leaned its head forward, making the drop of poison roll off of it, before suddenly flicking it back and opening its maw wide. The poison fell inside its mouth and it swallowed the drop whole. The next moment it froze on the spot. This was the first time I'd seen it stop moving other than when it was chewing through my vital organs. Then, it began to vibrate and wriggle. That was an odd sensation. The rest of my body was burning as though set aflame, locked in a struggle against the deadly poison, while my stomach was vibrating and itchy. It was a strange duality of sensations. As I wondered what was going on with the worm, it began to compress and decompress in pulses, like a wave traveling along its body. I watched this happen for a few breaths until I realized what it was doing. This damn worm wasn't... He pooped in my stomach! Suppressing the urge to vomit, I took a closer look at the glowing green excrement that had come out of the backside of the worm. The worm itself had continued crawling along my stomach lining, heading towards the highest concentration of poison. That cleared up the mystery of what its goal had been. All along, it had been sniffing out the poison in my body and trying to devour it. I wondered if the void in my Danton had a connection to my fivefold medicine forge physique, and hence the worm too. We shared the same ability of being able to purify toxins, although I had never seen the material that it produced emerging from my own organs. Now that I knew the worm wasn't an immediate threat, I instead focused on the material it had produced. In fact, the worm might be able to help me survive Yao Shan's poison if it continued to devour it, assisting my own efforts. The small pile of glowing green... I hesitated to say poop because it wasn't, but I couldn't shake the image of the worm expelling the pile from its backside. Whatever it was, it reminded me of my own medicinal energy. Making that comparison was a little gross, but the similarities were undeniable. And I'd seen far more disgusting things in my time as a doctor. This was only made worse by the fact that it had happened inside my stomach. Unfortunately for me, my physique was providing no information about this mystery material in the way it often did with poisons, herbs, or other medicinal ingredients. I would need to figure it out myself. Luckily, it being inside my body gave me a great deal of control over the substance. The worm also seemed uninterested in its excrement after it had left its body. The little guy was happily drinking more poison as he wriggled through my stomach. Everything went black. I snapped back to awareness, noticing that the poison had almost taken complete hold of my mind. That was less than ideal. How could I devise a method to refine and cleanse it if I died? Then again, I had known this was a losing battle from the moment Gao Shan arrived. The fact that I had held on this long was a testament to the power of the fivefold medicine forge physique. That the man himself hadn't struck me with another technique spoke to the lethality of my own cancerous technique. Either he was the kind of sadist who enjoyed watching his victims suffer, or he was struggling to deal with the tumors ravaging his body and unable to attack me again. Both scenarios worked in my favor, though the latter only meant that my death was a matter of time rather than in my own hands. For now, though, I could only continue fighting the poison while refining my heart. The worm was on my side for now. The more poison it devoured and transformed into the strange glowing substance, the less I had to cleanse myself. I wasn't sure what the substance was yet, but it was not harmful to me in the way the poison was. The rate at which I was able to refine my heart was astonishing. Until being inflicted with this poison, I had managed to refine it around 10% of the way through all my alchemy experiments. Since Gao Shan poisoned me, it had gone from there to almost 3/4 of the way to being completely refined. If I could hold on a little longer, I might be able to fully refine it, completing the third of 5 organs refined for the first layer of the physique. I wasn't sure what the function of my refined heart would be, but I had to hope it would improve my chances against the poison. Darkness struck me once more. I continued to struggle on, knowing nothing but the constants of my breathing and the swirling in my stomach. It was producing something from the poison it refined, but what that would be was yet another mystery. I felt as though too much that happened to me in these past few days was in the realm of the unknown. I felt confident in my success with refining my healing pills, but I once again felt like a child looking up at an infinite cosmos, my knowledge far greater than it had ever been, and yet a mere fraction of what there was out there to discover. The first pellet that the worm excreted suddenly fell from my stomach lining, falling into the swirling mix of my qi and Gaoshan's poison below. The moment it made contact with a drop of my qi, it burst into a shower of green light. I instantly recognized what that was. Medicinal energy. Not quite identical to the energy produced by my body, but something adjacent. The worm, as I suspected, devoured poison and the heavens knew what else, refining it into crystallized medicinal energy. When that pellet touched my qi, something happened that caused it to instantly sublimate from solid crystal to energy. The energy from the burst washed over my body in a wave, healing my blackened flesh in its wake. Compared to the vicious onslaught of the poison, it had little effect, but the worm was constantly munching on the poison and pooping out the pellets of medicinal energy. Every small countermeasure added to the whole, giving me a greater chance of survival. I felt a sense of fondness and connection with the strange little worm, our abilities remarkably similar. We fought the same battle right now. We were brothers. I blacked out again. At the moment I returned to consciousness, I felt a wrenching sensation as my mind was split in two. Most of my mind returned to the battle against the poison, an endless struggle to maintain the integrity of my vessel against the corrosion of the vile toxins. A small part of it, however, went somewhere else entirely. My consciousness was tugged towards that small sliver. I resisted the pull at first, fearing that if I let my focus slip for even a single breath, my body would succumb to the poison. However, even as I was pulled farther away from my mind, I felt no sense of danger. If anything, my brain seemed to work even more efficiently without my irrational human hand guiding it. The power of the subconscious mind at work. Everything went black. It wasn't the darkness of unconsciousness this time, but the infinite darkness of the void. I wondered what this was. A vision of some kind? That would be plausible if I were asleep, but I was occupying a portion of my consciousness. If anything, this endless space reminded me of the void that resided within my Dantian. Was there a connection between the two? Why had I been taken here after waking up? All questions that I could not find answers to on my own, so I simply watched and waited. I heard a deep hiss, echoing with bass and subsonic tones that made my entire body rumble. The void filled with mist, a deep, lush green in color. It reminded me of my own qi, but far richer and infinitely more condensed. I suspected that even a single droplet of that mist had enough energy to fill my Dantian 1,000,000 times over. And everywhere the void spread, the mist filled. The scale of it boggled my mind. I was an ant before this vision. Despite just being a sliver of consciousness, my vision was locked on what was in front of me. I attempted to turn around, but instead of my vision shifting, it simply expanded. The sensation was a little nauseating. If I were inside my body right now, I suspected I might throw up or collapse given how intense it was. I felt like the frog at the bottom of the well, realizing that the small sky I'd believed to encompass the world was but a minuscule fraction of true reality. As my vision expanded to reach a full 360 degrees around me, I came face to face with the source of the endless mist. If I had eyes, they would be bursting from my head in surprise and confusion. I thought confronting the endless void and the mist of boundless energy was an eldritch experience, but what I saw now made it seem tame in comparison. Chapter 61. In every direction, as far as I could sense, stretched a fleshy mass of pure white. It was difficult to tell for sure given the astronomical scale of being, but I instantly knew what I was looking at. A worm, larger than anything I'd ever known. Telling the true size of everything I was seeing was hard, being a sliver of consciousness in an almost empty void. We could have been shrunk down to the size of an atom for all I knew, but something told me that wasn't the case. The rumbling hiss was the sound of the worm exhaling, the mist excreting from within its body. As I watched, its maw split open, white flesh peeling back to reveal an even deeper, more endless void than the one we currently occupied. Within the worm's gullet, I glimpsed the endless mysteries of the cosmos. If I could retain even a fraction of what I was seeing, my own knowledge and comprehension would advance in leaps and bounds. Teeth more numerous than the stars in the sky lined the worm's maw, each sharper than a sage's sword and larger than a planet. This creature was the single most powerful entity I'd ever encountered. I wondered if I was even in the same world as before, or if my consciousness had traveled an infinite distance. Perhaps none of this was real. The crazed hallucinations of a dying man. The vivid image and the pressure I felt told me that it was unlikely to be the case, but I was no fool to rule out any possibility without undeniable proof. The mist continued to spill out into the void, filling every single gap. I was reminded of a lecture I'd had on infinities during a brief period where I'd been fascinated with maths. Even though infinity was meant to stretch on forever, there was a difference in the scale of infinities. Some were larger than others. To me, it seemed that this infinite void was on a smaller scale than this worm. The void within was that vast and incomprehensible. Yet that was only the beginning. As I watched, the mist settled and sank into the void. In its place, I saw endless wonders being birthed. The creation of stars and nebulae, galaxies and black holes, and even civilizations in the trillions that rose and fell like mere splashes of paint on a boundless canvas. The rumbling hiss of the worm's breath halted. In its place, I heard the vibrant sounds of a universe come to life. The human mind was only able to understand the scale of a universe in the simplest of terms. Yet that pure white worm was greater still. I was lost in what I saw, witnessing the birth and death of planets and stars, entire galaxies consumed by black holes, with nothing left behind. It was magnificent, the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Even though I struggled to connect this to my own abilities or my physique, which I suspected the void in my Danton was a part of, I was making endless gains nonetheless. The pursuit of the Grand Tao was vast and ever-expanding, with a single cultivator unable to grasp the entire tapestry, unless they exceeded the limits of this small world. As soon as it had begun, I heard a sharp hiss that snapped across the cosmos like the twang of a zither. Nearby, I saw a solid, swirling sphere of energy, green and yet colorless, spinning faster than the speed of light. Everything nearby was drawn towards the sphere, pulled into its rapid rotations as though it were the center of a solar system. However, any planet, star, or celestial body that touched the sphere was obliterated and absorbed into the swirling mass. It grew and grew, devouring everything in the infinite universe the worm had created until there was nothing left but the endless void and a colossal swirling sphere of deep green energy. It reminded me of the process through which my refined stomach condensed energies, but on an infinitely grander scale. As I watched, I heard a deafening groan as the sphere started to shrink. The energy and mass of an entire universe being compressed as easily as closing a fist. It shrank and shrank until it was a minuscule sphere, the size of a pill. My mind almost shattered as I realized what the worm had done. The tiny sphere was a pill refined from the birth, life, and death of an entire universe. The worm's inhale sucked the pill into its maw, where it vanished into the endless void. My mind was blank, unable to even put to words what I'd witnessed. Simply seeing the act of creation and destruction of a universe was more than I'd ever believed a human mind could perceive. Yet the purpose of such grand acts was the same as a common alchemist tossing herbs into a cauldron. To treat this scale of energy and life with such little regard, just how ridiculously lofty was this worm's point of view? I was reminded of that strange voice that had spoken to me during my breakthrough. Was this worm the owner of that voice? Or perhaps it was the entity that spoke to me on a greater level. That idea was insanity to even suggest, but the limits of my comprehension had been broken. I suspected that the voice that had spoken to me was on a much lower level than this worm, but I was thankful for the experience I'd been granted. I felt a heavy tugging on my consciousness, and this time I didn't resist. I flew through the void and, in the blink of an eye, found myself back in my own mind and body. I gasped, my eyes snapping open as awareness of the world around me flooded back. My body was still ravaged by poison. It seemed that barely a breath's time had passed while I watched an entire universe be born, live, die, and then get refined into a pill. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The worm was still crawling its way through my stomach. My heart was continually being refined, and I was approaching my death at a slow crawl. I felt all the insights and comprehension I'd gained witnessing the vision slipping from my gasp like water through a strainer. Keeping hold of them was impossible. In the end, I felt as though I'd lost more knowledge than the universe could hold. However, I wasn't left without gains. Even the minuscule fractions of the insights I'd kept hold of were nuggets of jade, condensing my understanding into something greater. My actual cultivation hadn't progressed, but I felt as though what I had gained was infinitely more valuable. It was as though my path had widened as it was laid before me, clearer than ever before. Where I had been stumbling like a child taking its first steps, I was now a teenager, still unsure of my destination, but with a clear resolve, even if it was shaken at times. I realized that this was my comprehension of the Tao. Or perhaps not the Tao as a whole, but my Tao, the Tao of healing. Healing was an act of defying death, gathering and guiding life. Watching the birth and death of a universe through energy remarkably like my own had been enlightening. All my techniques could be improved with the insights I'd gleaned. That would have to come later. Right now, I knew that I could overcome Gao Shan's poison once and for all. Inhale. Exhale. The rate at which the poison was being refined had not increased by much, but it was approaching a tipping point. The worm had almost cleared all the poison from my stomach. Every pellet of crystallized medicine it left behind boosted my efforts. That sliver of consciousness that returned from the void remained a little separate. I felt as if I could control it with ease. This was what I'd been aiming for all along. I pushed it towards the worm. I didn't want to dominate the creature, but rather open my mind to it in hopes of forming a connection. Neither I nor the former occupant of this body was taught the ways of beast taming, so for all I knew, this could be a suicidally reckless or utterly pointless endeavor. However, the moment my consciousness touched the worm's, I felt something. Its mind was far lesser than my own, but there was a sense of kinship. I'd called the worm my brother, and that feeling remained. We had a shared purpose and abilities, kindred spirits. The worm returned the connection, sending back feelings of satisfaction and joy. I felt the consciousness return to my mind, along with a foreign drop of, not energy, but soul, perhaps? I didn't have the understanding, but I knew that I had formed a bond with the worm in some shape or form. I tried to convey that its burrowing hurt me, and it sent back images, feelings. The worm didn't communicate in words, but we managed to have a semblance of conversation. The itching as it crawled through my body remained. It turned towards my chest, having cleansed my stomach. This time, however, rather than chewing through the wall of my stomach, it simply passed through it as though it wasn't there. Had it possessed that ability all along, or had it gained it through our new connection? Either way, I was glad. It would continue to cleanse and refine the poison while no longer damaging my internal organs. I heard a shattering noise followed by a metallic clang like a gong being struck. I coughed blood, the poison still ravaging my chest, but cracked a grin. Looking upwards, I saw Gao Shan for the first time since he struck me. The man was panting and groaning, but firmly on his feet. He glared at his arm, which was swollen and lumpy with tumors. That wasn't all. I saw that the chi flows in his arm were disrupted, two slightly different signatures warring with each other. Turning his energy on itself and not simply corrupting the physical body had worked, though already I could see many improvements I could make to the technique. It was rough, imperfect. If I'd twisted my intent in different ways or used my chi more efficiently, I might have stood a chance at killing Gao Shan. I could sense his cultivation now. 9-star chi gathering realm, a peak cultivator of our realm. That was great news. I wheezed breaths as I felt my heart beat faster and faster. It began to beat at a rate that felt unsafe, like drums of war. However, I knew this was not dangerous for me. I had been uncertain of the effects of completely refining my heart, but the moment it was finished, I knew. My lungs were a refinery, purifying ingredients and toxins into medicinal and healing energy for my body to use. My stomach was a cauldron, turning all forms of energy and physical ingredients into new forms of energy, or refining alchemical products. The heart didn't have its own individual function per se, but it was still a boon. A stream of healing energy traveled from my lungs to my racing heart, entering through the atrium as my blood did. The heart continued to beat, the energy within swirling and writhing. A breath later, pure spiritual energy was expelled from the aorta, spreading through my body. That spiritual energy entered my dantian, where it was slowly refined into chi. The heart could take medicinal energy and turn it back into pure spiritual energy that could be refined into chi or used for any other purpose. Not a world-shaking effect, but incredibly useful nonetheless. To be able to restore my chi internally, not having to rely on spirit stones or ambient spiritual energy, was a powerful asset. Many cultivators would be green with envy if they knew I possessed such a talent. As my heart beat, it extracted more and more healing energy from my lungs and even started to pull the writhing creation from my stomach. That energy was an odd blend of poison and chi, but it still absorbed it. Rivers and streams of pure spiritual energy surged into my body, most of it being absorbed and refined by my dantian, but part of it simply vanished. I realized that it was being expelled into my surroundings. Not necessarily wasted, as I was giving back to the world. While that was not a direct gain, it felt right. Maintaining harmony with heaven and earth was as important as increasing my cultivation and refining my physique. Within a few breaths' time, all of Gao Shan's poison had been cleansed or refined. The final pellets of crystallized medicinal energy burst and healed my body as I was able to crawl back up to my knees. I coughed up blood, but it was no longer black and corrupted. With another exertion of will, I clambered to my feet. My body was ravaged, the endless waves of healing energy not enough to restore me to full health. However, I felt stronger than ever before. I wasn't a body-tempering practitioner anymore, but each time my flesh and bones were destroyed and rebuilt, my physical body grew stronger and more durable. Even my cultivation had benefited. I was right at the pinnacle of 5-star chi gathering, needing only a small push to break through to the next star. As I reached my feet, I heard Gao Shan roar and watched as he gathered all his chi in his right hand before jabbing 2 fingers against his shoulder. My eyes went wide, realizing he had severed his own spirit veins, cutting off the flow of chi to his arm. It was a devastating move, dealing permanent damage to his circulation of energy, but it effectively cut off his arm. Next, he jabbed his arm in 3 places and quickly subdued the virulent tumors and rebelling chi. He spat blood on the ground before snorting and flicking his sleeves. Our gazes met, mine filled with defiance and pride, while his burnt with fury and wounded arrogance. Gao Shan had looked at me like a god looked at an ant. However, I had proven myself to be more than a paper tiger. I was in a far worse state, but I had still damaged a cultivator 4 stars above me, and survived his most lethal technique.
My little cousin was right about one thing. You're like a damn worm, always regrowing no matter how many times you are carved apart. I do not think you are immortal, Zhao Dan,
he sneered, though it lacked the imperious arrogance he'd held before. Within my consciousness, I felt the affirmative satisfaction of my new wormy friend. I would need to give him a name. Whatever the bastard was about to throw at me, I wasn't alone.
That last poison was one of the most potent techniques I possess. However, it requires little sacrifice. The Gao clan have a far more devastating but costly technique that trades the vital chi of the caster to inflict an incurable poison on their foe. I hadn't thought I would need to use it on 5-star trash, but the patriarch must arrive in the city to find it firmly in my grasp, he declared, taking a single step and appearing in front of me. I saw him gasp and shudder, the very essence of his life shrinking as he thrust his hand into my chest, ripping into my flesh as though it were tofu. Die, worm!
Chapter 62. Even as my chest was torn apart and I felt an immense pressure descending onto my very soul, I couldn't help but grin through bloody teeth at Gao Shan. Worm, you say? I chuckled. Worms are stronger than you think, arrogant bastard. Gao Shan's strength was ridiculous. Even with the tempering my physical body had gone through, he could still tear through my defenses. However, that was false power. He was burning his vital chi as fuel to empower his technique. Right now, it was a battle between whether I would be able to hold on longer than he. His strike was not only a physical one, but I felt a presence settling into my chest. It was like the hypnosis goo, but much more intense. If the hypnosis goo had been a burrowing worm attempting to crawl into my soul, this was like the hand of the heavens reaching down to grasp my soul and crush it whole as easily as turning a hand. However, I refused to give in so easily. Gao Shan sneered, staring imperiously down his nose as I shrank towards the ground. My legs buckled and my body trembled, but I remained standing. He took that as a personal insult. Using two of his strongest techniques on a mere 5-star chi-gathering cultivator and failing to kill them was a major loss of face. He ripped his hand from my chest, blood spurting out as he did. Chunks of flesh splattered against the ground, and he flicked the mess from his hand with a wave of his sleeve. I staggered backwards. The force gripping me was not physical, but the pressure it emitted was intense. I wanted to scream, but I would not give Gao Shan the satisfaction of seeing me do so. I felt as if this was becoming a common occurrence, but this pain was beyond anything I'd felt. Even the poison that burnt away my flesh and corroded my mind had hurt less. Additionally, while this presence felt beyond my understanding, it paled in comparison to the infinitely colossal worm I'd seen in my vision. Even if it was the hand of the heavens themselves clutching at my soul, what did that mean next to a being that could create and destroy an entire universe to refine a single pill? My mind was still reeling from that encounter, my consciousness and soul tempered by the experience. Gao Shan coughed up blood, stumbling. While he had dealt lethal damage to me and unleashed whatever was clutching for control of my soul, it had taken a great toll on him. Vital chi was a finite resource, granted at birth. Cultivators could not replenish it or create it anew. Once it was gone forever. He had consumed a substantial amount to power this technique. I could see why it was the most powerful forbidden technique of the Gao clan. No matter how high one's cultivation, they would still have to pay the same price to cast the technique. Even a nascent soul sage could not escape the backlash, although they might unleash a version of the technique that was far more devastating than Gao Shan's. This time, I felt control of my mind and body slipping away from me. The hypnosis goo had failed entirely, getting devoured the moment it entered my dantian, but this was a new realm of threat. My movements stiffened. My arms and legs jerked. I lost control for fleeting moments, leading to odd shakes and trembles. My mind was more resilient, my thoughts remaining my own for now. The Gao clan's methods were truly insidious. I couldn't imagine a more evil technique than mind control. Even their vile poisons seemed like swallows before a dragon. Unfortunately, whatever was attempting to wrestle control away from me was not something I could refine. My physique seemed useless here. I was satisfied that I'd forced Gao Shan to pay a heavy cost to take my life, but I do wish I could have lived to see him die. Shaoqi's hair fluttered in the breeze. She wondered why there was a breeze, given that the Elder's flying treasure shielded them from the wind as they soared high above the ground. Given the dramatic way the robes of the 3 cultivators were fluttering about, she suspected it might be a function designed for aesthetic flair. Her master always said that cultivators were theatrical bastards. They'd traveled all the way to the Cloudy Falls sect to seek Wang Ren's help in saving Zhao Dan from the Gao clan. Shaoqi had expected some resistance, though her master always spoke highly of his friend. Instead, they not only gained the help of Wang Ren, but also Wang Ren's master and another elder of the Cloudy Falls sect. She almost felt sorry for the Gao clan. Almost. They deserved every bit of pain and suffering that was about to befall them. They said even a dragon could not suppress the local snake, but in this instance, it was more like a foreign snake trying to suppress a local dragon. The Gao clan was doomed. The ones who'd come to Three River City, anyway. Shaoqi didn't really understand the difference between various cultivators. What made that granny and grandpa so much better than her master? Was it because they could fly? She frowned. They were using a giant sword to fly, not their own power, so that didn't make sense. Then again, she couldn't fly even if she had a giant sword. It was all quite confusing. Zhao Dan once tried to explain the different realms of cultivation to her, but she didn't get it. He'd babbled about harmonizing with the spiritual energy of the world and refining and tempering things. She preferred it when he taught her about healing and alchemy. She was quite good at mixing tonics and salves. Her product had become famous across Three River City. She'd made more money than anyone in her village had ever seen in their lives, wore fine silk clothes that made her as elegant as a princess, and ate delicious food every single day. Her life had been transformed by Zhao Dan. If he died, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself. Wang Ren turned around to face the 3 of them with a comforting smile.
Don't worry. If it were just me, I would be nervous. But with Master Bong and Elder Jin here, those trash don't stand a chance, he said, puffing out his chest.
Huh! Where did you learn to speak such flowery words, brat? Maybe I need to be harsher with your training,
Elder Bong exclaimed, slapping Wang Ren on the back of the head. Wang Ren staggered and coughed, turning to his master with a look of betrayal in his eyes.
Master Bong, surely you jest. I already spend 16 hours a day working on my glaive forms, he protested.
That's 8 hours going to waste. The youth these days, no wonder upstarts like the Gao clan think they can muscle into our territory,
Elder Bong said, shaking his head.
Indeed, the disciples grow lazier with every cohort. I believe they need more motivation. When we return, let us enact these reforms with haste, Second Brother Bong.
Elder Jin agreed with a taciturn nod.
I suppose it has been a while since I left my peak,
Elder Bong mused, scratching his chin.
A walk around the sect will do this old fool some good. You are as insightful as you are humble, Second Brother,
Elder Jin said, raising his head with a smirk. He suddenly shouted in shock and spat blood as Elder Bong kicked him in the backside. He almost tumbled from the flying sword, but caught his balance at the last moment. Before Xiaokui knew what was happening, the two grandpas were brawling like rowdy teenage boys. This was the final hope of Three River City? Heaven save them all. It had taken them the better part of an entire day and night to reach the Cloudy Falls sect when they rushed off in search of Wang Ren. On the back of Elder Bong's flying sword, they crossed the distance in just a few hours. No wonder cultivators look down on us mortals, Yuchun said, peering over the edge of the wide, flat sword at the rice paddies and ant-sized people scurrying about. Not all of them, Xiaokui replied, smirking at the young city lord Teng Sheng. He had a starry admiration in his eyes as his fervent gaze locked on the tall backs of his three heroes. Even the elders, with their white hair and beards, had perfectly smooth skin and muscular bodies. She'd heard that cultivators aged more slowly than mortals, so for the two men to show signs of age, how many years had they lived? Xiaokui didn't care, as long as they saved Zhao Dan's life. She shuddered as a heavy and invisible presence swept over them. A firm but comforting hand squeezed her shoulder.
Don't worry, it's just my master,
Wang Ren assured her. She nodded in reply, glancing down at Three River City as they approached its towering walls. From this high in the sky, they looked like carvings in the mud.
There is a 9-star chi-gathering cultivator somewhere in the center of the city. Likely the Gao brat,
Elder Bong said, opening his eyes.
Is that it? Why did both of us make this journey again?
Elder Jin scoffed.
You and your master insisted on it,
Elder Bong replied with a wry chuckle.
My master is dead. What do you...
Elder Jin began with confusion written across his face before spitting.
Watch your words, Second Brother. You may be First Brother's equal in cultivation now, but he has the clan at his back. You have an untested disciple,
he added with a sneer in Wang Ren's direction. Xiaokui didn't understand their conversation, but she could tell it was about politics. Old men always bickered about pointless things. The way they spoke about the Gao clan members, it was clear they didn't expect it to be a hard battle. So why were they delaying?
The brat isn't the only cultivator in the city. Perhaps if you paid more attention to your surroundings and less to the condition of your beard, you might have noticed that, little Jin,
Elder Bong said, pointing a finger directly at the palace. Elder Jin frowned at the insulting use of his name, but followed the direction of the finger until his eyes rested on the palace. Xiaokui could barely make out the individual buildings from this height, but the palace was big and shiny enough to stand out.
Interesting. The Gao clan truly are plotting against us, it seems. We shall have to crush this rebellion with the full force of the sect. A tiger does not allow a snake to make a nest in its home. Let us meet this master face to face, Second Brother,
Elder Jin declared.
You can handle him on your own, Fifth Brother Jin. I shall retrieve Zhao Dan from the Gao brat and meet you afterwards. It shouldn't take long.
Elder Jin spat again.
That trash ex-disciple isn't the reason we are here. Our objective is to remove the stain of the Gao clan from our lands and remind them why the Cloudy Falls sect is the hegemon of this region. We don't need to waste our time with the boy.
Does allowing the Gao clan to kill one of our former disciples show them that we are in control of our lands, little Fifth? Use your head.
I know you are blinded by the Sun Clan's wealth, but there is a brain in there somewhere.
Elder Bong snapped, letting a little of his presence spill out.
As you say, Second Brother Bong, we must show the strength of the sect. Don't take too long or you'll miss all the fun.
Elder Jin agreed with a stony expression, taking a single step off the side of the sword and plummeting to the city below. Elder Bong snorted as the other man disappeared, before turning to Wang Ren.
My disciple, I will not step in to save your friend. That is your responsibility. These 3 loyal people came to seek your help, and that is what they will receive.
Master, you cannot be serious, Wang Ren protested, his tone taking on a sharp edge. Master Bong chuckled loudly, falling into a cross-legged sitting position at the front of his flying sword.
Relax. You need a chance to test your techniques in battle. This is a perfect opportunity. I said I won't help your friend, but if my precious disciple is in danger, then that is another matter entirely,
he said with a wink. Wang Ren froze for a moment, then sighed, sinking into the flat blade of the sword.
I see. Master is wise,
he said, bowing his head.
I'm not wise, Wang Ren, just old. When you live as long as I have, you see a lot of things. Some strange, some disturbing, some beautiful. But all experiences shape the spirit of a cultivator. Now, let me see what your spirit is made of,
he announced, disappearing from view. Shaokui's eyes went wide as he reappeared in front of Wang Ren and placed a foot in his disciple's chest. The boy went flying over the edge of the sword towards the city below with a startled shout. Bong Ji began to cackle like a madman, the tip of the flying sword descending towards the earth below. Shaokui wondered if he'd truly gone insane, or if he'd always been that way. Teng Sheng and Yu Chun had rushed to the edge of the sword to watch Wang Ren fall through the sky like a meteor.
Will he survive?
The young city lord exclaimed.
If he doesn't survive, he isn't worthy to be my disciple,
Elder Bong replied with no trace of amusement remaining on his face. Wang Ren was shocked when his master kicked him off the flying sword, but it took less than a breath's time for him to accept it. Bong Ji was eccentric at the best of times, but he'd known the sort of man his master was before he attempted to become his disciple. The fall to Three River City was long and dangerous, but he would survive it. If he did nothing, he'd land and break most of the bones in his body, arriving a cripple and unable to save his junior brother. He knew what Master Bong's intentions were in giving him this trial. He had told him that his glaive forms were untested in the crucible of battle. This was only the first of many challenges that lay ahead, and if he failed to meet his master's expectations, then he was worse than trash. However, Wang Ren was not nervous in the slightest as he drew his glaive. Master Bong's expectations of him might be ridiculously high, but the standards to which he held himself were even more severe.
Shattering earth, carving heaven heavy glaive, first form,
he whispered, as his body began to ripple and writhe in the air, his glaive singing a song of destruction and power. Chapter 63. I was on my knees. Blood streamed from my eyes in rivers, pouring down my chin and filling my mouth with the tang of iron. My soul felt as though it was being crushed into dust by the invisible hand of the heavens. Somehow, I still resisted. The forbidden technique of the Gao clan was as insidious and cruel as the rest of their techniques. I felt that even a one-star foundation-building master might not be able to resist this technique from Gao Shan. My muscles and bones held on, the damage to my physical body minimal, but the formless pressure was still damaging my flesh. I wasn't sure how long I'd been like this. The only happiness I clung to was that Gao Shan had been forced to sacrifice a large amount of his vital chi to cast the forbidden technique. He would never be able to replenish that, no matter how many centuries he lived. If Wang Ren arrived soon, he might not survive to sunset. In my eyes, even if I died here and now, I had won. Gao Shan was weakened to the point of impotence. Even though senior brother Wang was only a middle-stage chi-gathering cultivator, he would be able to finish the battle. A body-tempering child might be able to deal the finishing blow at this point. My vision had been stolen from me a while back. My mind was still my own for now, but I wasn't sure how long that would remain true. Like a million worms burrowing into my skull, the Gao clan technique was wresting control of my mind and soul away from me. Suddenly, I felt a tremor in the earth, a deep rumbling that shook my bones. I felt something clamp down on my shoulder. It wasn't a powerful grip, but in my weakened state it felt like a lethal blow. The next moment, I felt something enter my mouth and slip down my throat. It reached my stomach and began to dissolve, leading me to smile. Someone had fed me a healing pill. Without being able to sense my surroundings, I couldn't tell who it was, but I could guess. Wang Ren had arrived. Little Kui and the others had been successful in their journey to the Cloudy Falls sect to plead for my senior brother's help. I had no doubt he would come. I only worried that the two mortal women and the young city lord might not be able to make the journey. The energy from the healing pill spread through my body, but it had little effect. I felt my vision clear a little, rays of light meeting my eyes. However, all I could see was a blurry mess. "Don't worry about me," I coughed through bloody teeth and wheezing breaths. "Kill that Gao bastard."
You've always refused to die, even when those arrogant scions in the sect beat you within an inch of your life, junior brother. Keep taking it easy. I'll handle him,"
Wang Ren replied, slapping me on the back and knocking me to the ground. Wang Ren controlled his descent through expert slashes of his glaive. Every single elegant arc cleaved through the air and pushed him back into the sky. Perhaps a more skilled glaive wielder might even be able to fly using this method, though it would be quite unwieldy. However, Wang Ren wasn't trying to fly. He only needed to slow his fall enough that he didn't break every bone in his body when he hit the ground. It was working. Three River City exploded in his vision as he fell, soaring through the sky like a meteor. He sensed the presence of a peak chi-gathering cultivator right below him. Master Bong had seemed to kick him off the flying sword carelessly, but it had been a precise strike that sent him directly towards his designated enemy. The ground raced towards him, and he raised his glaive while inhaling deeply. Ha! He roared as he unleashed a devastating strike against the ground the instant before he landed. The earth split, and dust and debris were thrown into the air all around him. He stood at the bottom of a small indent in the earth. The tiled street shattered as far as the eye could see. Wang Ren exhaled and raised his glaive to a resting position. As the dust cleared, he saw the silhouettes of two cultivators facing each other. One was on their knees, drenched in blood, with a faint presence that was fast disappearing. Wang Ren frowned as he realized it was Zhao Dan, but there was something wrong with his body. He raced to his junior brother's side, keeping half an eye on the other cultivator, the Gao clan member. He, too, was injured, clutching his chest while performing hand seals as his chi flowed in strange patterns. Wang Ren took a healing pill from his storage bag and forced it into Zhao Dan's mouth. As the pill took hold, Zhao Dan's body began to heal. However, even after he had healed, blood still poured from his orifices, and his chi signature fluctuated weakly. He wasn't sure what was wrong with his junior brother, but he had a feeling it was related to the foreign mass of energy that was wrapped around his dantian. There was nothing he could do for Zhao Dan. He hoped Master Bong would know a way to help him, or that they could take him back to the Cloudy Falls sect and hope that one of the other elders knew a method. Healing strange afflictions was a little-researched field in the Celestial Jade Empire. Often, when cultivators succumbed to insidious methods such as demonic techniques or poison, they could only rely on their own strength and willpower to overcome the trials. It was down to the will of the heavens whether they lived or died. There was a common method of cleansing demonic or evil techniques that Wang Ren knew of. It was a method he could put into effect immediately, killing the cultivator who cast the technique. He prepared to turn to the Gao clan cultivator when Zhao Dan suddenly coughed and spat blood. "Don't worry about me. Just kill that bastard," he gasped through short breaths. Wang Ren shook his head while staring at his stubborn junior brother. He'd never broken, despite facing endless torture at the hands of the influential disciples in the Cloudy Falls sect.
"Will you ever die, junior brother?"
He chuckled.
"Keep lying about while I kill this bastard."
Wang Ren hefted his glaive in his right hand as he turned to face the enemy cultivator for the first time. The man had noticed his arrival, but was clearly too wounded to take immediate action. He had been cultivating diligently since returning to the sect from the Jagged Sword Mountains. Seeing the ridiculous pace at which Zhao Dan had advanced, seeing twice the result with half the effort if his tales were to be believed, had lit a fire within Wang Ren. He had managed to reach 7-star chi gathering through the help of his master and non-stop training and cultivation. He had barely slept or taken a moment of rest. However, that struggle was worth it. The Gao bastard was a peak chi-gathering cultivator, 2 stars above him, and possibly more if he was a half-step into the foundation-building realm. Wang Ren's shattering earth, carving heaven-heavy glaive was on the precipice of reaching a new stage of accomplishment. Honing his skills against a worthy opponent was a perfect opportunity to achieve that.
You Gao bastards dare to encroach on the territory of the Cloudy Falls sect?
He roared, his voice infused with chi and making the buildings in the street shake.
You dare lay a hand on my junior brother? Don't think your death will be easy.
The man stood up, his body cracking and twisting in strange ways. His chi flowed in erratic patterns, but as Wang Ren watched, it stabilized. Soon, he was unable to sense it at all.
This is exactly why your arrogant sect will fall. We will leave it in ruins, devoured from within as we take control of everything you hold dear. Arrogant, righteous bastards, thinking you're so lofty, looking down on the world from your mountains while ignoring reality.
He spat, taking 2 steps forward while sneering down at Wang Ren. It was a difficult feat, given that Wang Ren was a towering brute of a man. It was an unusual physique for a cultivator, as most tended to be lean and beautiful, but he pulled it off.
Your words are bold, but we will see how you stand up to my glaive,
Wang Ren replied. The time for talking was over. He inhaled sharply and kicked off the ground as he swung his glaive. He started the movements for the first form of his master's glaive art, the air distorting around the edge of his blade as he split the air apart. The man didn't draw a weapon, meeting Wang Ren's glaive with his bare hands. Those hands were coated in a dark green substance that dripped from the tip of his fingers, but he ignored it. There was nothing in this world that his glaive couldn't split apart. That belief fueled every single one of his swings as the 2 cultivators traded blows. The first strike was evenly matched, though Wang Ren pushed the Gao bastard a step back from the force of his blow. A few droplets of the green substance stuck to the edge of his glaive. He attempted to flick them off as he swung his glaive once more, but they clung onto the steel stubbornly. The Gao cultivator smirked as they struck for a second time. His arms trembled as they struggled to absorb the force of the glaive. Wang Ren frowned. His second strike felt softer than the first, softer than it should have been. As he pulled his glaive away, more of the green substance coated the edge of the blade. He realized at that moment what the Gao bastard's strategy was. The mysterious substance was dulling the force of his blows and was impossible to remove. With every exchange, Wang Ren would grow weaker, while his enemy would grow stronger. The man was playing the pig to eat a tiger, nursing his wounds and then striking out with force. Wang Ren snorted.
Is this the masterful poison of the Gao clan? You dare to believe you could bring about the downfall of my Cloudy Falls sect with such pathetic techniques?
Wang Ren sneered, raising his glaive into the air with 2 hands. He channeled his chi from his dantian through all 7 of his open meridians, the flow gathering momentum with each cycle. This was a technique he hadn't inherited from Master Bong, but which he had discovered for himself in the sect library. It was an old technique that only someone with a body like his could use, combining the strength of the physical body with one's cultivation. His muscles swelled as his chi flared, expelling chi and blood from every orifice and onto his glaive. The sticky green substance was blasted into dust, leaving his blade sparkling in the sunlight. He roared and lunged forward, swinging the judgment of the heavens against his foe. Gao Shan didn't make a sound, grimacing as he flared his chi and raised his hands to block the strike. This time, he was not so sturdy. The glaive blasted his arms aside, blood spraying across the street as 2 of his fingers were sliced cleanly off. He grunted and stumbled backwards, but Wang Ren was just beginning his onslaught. He had yet to perfect the second movement of the first form, but he felt that it would only reach completion in battle. Inspiration was at the tips of his fingers as he swung his glaive. Wang Ren was like an asura as his glaive whirled around him, slicing and smashing the Gao cultivator around like a rag doll. He sprayed the green substance as they fought, but Wang Ren's technique had left a coating of chi and blood on the edge of his blade, and it slicked off like drops of morning dew. The Gao cultivator had played the pig to eat a tiger, but Wang Ren was more like an unstoppable gorilla. His hulking muscles looked as if they were carved from steel, swinging the gigantic glaive as though it weighed nothing. Another strike sliced a gash down his enemy's thigh. Blood spurted out, but it was not red. Black blood sprayed across the streets, a few drops spraying onto Wang Ren's skin. Where the black blood landed, it began to dissolve Wang Ren's skin. It burnt, a searing pain like hot needles pricking his skin. However, the pain did nothing to slow Wang Ren. He'd felt worse pain from his own master's strikes during his training. Even though the Gao cultivator was 2 stars above Wang Ren, he was powerless to resist the devastating strikes. Each blow brought Wang Ren closer to understanding the essence of his master's technique. The name was domineering, representing a defiance against heaven and earth through one's glaive. Master Bong had developed the technique in battle, carving his intent into his glaive through mountains of corpses and a sea of blades. Wang Ren embodied that essence, but he was not his master. If he followed in Master Bong's footsteps blindly, he would never reach the peak that he aimed for. Wang Ren did not wish to shatter the earth and carve the heavens. No, he wanted to obliterate everything in his path. The earth would vanish under his strikes, and the heavens would be blasted into dust with the swing of his glaive. A chime resounded through the street. A huge image of a warrior swinging a glaive materialized in the air behind Wang Ren. The warrior didn't wield a physical glaive, but he didn't need to. His body was the glaive. When he swung his arm, the seas were split in half, the earth was ravaged, and even the heavens were powerless to resist as they were carved apart like tofu. Wang Ren's eyes flashed as he formed a strand of glaive intent. The intent brought his technique and his strike to a new realm as it descended towards the weakened Gao cultivator, who could only watch with wide eyes and shock written across his face.
How? For a mere 7-star to form intent is impossible!
He cried, the blade a breath from cleaving him in half.
You dare, Junior?
A deafening voice rang out through the skies as a pressure like 1,000 mountains descended onto Wang Ren's shoulders. He froze mid-swing, but the next moment, he felt the comforting presence of his master's qi, and he finished his swing. Gao Shan was cleaved in half from head to groin as Wang Ren achieved master-level accomplishment in the shattering earth, carving heaven heavy glaive, and cultivated a strand of glaive intent. As soon as his glaive touched the stones, he felt a bloody aura descending on him from the skies. The hairs on the back of his neck rose, and he trembled, raising his gaze to meet the furious glare of a foundation-building master. Chapter 64.
You dare reap the life of my Gao clan's younger generations in front of this grandfather?
Roared a man with jet-black hair that hung down to his waist and a sharp nose like a sword. He fell from the heavens like a meteor and crashed against the street in front of Wang Ren. Every house within a dozen meters was flattened by the force of his landing. Killing intent rolled out of him in waves. Every mortal nearby exploded into a shower of blood instantly, and Wang Ren was forced to his knees, even with the support of Master Bong's presence. The foundation-building cultivator raised an arm and was about to swing it at Wang Ren when suddenly Master Bong appeared in front of him, his simple glaive clutched in both hands. As the furious cultivator's arm descended, the air itself was poisoned in its wake, and the earth rotted around his feet. The world trembled as hand met glaive, but neither man won the exchange.
My disciple will do whatever he pleases, and you will watch like a dog, Gaoze,
Elder Bong declared.
Bongji, you sure have grown arrogant since this grandfather last met you. What gives you the confidence to face me with your chest puffed out like a rooster?
Gaoze sneered.
While you hide away in your caves letting your vile spawn poison our lands, I was not sitting idle. What is the patriarch of a third-rate clan before the shattering earth carving heaven-heavy glaive of Bongji? Koto and repent your crimes, and I will show you the mercy of my Cloudy Falls sect.
Elder Bong snarled.
Truly, this is incredible. Even the pups of the Cloudy Falls dare to bare their fangs at this grandfather. Has the world forgotten the terror of the 10,000 poison monarch? I will remind you why even your sect leader didn't dare to attack my clan's ancestral home, brat.
Patriarch Gaoze roared, fury painted on his face as spit flew from his mouth. The two men didn't exchange further words. Their bodies blurred and disappeared from view as the fight began. Wang Ren could barely follow their movements. Bongji needed nothing but his glaive and his body. He inhaled sharply and started to swing his glaive, the air parting in its wake and the heavens trembling. Gaoze bit his finger, drawing blood as black as the night sky and rapidly drawing runes into the air with this toxic blood. The liquid burnt into the air, spreading rot as he drew. Every single time he completed a rune, he infused it with qi, and it started to twist and writhe. In just a few breaths, he had painted 24 runes. Every single one transformed into a venomous creature formed of blood and chi. There were spiders, snakes, centipedes, strange furred beasts with sharp fangs, and more. The myriad creatures of poison and blood dashed towards Bang Ji and started to snap and strike at his flesh. With every swing of his glaive, he carved another creature apart. Even in death, however, they exploded and sprayed deadly poison across the sky. Every single drop of black poisonous chi and blood that hit Elder Bong's skin burnt a hole in his flesh, but it was healed in seconds. The man's vitality overflowed, and his well-trained body would not succumb that easily. However, that was only the first exchange of techniques. The two foundation-building cultivators were simply testing each other. Gao Ze had not been sitting idle while his poisonous creatures were attacking Elder Bong. His entire body was now coated in a shimmering, translucent armor of poison. In his hands, he wielded an ornate sword with 7 vibrantly colored gems embedded in the blade itself. With a shout, all 7 gems lit up as his chi flowed into the sword. A red gem winked out, returning to a dull gray as the blade erupted in crimson flames. Gao Ze vanished from his position and appeared in front of Elder Bong, his sword carving a trail of flames through the air as he swung at the man's neck. Elder Bong met the slash with the swing of his glaive. The clash of steel rang out through the city as the two blades met. The earth trembled, and dozens of houses were blasted into dust from the force of the strike. The crimson flames snapped and flickered at the glaive. Gao Ze's esoteric technique ate away at the steel of the blade. Elder Bong frowned, then snorted, his chi flaring as his biceps swelled. He grunted and pushed down, smashing Patriarch Gao's sword away and forcing the man to leap back or be slashed in half. The flames petered out as Gao Ze looked down on Elder Bong. Even though the Elder had won the clash, his glaive had been damaged, and he was forced to draw out the residual strength of his body. Both men had been forced to use more of their techniques. A yellow gem on Gao Ze's blade flickered out, and the blade itself transformed. It was no longer an elegant jam, but resembled a saw. It had vicious teeth coated in small yellow spines and a curved blade. The two cultivators roared as they clashed once more. Elder Bong was able to repel Gao Ze once more, but he now sported a horrifying wound down his arm. It festered with rot from the touch of the yellow spines and poured infected blood down his side. Gao Ze didn't escape unharmed either. He had a cut from his right shoulder down to his waist that dripped black blood. He pressed 2 fingers against his heart and grunted. Small insects poured from inside his body and started to plug the wound, forming a makeshift scab to stop the bleeding. Elder Bong pulled out a pill and tossed it into his mouth while rubbing a strange liquid on the cut. It sealed itself, but traces of the yellow infection remained under the skin. The battle unfolded at lightning speed as they used more and more of their hidden techniques. Each of the 7 gems on Gao Ze's blade dulled one after the other, revealing strange and mysterious techniques that Elder Bong was forced to creatively resist. Each of them was rooted in poison and corruption, but the diversity was ridiculous. He truly earned the name 10,000 Poison Monarch. A green gem produced a dragon of swirling poison chi that breathed a deadly miasma. Elder Bong took 2 slashes to carve it apart, but his body slowly grew more infected. When the blue gem faded, it sent endless droplets of blue poison into the surroundings, each of which exploded to form an acid rain that fell on Three River City. Bang Ji was forced to protect the innocent mortals of the city and swung his glaive in a circle, producing a wind that blasted the acid rain back into the sky. However, Gao Ze used that opening to strike once more. The 5th gem faded, and at first, nothing seemed to have changed about the sword. Bang Ji breathed heavily and observed Gao Ze. In the blink of an eye, the sword extended 100 li and pierced right through Elder Bong's shoulder. It had been aimed at his heart, but the old man was too fast and avoided death at the last moment. However, he was slowly losing the battle. He was the second brother of the Cloudy Falls sect, and while he had a duty to uphold the honor of the sect, he knew that he was not a match for the devious patriarch of the Gao clan. Even the strongest warrior would fall in a poor matchup. However, he would not give in until the moment of his last breath. That was his pride as a cultivator. He roared and slammed his glaive down on the sword, shattering the steel and then ripping himself from the blade that was buried in the earth. Gao Ze simply tossed the sword into the air as an orange gem faded, returning it to its former glory. The final gem was the largest of the 7. It was pure black and seemed to drink in the light around it. Unlike the others, it didn't fade to gray, but instead began to pulse with chi. Gao Ze stuck the sword into his own heart and gasped. The sword turned into a giant worm and wriggled its way inside the man. His body transformed in a grotesque manner. His flesh turned black, and his eyes went green as he became a monstrous creature of poison and corrupted flesh. Black ichor dripped from his orifices, burning away everything it touched. Even though he looked clumsy in this form, his speed had increased.
None have looked upon my myriad poisons transformation and lived. Die, Cloudy Falls, dog!
He cried. Elder Bong closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Wang Ren suddenly heard his master's voice in his head.
My disciple, watch your master's final moments and burn them into your memory forever. Let this be the whetstone on which you sharpen your vengeance and rise to the pinnacle of this world.
What? Master Bong? Wang Ren exclaimed, his eyes widening in horrified realization as he looked up at his master's wide shoulders. Despite the endless poisons destroying his body from within and the blood that streamed from his wounds, Elder Bong cut a heroic figure. He suddenly roared, and his Danton lit up like the sun.
Gao Ze, it is impossible for a lowly worm to comprehend the magnificence of the clouds above. Your arrogance has sealed your death. I, Bang Ji, will write the end of my legend by slaughtering the reviled Gao Ze,
he announced, chi flooding every inch of his body as his muscles exploded with power. The towering, corpse-like abomination and the suicidally empowered Elder Bong blurred as they rushed towards each other. The heavens themselves shook as the two cultivators clashed. With every single strike of Gao Ze's, a dozen poisons infected Elder Bong. Despite that, they were instantly burnt away by the overflowing chi that filled his body. He was burning away his cultivation to bring his combat prowess to unprecedented levels for a brief time. It made him nigh unbeatable by anyone below the peak of the foundation building realm. But when the technique ran its course, he would be nothing but a burnt-out husk. The poison abomination was fearsome, every single blow carrying the weight of 1,000 mountains, but it wasn't enough. Bang Ji's glaive ripped the skies apart as the steel sang a song of death. Every slash carved chunks of rotting flesh away from the monstrous abomination, but it seemed to have endless pustules and hunks of fat covering it. With every passing moment, Elder Bong's cultivation slowly burnt away. After an incense's worth of time, the battle was reaching its climax. Gao Ze was no longer a fearsome monstrosity. His hulking body had been hacked to pieces by Elder Bong's endless barrage of glaive strikes. Elder Bong had paid a heavy price to reach this point. His body was withering, and his Danton no longer resembled a sun, but was more like a flickering lantern. The next exchange would be the last. Neither cultivator would emerge victorious, but only one would survive.
Come, trash!
Elder Bong roared his defiance to the heavens.
Die!
Patriarch Gao Ze hissed. Right before the two cultivators met, the entire city shook as a giant explosion came from the city lord's palace. The whole top of one of the jade towers was blasted into dust, and something flew from within. The figure smashed into the Gao Patriarch, and they both flew into the distance. Elder Bong's glaive fell on empty air, and he could only laugh.
What a miserable way to die.
He cackled as his cultivation burnt out and he fell to the ground, utterly crippled. He was not dead, but he would barely be immortal for what little remained of his life. Wang Ren rushed to his side and attempted to feed him a healing pill, but he refused. Another figure rushed from the palace, chasing after the first. It was Elder Jin, scowling as he ran through the skies as though walking on solid earth. His sword was covered in blood, while his left arm hung limply by his side. He spared a glance at Elder Bong, his face a conflicted mess of emotions. In the end, he raced after the two Gao cultivators who had crashed somewhere in the city. A few seconds later, the city started to shake again as the battle continued. After a single minute, the rumbling stopped. Wang Ren's head hung low. He felt like a failure. His junior brother was still struggling with a mysterious wound that he could not cure. His master was a cripple and would likely die in less than a year, while they had failed to kill a single enemy. Elder Jin appeared, tossing two corpses to the ground beside Elder Bong.
The heavens are cruel indeed. If we knew that Gao Ze himself was going to be here, we should have petitioned the sect leader to accompany us. Second Brother Bong,
If not for your sacrifice, we would both be dead. I thank you,
he said, while bowing to his waist. Elder Bong coughed up blood and raised a hand weakly.
Don't thank me, little fifth. I only did as I wanted,
he wheezed, collapsing from the exertion. Wang Ren held him up by the shoulders, a look of concern on his face. Elder Jin narrowed his eyes for a second and then took a single step, appearing in front of Zhao Dan.
So, this is the scum ex-disciple that you laid down your life for. Worthless,
he harumphed. Turning back to Elder Bong, he placed his arms inside his sleeves, pacing up and down the street.
Elder Sun told me that if the opportunity to clean house presented itself, I should take it,
he said, rubbing his chin. Wang Ren leapt to his feet and drew his glaive instantly.
Traitor! You dare?
The next moment he was struck in the chest by Elder Jin and flew into a nearby building, spitting blood.
Don't be stupid, Disciple Wang, he sighed. First Brother Sun believes the Cloudy Falls sect is already his. He is arrogant and blinded by greed, propped up by the fools in his clan. I am no fool, but I need his support for now.
He appeared in front of Elder Bong and stared down at him.
Second brother, this isn't personal. I will make sure to tell the others that you died a hero, taking the evil Gao Ze with you,
he said with sadness in his eyes as he cut Elder Bong's head off. Elder Bong only smirked as the blade fell. He died with a smile on his face and his head raised in defiance, as he lived his life. Before anyone could react, Elder Jin stepped and appeared in front of Zhao Dan. He was still struggling against the soul parasite, barely able to see as the hand of death closed around him. Elder Jin raised his sword once again.
I will take more pleasure in your death, trash. You dared to cripple my disciple, disrespecting me and the sect. Die!
He swung his sword once more. Chapter 65. I could barely sense what was happening around me, even after Wang Ren fed me the healing pill. All I felt was the constant shaking of the earth and the titanic presences of foundation building masters clashing above my head. I regretted not having the chance to witness such a battle. It would surely allow my comprehension to advance in leaps and bounds. Perhaps healing them after would let me skip ahead a few small realms in my cultivation. However, I was unable to even raise my arms. Such dreams were pointless. Suddenly, I heard Wang Ren shouting, fear and anger in his trembling voice. I only heard one word. Traitor. One of the presences winked out a breath later. Then, the wind brushed against my cheek, and I felt the weight of the world pressing down on my neck. Raising my head despite the pain, I forced my eyes open and found myself staring at Elder Jin. His eyes sparkled with glee as he raised his sword.
Killing you will give me great pleasure, trash. You dared cripple my disciple. Now die!
He swung his sword at my neck. I had escaped death one too many times already. There was no way that I would be able to escape the heaven's net once more. No one was that lucky. I closed my eyes, hoping that Xiao Kui had escaped this tragedy. I hadn't accomplished everything I wanted to with this second life, but I had done plenty of amazing things. The slice of death never came. I tentatively cracked one eye open, finding a woman standing between me and Elder Jin. She wore robes of pure white silk, with white hair tied in a ponytail that hung down to her waist. Her ears curved into sharp points. She held Elder Jin's sword between two fingers, and the man's eyes were wide with shock and fury at his strike being resisted with such ease. The mysterious female cultivator turned to me, and her sparkling blue eyes seemed familiar. She grinned, revealing two thin, needlepoint canines like a cat's. It took a moment for my brain to work, given that it was currently fighting off the soul parasite, but it finally clicked. "You! The cat?" I exclaimed.
"What cat? Are you blind, brat?"
she retorted, the mischievous grin never leaving her face. Elder Jin struggled to free his sword, pulling on it while his chi flared. However, despite the woman dressed in white robes barely focusing on him, he was unable to free his blade. With a sudden twist of her hips, she released his sword. Elder Jin flew backwards, stumbling once before recovering his balance.
You dare?
He roared. Even the proud elders of the Cloudy Falls sect were not free from the shackles of cliché, it seemed. I was still in shock. It was only a guess, but all I could think when I saw the woman with her sharp canines and white clothes was that she resembled the scary cat I saw at Grandpa Guan's place. Elder Jin yelled something and threw out 3 paper talismans. They crumbled to dust as 3 streams of flame erupted from the ground. They swirled around him like dragons as his sword danced elegantly. He lunged at the woman, the streams of flame following the lead of his sword as he stabbed towards her. They condensed into the tip of the blade as he reached her torso. The female cultivator, whose cultivation was utterly unfathomable to me, barely reacted. She hissed, exactly like a cat, and withdrew a fan of white feathers from an unseen storage item. With a snap, the fan unfurled, and she waved it once. That seemingly effortless wave caused a tornado to explode outwards. It snuffed out the rivers of flame around Elder Jin's sword and smashed into his chest. He spat blood as he was blown away, his sword never even reaching the woman. To his credit, Elder Jin was as sturdy as an elm tree and remained on his feet as the winds cut at his skin.
Damn woman! Where did you come from?
He snarled.
This is the territory of the Cloudy Falls sect, not the wilds where you can act with impunity.
The female cultivator exhaled, making a soft noise that sounded exactly like the purring of a cat. At this point, I was convinced my theory was correct, but I didn't dare give voice to my suspicion.
Cloudy Falls sect,
she murmured to herself, looking up to the sky as if deep in thought.
Oh, I remember.
She slapped her fist against her palm.
Insolent!
Elder Jin exclaimed, fury burning in his eyes. The woman ignored him while continuing to talk to herself.
Master's lessons on the lower sects were always so boring. The Cloudy Falls sect is the third-rate hegemon of this little corner of the world, yes?
She asked, cocking her head as she questioned Elder Jin.
Third rate? Woman, give me some face. My Cloudy Falls sect is the ruler of these lands for 1,000 li in every direction. Just who is third rate? He roared. If I don't kill you now, then this Jin Bai will write his name backwards for eternity.
Why are you so angry?
The woman asked with genuine curiosity, elegantly dancing around Elder Jin's torrent of sword slashes. From my perspective, it looked like a child trying to strike their master. He was moving at a speed that was almost impossible for me to follow, and yet the woman barely moved her body. It was as though she knew where he was going to strike and had positioned herself to avoid the sword before it even moved. Once more, she clamped his sword between 2 fingers.
I do not mean to offend, she said sternly. I speak only the truth as my master taught me. The Cloudy Falls sect leader is in early-stage core forging realm, yes? That makes your sect third-rate. It is no insult.
Elder Jin's eyes widened in realization as he appraised the woman with fresh eyes. His jaw suddenly dropped open, and he leapt backwards, abandoning his sword.
You! How is that possible?
He cried, pointing a finger.
Shit! I must inform the others.
Even though he had tried to kill me, I'd thought Elder Jin had a certain air of dignity, the confidence of a foundation-building master. However, all traces of that dignity had vanished and were replaced with fear and anxiety. He took out another talisman, this one brimming with chi. I could feel its power from here. The elder tore it in half and vanished in a brief flash of light.
Oh, I didn't expect him to run. That's annoying,
the woman muttered, snapping her fan shut. It disappeared into her hidden storage item, and then she turned to face me. Her cerulean eyes resembled 2 calm ponds, and I noticed they had vertically slit pupils. There was no doubting it anymore. This was the cat from Grandpa Guan's place. Yet she was now a woman in human form. And not an ordinary woman. She was a cultivator who was powerful enough to make a foundation-building elder of the Cloudy Falls sect flee in terror. Just how strong was she? No wonder I'd felt a primal terror when she snuck up on me back then. Even when she was a snow-white cat, the presence of a superior cultivator was enough to subdue me. She tutted while slowly advancing towards me.
I don't know why my master told me to look after you, brat, she said with a sigh. There's nothing special about you. Maybe your cultivation speed is a little faster than usual, but there are geniuses above geniuses the world over.
She stopped right in front of me, drinking me in with her eyes. Her piercing gaze felt as though it reached into my very soul, which was still being crushed by Gao Shan's parasite. Wang Ren's brief healing had given me some respite, but I was close to succumbing. I wasn't sure what to think of the woman. Was she a cat or a human? My mind blanked out for a second. I opened my eyes to find her grasping my skull in her hands. There was a hissing sound as razor-sharp claws extended from each of her fingers, pressing against my skin. I winced, expecting the worst, when suddenly I felt a burst of cold flash through my body. The pressure on my mind and soul immediately vanished as the parasite was obliterated by her chi. The remnants of its energy were immediately devoured by the various parts of my body. I inhaled, and my lungs drew it in. The void in my dantian took its share, and the rest was sucked into my heart, refined into pure spiritual energy to fuel the cycle. Slowly but surely, my body was being transformed from a vessel to contain my cultivation and soul into a medicinal forge. I offered a silent apology to the heavens for ever doubting their gift.
You couldn't even deal with a mere sentient soul poison,
she sighed, looking at me as if I were a piece of shit on her shoe.
Worthless. However, one of my master's final wishes before he ascended was to make sure you didn't die. So I will honor it.
Her master? Grandpa Guan, I assumed. What did she mean by ascended? Wasn't that when cultivators broke through the limits of the world to reach the heavens because their cultivation was so absurdly profound? Was Grandpa Guan such a powerful figure? I thought he was just a slightly insane old man with a lot of odd properties in his portfolio. I made a mental note not to let my mouth run wild before I knew who I was speaking to. I shivered, realizing that he could have squashed me like a bug for the disrespect I showed him. Well, apparently he'd not cared. More than that, he even told his cat to save my life after he left this world. My body was slowly recovering. What I'd been calling a soul parasite was actually a sentient soul poison, according to her. Now that it was destroyed, the flowing medicinal energy and chi in my body were repairing it. I'd almost died, again. Yet I'd escaped narrowly, infuriating the heavens once more. I'd gained much, insights into my Tao, battle experience to consolidate, and even had revenge against the Gao clan bastards. I bowed low, touching my head to the ground. Thank you for saving my worthless life, I said sincerely, before raising it to look into her piercing eyes once more.
At least you have manners,
she snorted. Her body blurred and she disappeared. When she reappeared in front of me once more, she had an unconscious Wang Ren held by the scruff of his neck in one hand and the handle of a large, flat sword in the other. Sitting on the sword with terror and shock painted across their faces were Shaokui, Yu Chun, and young city lord Tang Sheng. I was glad they were safe. The battle between the elders and the Gao patriarch had been devastating. All around us, the city lay in ruins. Houses flattened, streets torn up, and endless corpses of unfortunate mortals littered the earth.
Do you have the deed for Master's building?
She asked me as she tossed Wang Ren to the ground unceremoniously. Yes, but unfortunately it seems to have been destroyed in the battle, I replied, taking out the deed and sighing.
Don't worry about that. Master Guan has insurance on all his properties,
she said dismissively with a wave of her hand. The deed flew into her hands and then vanished. I frowned as I realized the jade slip to unlock the security arrays had also disappeared. It had been inside my storage bag. Cultivators were scary.
Get off,
she ordered the three on the large flying sword. They obliged, rushing over to hide behind me from the terrifying woman. I wasn't sure what they expected that to do. If she wanted to hurt them, I'd be nothing more than a fly to swat on her way.
Master Zhou, I'm so happy to see you unharmed,
Little Kui cried, eyes glistening with tears as she threw her arms around my neck. I tousled her hair affectionately, and for once she didn't pout or complain. Nice to see you too, Little Kui. Thanks for saving my life. It seems I owe the three of you now, I replied, turning to Yu Chun and Tang Sheng and nodding my head to each of them in turn.
Of course, Zhao Dan. You are my savior. It was only right,
Tang Sheng replied with a smile. He had a starry look in his eyes while gazing around at the destroyed city. The confidence of youth was truly an envious thing.
As the young master says, I owe you my life, so returning the favor was the only choice,
Yu Chun said with a soft smile. I felt my heart warming. These three had gone to such lengths for me, despite being mortals, or barely a cultivator in Tang Sheng's case.
This is all very touching, but we need to hurry,
the female cultivator interrupted, stepping to appear beside us. Yu Chun jumped in fright, and Shaokui glared at her, Tang Sheng's jaw dropped open, and he looked down at his own body with some disappointment. "Why do we need to hurry?" I asked, unsure of what she meant. "The Gao clan is defeated, and Three River City has been freed from their vile clutches. Once I've healed Wang Ren and we check on the city lord and the captain, things should be able to return to normal." A moment of silence hung in the air for a breath's time. The Catwoman tilted her head back and chuckled. Even her laughter made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. "Oh dear, I see why Master Guan wanted me to help you, brat. You are clueless." I frowned. I still had no idea what she was talking about. I stood up and walked over to Wang Ren's limp body, sighing in relief when I sensed a faint chi signature. He was alive. When Elder Jin sent him flying, I feared the worst. But my senior brother was a sturdy bastard. Even a mountain might not squash him. "What am I so clueless about?" I asked, frustration evident in my voice. "You're being confusing." What remained of my chi was enough to heal Wang Ren back to consciousness and start him on the slow path to recovery. I pressed 2 fingers against his neck and let my chi flow into his body. I had gained many insights into chi and the body of a cultivator today, but I was exhausted and couldn't consider improving the technique at the moment. Healing Wang Ren would be enough.
"That elder will go back to the Cloudy Falls sect and tell them that a terrifying threat has appeared in Three River City. He will tell them that you are allied with this threat and have betrayed the sect and the city. There is no longer a place for you here. If you stay, you will die. Or worse," she explained, as though talking to a child. My face paled as I realized she was right. Elder Jin had held a grudge against me to begin with after I crippled his disciple. If he had an opportunity to turn the winds and rain against me, he would leap at it. "Wait a minute. What terrifying threat?" I suddenly asked. "Me, of course,"
the female cultivator replied, flashing her sharp canines in a devious grin. Chapter 66. I stared at the cat-turned-human cultivator who'd saved me from Elder Jin with an incredulous look in my eyes. She didn't flinch under my gaze, standing there proudly after declaring that she was a threat to the entire Cloudy Falls sect. "Even though a few bad apples are out to get me, don't tell me you plan to destroy the sect."
"What? Of course not, idiot! Did your mother drop you on your head when you were born?" she snapped.
"What do you mean by saying you are a terrifying threat to the Cloudy Falls sect, then?" I asked again, my brow furrowed as I grew more perplexed.
"I am a cultivator strong enough to give even their sect leader pause. Simply by existing here, they are forced to face me as a threat. It doesn't matter what my intentions are," she said while shaking her head. That made a lot of sense. It also made me even more nervous to be around her. I still had no idea how a cat could turn into a human, and I'd just found out that she was as strong as the Cloudy Falls sect leader, or even stronger. She had called them a third-rate sect. Her master had also apparently ascended recently, which made him a terrifying figure who likely didn't even put the Cloudy Falls sect in his eyes. At the very least, even if the sect turned against me, I should be safe with her protecting me. I felt a burst of chi rushing into me as my technique finished. Wang Ren coughed as his eyes snapped open. He jerked himself upright. His eyes darted around as he scrambled to his feet.
"Where is that bastard elder?"
I chuckled, standing up to place an arm on his shoulder. "Relax, senior brother. Elder Jin fled back to the sect after our benefactor arrived."
"What? Benefactor? What are you talking about?"
He stopped as he noticed the woman in white robes unbothered by the destruction around them.
"What? Elder Jin fled? That means..."
The color drained from his face, and he bowed to his waist.
"I thank the honorable elder for saving my junior brother's life."
"Elder? I'm still a delicate young flower,"
she harumphed.
"Right, enough of these needless pleasantries. I have things to do, so I will make this brief."
"Make what brief?" I asked, a ball of trepidation knotting in my stomach. The expression on her face was one of mischief and boredom, a fearsome combination.
"I promised Master Guan to save you, so I will. I don't want to get into an annoying mess with this lot," she said, waving in the general direction of the Cloudy Falls sect. "So, I'll just send you somewhere safe and be on my way."
After that, she pulled a thick, dusty tome from her storage artifact and flipped it open as it hovered in the air. I recognized it as Grandpa Guan's book of mysterious properties. Back then, I'd assumed he was an insane old coot, but now that I knew the truth, I wondered if all those wondrous places he'd attempted to sell me really existed. Was she going to send us to one of them?
Ah, perfect. You're a healer, right? You'll like this one. What are your goals from the future, aside from cultivating to the pinnacle of the world?
She asked, stopping on a certain page and pressing a finger into the paper. I thought deeply for a moment, but the answers came easily. I knew exactly what I wanted to achieve, and all this chaos and wanton destruction had only served to solidify that. This world was one that could erupt into seas of blades and mountains of fire at any moment. Mortals and cultivators alike were treated as fodder for others to advance, without a care for the damage they caused. I wanted to bring about change through healing, to provide a place for any to come, regardless of their sect or allegiance, so that they could be nursed to health. A medicine sect. Here in Three River City, I'd taken the first steps, but fate was unwilling to leave me to my devices. Perhaps a fresh start somewhere new was what I needed. The book had floated over to me, and I found myself looking at a familiar painting. The magnificence of it made all my worries and stress fade for a moment, every stroke containing deep insights into the natural world. At the top of the page, inscribed in perfect calligraphy, it said Million Flowers Celestial Peak. I remembered this one from Grandpa Guan's sales pitch. The endless, vibrant flowers were planted in a natural formation that enhanced the ambient spiritual energy. It was the perfect place to form a medicine sect. Surrounded by natural beauty and rich with energy, healing people would be a simple affair. It is a perfect choice, I replied. How far away is it? I at least want to say goodbye to my companions before we leave.
Oh, don't worry about that. Master's book will transport you there instantly, she replied with a wave of her sleeve.
My jaw dropped. Such a powerful artifact, and it was being used to advertise property? Just how rich had Grandpa Guan been?
Also, who do you need to say goodbye to? All of them will be going with you. If they stay here, the sect will most likely accuse them of working with a traitor and either kill or torture them for information.
She'd said it as if it were natural, but I heard gasps from behind me. It made sense now that she explained it, but I hadn't expected that they would need to leave their homes behind. Even Senior Brother Wong? I asked, throwing a sad glance at my senior brother. He'd worked so hard to rise through the ranks of the Cloudy Falls sect, and because of my actions, he would be branded a traitor. Existing under the same sky as the sect would no longer be possible for him. Then again, Elder Jin had murdered his master in cold blood, so maybe he wouldn't be too upset.
Do not pity me, Junior Brother Zhou. The moment that bastard Jin killed Master Bong, an irreconcilable grudge was sown between us. I still have my glaive and my master's techniques. I need nothing else. I will accompany you on this journey,
he stated solemnly, chin held high. Turning to Little Kui, Yu Chun, and the young city lord, I saw them all nod in agreement. Their looks held nothing but trust and affirmation. I see. Even if you say it isn't necessary, I still apologize for dragging you all into my mess. I promise that wherever we end up, I will take care of you, I said, offering a shallow bow to them all.
Master, don't be stupid. I would follow you to the ends of the earth,
Xiaokui cried.
If it isn't too much, I would ask that my friend Du Wen be allowed to join us,
Yu Chun asked the cultivator.
Actually, I should say goodbye to my father if I am to leave Three River City for good,
Tang Sheng added, with trepidation written on his face. The cultivator sucked air through her teeth while furrowing her brow.
Mortals are so annoying, she muttered. I will do this for you, but you will owe me a favor, Zhao Dan. I will collect it in the future, when you aren't a worthless ant.
I accept. If I couldn't even do that much for my companions, then I was less than a dog. With that said, the woman waved a hand and the large flying sword appeared once more. Get on, she ordered. We obliged, and once we were all seated on the enormous sword's flat blade, she inhaled, and a gentle gust of wind danced around her. I expected her to join us on the flying sword. Instead, she suddenly kicked the handle, and I gasped as we were blasted into the sky. I heard a dull explosion the next moment, and the woman suddenly appeared beside us, dancing through the skies with feline elegance and a devious smirk on her face. Was that really necessary? I shouted over the rushing wind.
Of course! I don't have a flying sword technique, and we don't have time to waste, she replied, her lips peeling back as her smirk turned into a wide grin. She grabbed hold of the flying sword's handle and whirled in the air. Yu-chun yelped as she spun the sword around and then launched it at the ground. It took less than a second for the sword to smash through the roof of the palace. I waved away the dust and debris as the sword came to a sudden halt. The tip was buried in the tiles of the throne room. I hadn't even felt the impact, which I was grateful for. The girls were mortals and would have died on impact otherwise. I suspected the strange cultivator knew that, but she was still being a little heavy-handed. The ground shook as she smashed into the floor beside us. Rubble rained from above as the ceiling of the throne room took more punishment. There were now 3 large holes in the jade ceiling. The magnificent painting which adorned it was ruined, and I suspected the whole thing might need to be replaced. Standing on the throne with wide eyes and a slack jaw was the city lord himself. Standing beside him were Captain Kang and 2 advisors I didn't recognize. "Teng Sheng!" he exclaimed, leaping to his feet and rushing down the stairs from the dais.
You bastard! You dare ruin the city lord's palace?
Captain Kang yelled, pointing a finger at me. I shrank back, lowering my gaze. It wasn't necessarily my fault, but I could see why he assumed that. However, the next instant, he fell on his ass as the white-robed cultivator let her presence explode outwards.
"We don't have time for this nonsense. Say your goodbyes, brat," she ordered Teng Sheng, who was currently wrapped in his father's embrace.
"What do you mean, goodbyes?" the city lord questioned, looking at his son with a raised brow.
There was an incident, Father. I have to leave Three River City with Zhao Dan and the others. Don't worry about me. I want to see more of the Celestial Jade Empire and raise my cultivation. I will miss you. Thank you for being a good father all these years. I am sure Three River City will flourish with you at the helm, now that the Gao clan has been eradicated,"
he announced. The boy had become a man. He was ready to embrace the adventure we were about to embark on. When I had first met Teng Sheng, he was shy and reserved, but healing the poison and unlocking his latent potential had transformed him. I also realized that the city lord and the captain had been freed from the Gao clan's hypnosis goo when Gao Shan was killed, unlike the forbidden technique he used on me. That was reassuring.
"What? Eradicated? That is wonderful news. But how? What about the patriarch? Won't he retaliate?"
Teng Shi exclaimed. "No need to worry about that, Lord Teng. Gao Ze is dead," I told him, eliciting shocked gasps from everyone present.
"What? How is that possible? Even if an elder from the Cloudy Falls sect personally hunted him down, it would be like a tiger stalking a lion. Gao Ze was unmatched at his realm," Teng Shi exclaimed, rushing over and grabbing my shoulders. I gently pushed him away, and he seemed surprised at the ease with which I removed his grip. I realized I'd not shown the improvements in my cultivation to him at all. Not while he was in control of his own mind, anyway.
My master sacrificed his cultivation to slaughter the bastard.
Wang Ren spat, his face stormy as he spoke. The death of Elder Bong was still fresh in our minds. "Your master? I see. We owe him our eternal gratitude. What was your master's name?" "Tang Clan will pledge to eternally honor his memory," the city lord said, bowing reverently towards Wang Ren.
"Thank you,"
Wang Ren replied with a nod, though I could see his heart wasn't in it. The city lord looked like he had dozens more questions to ask, but before he could open his mouth, the Catwoman snapped her fingers. "Time is running out. We are done here. Where can we find your friend?" she asked Yu-chun, ferrying us all back to the flying sword after ripping it from the ground. "Yu-chan's Blossom Parlor, my place of work," she answered. "Wait, where are you going? I must speak with my son!" Teng Shi exclaimed, but before he could finish, the cultivator silenced him with a flick of her sleeve. "I'm sorry. We have no more time. If we stay any longer, you will be implicated, and the sect will move to eradicate you too. I will find a way for your son to contact you in the future, but he will be safe where I am sending him," she said, blasting the sword into the sky with a swift kick. Captain Kang and the 2 advisors had stood there the entire time with slack jaws and stupefied expressions. The ground exploded in a cloud of dust and debris as the white-robed cultivator shot into the air after the sword.
"Did you sense her cultivation, my lord?"
the captain asked in a shaky voice. The advisors were quivering, barely remaining on their feet from the pressure exuded by the strange woman. They glanced fearfully at the fourth hole in the palace ceiling, gasping as a huge crack appeared, followed by a series of smaller cracks. No, but I felt as though I was staring at a slumbering dragon that could reap my life as easily as turning a hand the moment I misstepped, he replied, staring at the sword that was barely a speck. Stay safe, my son. You are a tiger, but even the fiercest beast is nothing but fodder in the world of cultivation. With a final crack, the ceiling collapsed entirely around the four men. As the dust and debris cleared and they hauled themselves from the rubble, Captain Kang shared a glance with the city lord. I always hated that gaudy ceiling. Maybe we can replace it with a reserved pagoda. Maybe install more gardens. Tang Shi mused with a smirk.
As you say, my lord,
the captain replied, before both men burst into laughter while the advisors wore perplexed expressions. Chapter 67. Once again, I stumbled off the large flying sword after it buried itself in the ground. This time, we were outside young Miss Yu's Blossom Parlor. I had not been here since the time I healed Du Wen for the fake pills that the Gao clan spread through the city. I sighed as I realized that, in all the chaos, I'd never had a chance to clear my reputation and eradicate the supply of the pills. The Cloudy Falls sect or Tang Shi would hopefully help the citizens in the aftermath, but I would have preferred to do it myself. At least I had the recipe for my healing pills. I could work on creating a version for mass production once we were at the Million Flower Celestial Peak and start my craft anew.
No more delays. Get your friend and bring him out here as fast as possible. We don't have much time before some prickly old bastard comes looking for trouble, the female cultivator ordered Yu Chun. I still wondered whether she was a cat in human form, or if the first time I'd encountered her she was a human transformed into a cat. What was the difference, if there was any? Would it be rude to ask? It might be a reasonable question, but I feared her reaction if it was considered impolite. Cultivators valued face greatly, and there was every chance that demanding to know such personal information would be the same as disregarding her face. She noticed my stare and turned towards me with a raised eyebrow. What, cat got your tongue? She quipped with a smirk. Could she read my thoughts? Was it also a common expression in this world? It was all getting a bit much, so I pushed the irrelevant thoughts out of my mind and simply replied, nothing. A few minutes passed with nothing happening. The female cultivator grew impatient, tapping her foot and glaring at the building. She stepped forward, about to enter, when there was a loud crash and a chorus of screams from within. The next moment, the door was blown off its hinges, and a bedraggled woman flew out and landed in the street. Seconds later, Yu Chun strode out of the destroyed door with Du Wen following shortly after. She did not rush. Every step held regal elegance. Elegant for a mortal, at least, as she sneered at the woman with disdain in her eyes. Heads appeared in all the windows, and I saw a cluster of women gathering in the doorway to watch the action unfold. Du Wen stood silently, a few steps behind Yu Chun. He simply watched as she advanced on the woman sitting on her ass. The woman tried to scramble to her feet, but Yu Chun was only 2 steps away and closed the distance rather quickly. She raised a hand to strike the woman, but suddenly stopped and retreated when she saw her flinch. I won't drag myself down to your level, Feng Li Mei, she spat, turning to face the building, before raising her voice in a shout that carried across the nearby streets. I will no longer be able to stay in this city, but I refuse to hand my reputable business over to a trash bitch who worked with the despicable Gao clan. Now that they have been ripped up by root and stem, I would think you all want to wash your hands of any unfortunate pasts you might have. Silence fell over everyone in the building once Yu Chun had shouted her piece. People even poked their heads out of nearby houses with strange expressions. Some were stricken with joy, some with uncertainty, but most had disbelief written across their faces. I didn't realize the clutches of the Gao clan went this deep, although maybe it was different when it came to the less reputable sectors of Three River City. Without saying another word, Yu Chun flicked her sleeve and turned her back on the Blossom Parlor. I'm done here, she told the female cultivator. Let's go. Du Wen didn't spare it a glance either as he followed her. The cultivator nodded and waved a hand over the flying sword buried in the dirt. It vanished into a storage item, and then she walked over to the 5 of us. There was no longer a need for the sword. We were going to be sent to Million Flower Celestial Peak using Grandpa Guan's book. The dusty leather-bound tome appeared in the air again,
floating under its own power. The fact that it could do so spoke to the quality of the artifact. It had to be at least Emperor grade. This time, there was no need for her to flick through the pages. It opened immediately to the painting of Million Flower Celestial Peak. The cultivator pressed a finger against the page, and it exploded with spiritual energy and chi. I stumbled and coughed at the sheer magnitude of energy flowing through and from the book. It was unlike any technique I'd witnessed. Even the battle between Elder Bong and Gao Ze paled in comparison, though I'd been too injured to properly watch that. Halfway through activating the book, the cultivator's gaze suddenly shot towards the sky.
Shit, I knew I shouldn't have allowed so many delays,
she cursed, turning to glare at me. What is it? I asked, withering under the piercing glare of her feline eyes.
3 cultivators from the Cloudy Falls sect are approaching at breakneck speed,
she replied tersely, continuing to manipulate the book as she spoke.
They will arrive before I can complete the activation technique, which means I have 2 choices.
My face paled when I heard what she said. Given that even she was nervous about their arrival, I suspected nothing good was about to happen. A dragon cannot suppress the local snake. That phrase rang hollow when it came to the Gao clan, but in this instance, it felt appropriate. Although cats were exceptional hunters, I recalled a random bit of trivia from my pre-med school days. Of the myriad species on Earth, cats ranked in the top 5 for most efficient predators. They killed up to 70% of the prey they hunted. That seemed like a poor amount, but most predators in the wild only killed their prey a measly 10 to 20% of the time. All of that was irrelevant, however, as this wasn't a cat hunting rats in the wild, but a battle between absurdly powerful cultivators. Their clash might destroy what remained of Three River City. Even now, a huge part of the area around where the clinic once stood had been reduced to nothing but rubble. What 2 choices? I asked slowly, chewing on the words.
I can hasten the activation time. That will allow me to transport you instantly, giving me ample time to escape the city and ditch the approaching cultivators,
she explained. It was too good to be true. There was no way she could simply activate the technique faster without a backlash of some sort. What's the catch?
You won't be taken directly to Million Flower Celestial Peak unless you are the bastard child of fate. As for how far from it you will arrive, I honestly have no idea. I don't really understand this book. Master Guan didn't have time to explain all its functions before he was forced to ascend,
she replied. That seems less than ideal, I said, eliciting a roll of her eyes. What's the second choice?
I finished casting the technique. You will all be sent directly to Million Flower Celestial Peak once it is complete.
Won't the cultivators arrive before then? Will you be able to fight them off while casting the technique?
Yes, they will undoubtedly arrive. In fact, we have less than 10 seconds until they get here.
Despite how dire the situation was, we were on the precipice of death with its jaws rapidly closing in. The woman in white seemed unbothered. I assumed she had a method of escaping even if she was forced to battle 3 elders of the Cloudy Falls sect at once, but it would surely come at a great cost. Would you survive the confrontation with the 3 cultivators? I asked, knowing there were barely a few seconds left until they arrived. Even I could feel the domineering presences tearing through the skies above us. 2 were heavy, but having experienced Elder Bong and Gao Ze's suffocating cultivation, I wasn't as pressured as I might have been. However, the 3rd eclipsed anything I'd ever felt. If facing down a foundation building master felt like the weight of an entire planet trying to crush me into dust, then this was as if I were an ant attempting to hold up a galaxy. That had to be the sect leader of the Cloudy Falls sect. For him to come in person meant they truly saw this mysterious cultivator as a threat, worthy of extermination with lethal force.
Yes, however, I would be forced to fight without restraint, she replied, baring her fangs. And you would owe me a second favor.
I knew what she was implying with her first statement. If she had to fight 2 elders and the sect leader at once, she wouldn't be able to prevent herself from killing them. It would be a life-and-death struggle with everything on the line. I already owed her 1 favor, so what was the second? She'd saved my life and was going to save it once more, along with the people I held most dear in the world. I'd offer her 1,000 favors if needed. It was a shame I wouldn't be able to say goodbye to Village Head Wei. I only hoped he managed to escape in time. He had a solid head start, so I believed he should be fine. Done. I will never forget the debt I owe you as long as I live, I replied. All traces of kindness vanished from her eyes as the serene ponds they once resembled turned stormy. Her lips peeled back to reveal her needlepoint fangs, and 10 claws burst from the tips of her fingers. The book stayed floating where it was, a string of chi connecting it to her danton as the technique ran its course.
Ch! Annoying bastard! Are you that lazy that you couldn't have walked the extra distance?
She snorted.
The technique will finish in 5 seconds.
I opened my mouth to reply, but in the next instant it was as if all the air was squeezed from my lungs as my body was crushed under the weight of the 3 presences. A breath later, the pressure receded as the Catwoman's aura erupted to safeguard us. Wait, before we go, I must know the name of the woman who saved my life. I owe you a debt that I will not forget, I implored.
Whether you know my name or not, I will collect what I am owed,
she snorted. Then, turning to face the approaching cultivators, she declared valiantly,
Remember this. Your worthless lives now belong to this Empress, Guan Chaoxing.
5 seconds wasn't a long time under normal circumstances. For cultivators at the level of the 4 monsters standing in front of me, however, 5 seconds was enough time to turn 3 River City into mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, starting with me and my companions. I had never seen the Cloudy Falls sect leader in person before. I had a memory of him leading the introduction ceremony when Zhao Dan joined the sect, but that was all. That brief glimpse had left a stark impression on the former occupant of my body, but it was still nothing compared to how it felt to stand in the man's presence as an enemy. He was holding nothing back as his core forging realm cultivation was leveraged against us. Unlike the chaotic and destructive arrivals of the Gao clan and the 2 elders by his side, which caused cracks in the stone street, the sect leader landed with the elegance of an imperial courtesan. I wasn't seduced by his movements, though, only terrified for the lives of my companions. A single second passed as the 3 cultivators stared down our protector. She glared back defiantly, her needlepoint fangs poking past her lips.
Is this the one, Elder Jin?
The sect leader asked, his voice rumbling with chi as it filled the empty air. Elder Jin nodded, glaring daggers at us now that he had the protection of a stronger cultivator. I snorted, remembering how pathetic he'd looked fleeing from the white-robed cultivator earlier. No more words were exchanged. With 4 seconds left until she finished casting the technique from Grandpa Guan's book and sent us to safety, the battle began. I was only able to follow the first movements of the sect leader and our guardian. The sect leader was the first to move. He drew no weapons and revealed no spiritual treasures, simply raising a flat palm and gently kicking off the ground. Despite his kick seeming to hold less power than a child's slap, he vanished instantly. At the same moment, Guan Chaoxing's claws were coated in chi as she crouched down on all 4s and exploded forward to meet the sect leader's strike. The first blow decimated every structure in the surroundings. They didn't explode, but were simply flattened by the immense pressure the 2 cultivators released. Less than a breath's time passed, and I could no longer stay on my feet. Another blast of chi erupted outwards and knocked me to the ground. I turned to check on the others, but they were holding on, albeit with blood dripping from their noses. Shattering stone and a cloud of dust was thrown into the sky as something crashed against the street. An instant later, there was a gentler thud as a second person landed. "Miss Guan!" I yelled when I saw her condition. A long gash like a valley of carved flesh and blood ran down her right arm as it hung limply to one side. Rivers of blood fell to the ground, but despite this, her feline grin was intact and her gaze locked on the sect leader. He had a single tiny scratch above his eyebrow, which he reached up and touched with his pointer and middle finger with a frown. He looked back at Guan Chaoxing.
"Where did you come from, fellow cultivator? You have sown a grudge between us, but it is not irreconcilable yet. If we continue down this path, it will end with your death," he declared.
Guan Chaoxing burst into laughter.
My death? How arrogant you are for the leader of a middling sect on the edges of the empire. That crazy brat was the only one of you with any talent, and he was betrayed by his own martial brother, she retorted, glancing towards Elder Jin. The sect leader harumphed.
"Do not try to sow discord in our ranks. Enough. If there is no path to peace, so be it. Die."
They both vanished once more, though the clash was far more vicious at this point. I saw one of the elders try to assist, but they were blasted backwards, spitting blood as they collapsed to the ground. Only 2 seconds remained until the technique was complete, but I didn't know if Guan Xiaoxing could hold on that long while also protecting us. I vowed to truly never forget the debt I owed her, and Grandpa Guan if we escaped alive. Three River City shook as if struck by a dozen earthquakes each moment. The clash between the sect leader and Guan Xiaoxing continued to intensify. Suddenly, silence fell over the decimated district we stood in. Guan Xiaoxing and the sect leader hovered in the air, facing each other. She was broken and bloody, while he sported savage, bestial cuts across his flesh from her razor-sharp claws. A single second separated life and death. I wasn't sure how she planned to escape once we were gone, but I hoped it was a truly effective method. The sect leader harumphed as a thick mist started to stream from every orifice on his body. Elder Jin's eyes widened as he stared up at the sect leader. "The rolling mist's crushing waves, art! Is he insane? That will destroy everything for 100 li!" he exclaimed. Guan Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed to slits, and she inhaled sharply. I felt her chi wrapping tightly around me as if I were being wrapped in a tight blanket. She hissed and crouched down on all fours while still in the air. Her muscles contorted, and her claws extended further. Claws of chi extended outward from each of them, and her face twisted into a scowl as an illusory image of a white tiger appeared above her. The sect leader roared and stepped forward, the mists crashing down around him like the thunderous crash of a waterfall. Guan Xiaoxing roared and leapt forward to meet him. However, the chance to witness such a profound exchange of techniques was stolen from me. Right before the sect leader struck, I felt a mix of Guan Xiaoxing's chi and an ancient chi I didn't recognize rip me towards Grandpa Guan's book as my vision blurred. I passed out from the combination of core forging pressures and the feeling of my body being twisted and crushed, praying to the heavens that my savior escaped with her life. Chapter 68. Guan Xiaoxing felt as if her life was being burnt away, as a wildfire of chi raged within her dantian and into her vessel. Maintaining this form was still difficult. She'd barely broken through to 2-star core forging with her master's help. Her bloodline was becoming harder and harder to suppress with every star she achieved. That wasn't a bad thing, but it made it more difficult to blend into the human-centric Celestial Jade Empire. The boy already knew her secret, or had guessed at it. The first time they met, she had been in her beast form. As the 5 were sucked into her master's book and their presences faded, she let out a sigh of relief. Her mind sharpened as her sea of consciousness was no longer split between the 3-star cultivator in front of her and the technique. She waved a hand, and the book vanished into her storage ring. The man was using a devastating technique, likely the strongest one he possessed. Clouds of writhing mist surrounded him, flowing like rivers. With every moment, more mist burst forth from his orifices to fill their surroundings until it was as if he were no longer a man, but a raging river of clouds. The mist gathered into a single stream that flowed and whirled around his body as if it were a dragon. And then he stepped forward. Guan Xiaoxing felt as if she stood at the base of a towering waterfall with 1,000 G of water crashing down onto her shoulders. The serpentine stream of clouds smashed down towards her. There was no need to stay any longer now that she had sent the others away. Her master had given her a sky-grade escape treasure with 3 uses. When he'd casually flicked it to her as if it were a copper coin, her heart almost missed a beat. In all the Celestial Jade Empire, there were probably less than 20 cultivators who possessed a sky-grade treasure. Of those, perhaps 2 or 3 were escape treasures. Yet her master had given it away as if it were trash left on the side of the road. All Xiaoxing needed to do was send a single drop of her chi into the polished sphere of black metal, and it would send her 10,000 li in an instant. Yet, as she stared at the impudent bastard who'd barely put her in his eyes as he decreed her death, she felt her blood boil. Maybe it was the instincts of her bloodline, the pride of the white demon tiger king refusing to bow down to a lesser being. But she couldn't leave without showing this third-rate sect leader who he was insulting. Guan Xiaoxing hunched down on all fours and, for the first time in her life, completely released the suppression on her bloodline. All that stopped her from giving in to her bestial instincts was the seal placed by Master Guan when he'd found her abandoned by the side of a river all those years ago. With him gone, she would need to fend for herself. Was it reckless to risk her life against a 3-star core forging cultivator in the midst of unleashing his most powerful technique? Definitely. Would she lose? It was uncertain. Could she live with herself if she allowed this bastard to slap her face and walk away without a scratch? Not in 1,000 lifetimes. Above her head, the illusory tiger roared its defiance to the skies as it sank into her flesh. Crunching and cracking sounds rippled through her body as her skin lacerated and burst outwards. In less than a breath's time, white fur sprang out across her body, and her fangs grew along with her claws. Her chi roiled within her danton as it took on a sharper edge. The raging river of mist was less than an inch from striking her, and Guan Chaoxing sneered at the Cloudy Falls sect leader. The world trembled as it hadn't for the first time in a dozen eras. The bloodline of the White Demon Tiger King awoke in a backwater corner of the Celestial Jade Empire. Claws like swords sliced and diced a thundering stream of mist. An errant slash of her claws sent 10 blades of chi slicing into the ground towards the two elders. Elder Ling leapt backwards in time to avoid the devastating strike, but Elder Jin was a breath too slow. 2 of the chi blades carved into him, slicing the man into 3 bloody chunks that splattered against the ground in a spray of crimson. Guan Chaoxing smirked as the sect leader roared in fury, the pressure of his technique ramping up until she was forced to burn every last drop of chi in her danton to empower her defenses. The sect leader yelled and took another step forward as a Jan with a sky-blue hilt encrusted with sapphires appeared in his hands. The final cloud struck forward, and the sword descended in its wake. Guan Chaoxing stared at his dark eyes as they pierced her soul with raging fury. The traitorous elder deserved to die, but it had led her opponent to start burning his lifespan to kill her. "We cannot exist under the same sky, bitch!" he roared as an illusory sword of mist extended from his Jan.
I think I've sufficiently restored my face,
she chuckled to herself. With a final glance at the ruined city district, the black metal sphere appeared in her hand, and she sent the final drop of her chi into it. As the Cloudy Falls sect leader's sword carved through the air, a river of mist sliced the fabric of reality apart, leaving an empty void in its wake. However, the woman he'd aimed to kill was nowhere to be seen. He spread his senses out as far as he could in every direction, covering the entirety of Three River City and hundreds of li beyond, but there was no trace of her. He roared and cursed at the heavens. With a sorrowful look in his eyes, he landed beside Elder Jin's corpse.
"Junior brother, I am sorry. My pride and arrogance led to your death. If I ever see that woman again, I will stop at nothing to claim vengeance for you."
Elder Ling approached, glancing at Elder Jin's corpse without any emotion on her face.
With the Gao clan eradicated, we are truly unopposed in this region. We should consolidate our strength. The opening of the blossoming heavens approaches. If we cannot compete with the other sects, we risk losing the protection of the Empress,
she said, placing a hand on the sect leader's arm.
"You are right, Junior Sister Ling, as always. The younger generation are in for a decade of torture. This era is even more turbulent than the last. We must be prepared,"
he said with a devious smirk, but his eyes betrayed the bottomless sadness in his heart. On a distant continent, far away from the Celestial Jade Empire, a slumbering beast opened a cerulean eye with a vertical slit. It purred softly as it stretched its spine.
"Is it that time already? Oh well, it matters not. I must wait for,"
it said in a rumbling voice, before its consciousness flashed outwards.
"I see. One of the seeds I sowed many eras ago has sprouted. Perhaps it is time for this ancient kitty to reveal its claws once more."
The white tiger that was as big as a mountain purred as it stood on its paws, its tail causing hurricanes as it flicked from side to side.
"Maybe I should go for a stroll. Perhaps a little gloating to the others is in order. That damn eagle pestered me for a century when its brat claimed the Dao Shard in the last opening of the blossoming heavens."
At the top of a snow-capped mountain, an ancient-looking man and a young woman with shimmering black hair and skin as white as jade stood looking out across a frozen valley. A blizzard raged through the valley, but even in that devastating weather, many beasts and plants were thriving.
"Everything living in this world has a role to play,"
the old man said, raising a hand and moving it in a circle as he turned to look at the young woman.
"Shu Qin, My disciple, you have grown in the safety of the Razor Frost Peaks for 2 decades. The beginning of a new era approaches. It is time for you to venture out into the world. There is little more I can teach you until you have discovered your path, he told her, melancholy tinging his voice.
Master, what do you mean? I already know my path. I follow the methods of the ancestors and embody the Tao of Silent Frost. I am satisfied with your guidance.
The woman, Bing Shuquin, replied as she furrowed her brow.
A greenhouse flower will not survive a wild snowstorm. You are a diligent disciple, and you are the most talented user of the 8 Breaths Blizzard arts in a century. But there are some things that cannot be taught. You must discover them for yourself. See the world and decide what is important to you. Take this. When the time is right, you will know how to use it,
the ancient man said, handing her a plain wooden token with the character for heaven on one side and a carving of a seed on the other. Bing Shuquin frowned as she took the token from her master. Even though she wasn't sure what he meant by telling her to explore the world, his guidance had always led her down the right path. She bowed to her waist and placed the token into her storage ring.
I trust you with my life, Master. Thank you for your gifts and guidance these past 20 years. I shall take my leave,
she declared, with confusion still painted across her face. As she began her descent down the frozen mountain, the old man chuckled.
Take care, granddaughter. Try to make some friends,
he shouted after her. Once she was out of view, he turned back to gaze upon the frozen valley. His face was wrinkled, but his eyes sparkled with life. Despite his age, his hair was still vibrant and shimmered in the same black as his granddaughter's. Bing Lei sighed.
It seems the time has come once more. How many eras have we ancient ones fought for the seed of ascension? 5? 10? I've lost count by now. I fear this time will be my last, whether it ends in ascension or death. I suppose it's time to hand the sect over to that brat.
He shook with mirth. 1,000 sounds and a myriad of lights and sensations smashed into my mind with the force of a warhammer. My eyes snapped open, and I gasped for breath. Each inhale filled my lungs with spiritual energy tinged with a floral scent. I leapt to my feet and looked around, but I was no longer in Three River City. As my mind gathered itself, I remembered what had happened. Guan Xiaoxing! She had been about to defend against the sect leader's strike when the technique was completed. I sighed, realizing I would never know her fate unless she turned up one day to claim the life debt I owed her. Looking around, I found myself at the top of a grassy mountain. Flowers stretched in every direction as far as the eye could see in a myriad of vibrant colors. Despite their seemingly random placement, they had grown into a formation. However, the spiritual energy in the air felt shaky, as if something had disturbed it. I suspected that if no one had been tending to the garden, it might have damaged the formation. It truly lived up to the name Million Flower Celestial Peak. It was dusk, and the sky was lit in shades of violet and orange. For a moment, I stood in serene contemplation as I admired the dazzling beauty of my new home. It had been less than a year since I arrived in this world, and yet I felt as if I'd already lived another 3 lifetimes. So much had happened. So much tragedy and death. Yet it wasn't all bad. I turned my gaze away from the skies and looked at the 5 others who'd come with me. These people were the closest to me in this new world, who'd fought through numerous trials of life and death with me. Yu Chun, Xiao Kui, and Du Wen seemed to be fast asleep, their chests rising and falling in the gentle breeze. I let them rest. They deserved it after what we'd been through, especially the women. They were mortals and had been exposed to the brutality and power of cultivators approaching the peak. It was admirable. Tang Sheng, the former young city lord, seemed to be half awake. However, he was muttering to himself and not focused on his surroundings, so I left him to his own devices. Only Wang Ren and I were truly conscious. My sturdy and reliable senior brother walked up to stand beside me as we gazed out over the rolling hills that surrounded Million Flower Celestial Peak.
I still remember that day you left the sect as clear as day. Who would have thought we would find ourselves here? Whatever happens now, we will face it together, as brothers,
he said, offering his arm. I clasped his forearm and he did the same. I smiled at the man who had stood beside the old Zhao Dan in his darkest moments, and beside me in mine. I could think of no one I'd rather have by my side as we faced what lay ahead. I had gone from a 4-star body tempering practitioner all the way to a peak 5-star chi-gathering cultivator in such a short time. Compared to my previous self, I was like a towering mountain where the peak was shrouded in mystery. And yet, there was still so much further to go if I wanted to glimpse the hidden truths of this world and truly achieve my lofty goals. I'd embraced the Tao of healing, but all I'd left in my wake were death and destruction. The celestial Jade Empire seemed rotten to the core. Vile bastards like the Gao clan were free to act as they wished. As long as one had power, they could do whatever their heart desired. It would take a heavy hand to heal the wounds that festered across this world. Wang Ren, I am going to build a sect that will overturn heaven and earth, the likes of which this world has never seen. Our lives will be in danger at every moment. Are you still confident in standing by my side? I asked.
Junior brother, don't insult me. Even if the Emperor himself came to reap our lives, I would stand tall beside you as he slaughtered us,
he replied. Well then, let's get started. How does one normally go about founding a sect? I chuckled.
Perhaps start with a name. It should be memorable and leave an impact on the hearts and minds of all who hear it. It should embody the legacy you wish to pass down through the generations.
I scratched my chin, deep in thought. As far as I knew, there truly was no history of medicinal arts in the Celestial Jade Empire. I would be attempting the impossible. Most of my techniques were tied to my physique and couldn't be passed on even if I wanted to share my secrets. Not only would I be trying to establish a sect while surrounded by enemies, but I would also be forging a new school of cultivation from scratch. This was a monumental task, but I had nothing but time and the willpower to change the world. With a smile, I set my gaze towards the horizon and nodded. It was perfect. From this day onward, this million-flower celestial peak will be the home of the world's first medicine sect, the Grasping Life sect, I declared. This is the end of Tao of Healing Book 1, Three River City, a Royal Guard production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more books and audiobooks like this one, check us out on royalguardpublishing.com. Also, connect with us on social media. We are active on Facebook, TikTok, X, Reddit, and Instagram. We can't wait to hear from you. You have been listening to Tao of Healing Book 1, Three River City, written by Adventuresse, performed by Phelan Cabral. Text copyright 2025 Adventuresse. Production copyright 2025 Royal Guard Publishing LLC. All rights reserved.